Oh wow, we're about to hear how good my microphone settings are right now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll start for real. I think that sounds pretty good. I'm gonna need to get water eventually. We'll see how audio is with everything else. All right. Because this might go on YouTube, I'll do like an introduction in a moment. Just checking in with everybody in chat. So we're gonna play this all day until we finish. We're only gonna play on normal. Should be pretty easy. It's been a while since I played this, maybe about a year or two. I've played it on stream here before, so we'll see how we go. Okay. Hi everybody, this is Heather for Kotaku.com, a video game website about video games, and I am here to play Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty, aka my favorite game of the entire series. I think this is probably the best one in terms of just some of the really interesting things that it does. Maybe not the best one in terms of gameplay, but in terms of content, I really like picking this one apart. So, I've been doing a Metal Gear Solid retrospective series on the site for about a year, maybe a year and a half now. We've done Metal Gear 2, and Metal Gear Solid. So now we're finally moving on to Metal Gear Solid 2, and as a part of that process, I always play through the entire game on Twitch. I've done this before, played through on hard mode and a couple other things. We are just going to play through on normal mode today. That's partially because I'm doing this for footage and also because I want this to be a little bit more casual. Well, actually, did we just start up on hard? Oh no, that's not a complete save file. We'll redo this in a second. That's hysterical. How do we get back to the start screen? I thought this was a complete save file. We'll redo that intro in a second. The game looks okay, though. So one way to quickly get out of this is... just do that.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer. Jack!
So we will redo the whole intro. Because I'll end up clipping it in a second. Hopefully we have the right save one. Jack, no! Love this fucking game. Alright. Okay, let's try this again. Hi everyone, this is Heather Alexandra for Kotaku.com, a video game website about video games. I am joined in the booth by no one. I am sitting here in Brooklyn playing one of my favorite games, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. I've been doing a Metal Gear retrospective series on the site for about a year and a half now. We've played through Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, and Metal Gear Solid, and now we're finally getting onto Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, which is my favorite version of the game. People in chat are laughing because I've done this intro before because we had some technical difficulties. I should have a clear save file here. This looks like yeah, it's a clear save file. We're not going to play through on hard mode, although I've played through on hard mode before on stream. I've played through all the games on stream. We don't have them all archived. So we're gonna play through on normal, partially because I want just like pretty standard footage. I want some chill commentary. I know this game pretty well, but it's been maybe about a year or two since I've actually really played this on my own time. So we're gonna keep it a little casual. We're gonna have all the cutscenes and everything, and we're just gonna play through the entire game. So I think Sons of Liberty is super smart. And we'll sort of talk about that as we go through it. We'll talk about what the game is doing. I don't think it is the best version, like, of Metal Gear to play. I think that's probably Metal Gear Solid 3. Tends to be a really enjoyable game. But I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is doing interesting things. Ready? The Hudson River 2 years ago.
The Hudson River 2 years ago.
I could quote this game backwards and forward.
That a new type of metal
So
gear was scheduled for transport.
there's a risk that I
The
might.
whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today as I play the game is going to be based off of a pretty important piece of video game criticism called Driving Off the Map by a writer called James Howell. When you're talking about Metal Gear writing, and especially when you're talking about Metal Gear Solid 2, you have to talk about that essay. And that essay is a pretty in-depth look at how Metal Gear Solid 2, its basic framework is to take the expected, like, quote-unquote map of Metal Gear Solid 1, which is the thing that players kind of were assuming they would get. They would get a repeat of Metal Gear Solid 1. And instead what Metal Gear Solid 2 tends to do is it remixes that formula and very often subverts it, inverts it, by, for instance, and we can talk about it once we get onto the tanker, providing tools where the original game did not, in certain cases, denying the player success within the narrative, even though sometimes they will still complete a boss fight. This tends to be, in a lot of ways, a game that feels a little spiteful towards players. Mostly because this is a game that's really trying to figure out how it feels about players, and to an extension, it's Kojima trying to figure that out. And after making so many Metal Gear games, especially Metal Gear Solid 1, which is partially about how much it actually sucks to be an action hero, and a lot of people walked away from that going, well, wow, gosh, Solid Snake is the coolest person. Metal Gear Solid 2 sort of comes back and says, no, part of the lesson there was missed, which I think is very interesting. And a lot of that's going to come from the game's biggest twist, the thing that players rebelled against the most, which is eventually not playing as Solid Snake, but playing as Raiden. And I'll talk about Raiden when we get to him, but I think he's actually maybe one of the best things the series has done. I think he was really necessary to include within the series. But for now, the tanker chapter does a couple things. First off, it provides like a micro version of a Metal Gear story with some changes. So we get the insertion, we get the sneaking, we even technically get a final quote-unquote boss fight against a Metal Gear. But then the final conclusion of that's going to be undercut by the narrative itself, which sort of sets the tone for what the game wants to do, what it will keep on doing in small moments and in large moments. But in order for the rug to be pulled out from underneath the feet of players, you need to set up the room. So right now this is setting up the room. This is the game that everybody thought they were going to get. And truth be told, you only get it for like an hour or maybe two. As a heads up, it's been a little while since I've played this. The control schemes in these games are really complicated, at least in early Metal Gear. To shoot a gun takes a lot of, or at least to shoot guns in first person the way that you want, takes a lot of different inputs on the controller. So there might be a couple of clumsy moments, but I think we'll do okay because I know this game essentially backwards and forwards.
Loud and clear.
Ah, Snake.
Kept you
I'm at
waiting,
the
huh?
sneak point.
I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
Stealth camo's
Stealth
busted.
camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Turn up the volume for
I didn't
me.
plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad. is it?
Privacy guaranteed.
Privacy guaranteed.
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that
A
thing
reference
you
to the
make
crap in Metal Gear
Yet
Solid
I
1.
can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
So,
Mailing's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch
a lot of the
with
structure of this chapter
Diverting
also
towards
means
yes,
denying the player familiar
Get the
elements
message.
that they had during
Someone
Metal
will
Gear
find
Solid
out, sooner or later. She's better
initially.
off assuming it's sooner
Means
than
reducing the
waiting
size of your
second.
codec team,
True. Okay,
means
Snake, let's get to work.
adjusting how
Specs of Metal Gear were sold
your
on the
tools
black
are
market
presented,
after
the amount of
Shadow
tools that you
All
have.
Ocelot's doing.
And then we get into a major
Now
point,
every
which
state,
is
group, and .com has its own
because
version
this
of
is a game
Metal
about
Gear.
information more than it is
Exactly.
actually a game
Classified
about
weapon for
military
today's
technology,
nuclear powers.
This new
which is
one
to
seems
say that
be
it's a
designed to
game
wipe the floor with all the other models.
about
The only consistent description
information
is that it's an
control,
amphibious anti-Metal Gear
and information
Why this one is under
warfare.
Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The thing that we're doing here is not destroying a Metal Gear, but we're taking photos of it to upload to the internet. Which is interesting because that process will still be functionally similar to the actual process that we did when we fought Metal Gear
I want you
Rex
first to go up to the top level of
in
the infrastructure. to the
Metal Gear
bridge.
Solid 1.
We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
We'll see that when it actually happens, but it's the notion that the camera interface is essentially the same interface as the Stinger missile, and we're still looking for quote-unquote weak points on a Metal Gear, but we're just taking pictures,
I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge.
which will be
ASAP.
good.
Try
Good
to
stuff.
avoid confrontations.
Little touches like that are very good. Oh, somebody in chat says, brother. Hey, if you keep on trying to post links in chat, Mubot's just gonna, not to take away from our commentary, because this is a live stream, our chatbot's gonna mostly stop you from posting links.
Anti-Metal Gear organization
As
and
a
officially
heads up,
recognized by the UN.
our chatbot is a little
Still
strict.
fringe, Otacon.
There's good reason for that. People sometimes hop into chat and write
All right,
different
let's
things.
look at your
So
gear.
here's an interesting
Your weapon
moment,
is a tranquilizer gun converted from
which
a
is an
Beretta
inversion of what's
M92F.
happening in Metal Gear Solid, which is Metal Gear Solid is a game about SOP, right? The standard operational procedures of sneak missions are procure your items on site
You can take down an elephant.
to pick them up,
Check out the laser sighting too.
and
The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending
OSP,
on
SOP.
the body is hit.
And
We're
here
talking
you
about
actually
in terms
start
of
with a
tens
gun,
of seconds
which is a
before
small
getting
inversion
chest
from Metal Gear
or
Solid
head.
1.
As for the
Another important thing to note here
Hey,
is
Snake,
that
cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky
when
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have
if you go through this cutscene, small little trivia fact,
Here's the digital
if you go
camera.
through this cutscene and
Works
allow
almost the same way as
Snake to
your
shoot
old
the
one.
pistol, you start off with one less tranquilizer round inside your pistol. If you skip the cutscene, you actually keep the extra round. One thing that Metal Gear Solid 2 is going to do a lot, and one of the reasons that people
Hey,
tend to call
where's
it
the
quote-unquote one of
These are
the
nice,
first
upstanding
postmodern
green
games,
terrorists.
even though all games are technically postmodern,
Sure.
in the sense that we're very aware of their artifice.
Hurt anyone.
This is a game that's going to call attention to the artifice of its space a lot.
Absolutely.
You can see that in sort of the example I'm talking about here, where you have less ammo if you let a cutscene play. It's going to be an important part of how we handle reloading in this game. Tactical reloading, which is just
Those men.
equipping and unequipping your gun so it instantly has a full magazine or clip or whatever. There are gun enthusiasts who will pop into chat and tell me the difference. Give you full ammo, right? These are things that we take for granted in the space of Metal Gear Solid because
This
they've
ship should have
been
discharged its cargo upriver.
sort of mechanics
No doubt about
that have been present since at least Metal Gear Solid, and now they're present here.
That's SOP for counter
And we presume that those things are just natural, when in reality, the minute that you sort of investigate them and say, wow, if I just unequip and re-equip my gun, I have full ammo, that makes no goddamn sense.
the entrance to the hold.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is a game that is very concerned about the idea that a lot of things don't make sense,
The chopper.
to the point that when that framework starts to break apart near the end of the game, all the things that you counted on as being reliable start to become false. Most famously, the breakdown with your codec crew in Arsenal gear, specifically the Colonel. We will get there.
Looks like we're not the only ones after
I'll
Metal
have plenty of stuff to talk about during the stream.
Chopper I just heard?
If people are like, why are you talking over cutscenes? The nice thing about this game is that the subtitles are huge, which is great.
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over
Otacon.
a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
Little touches there that talk about the nature of information, right? The tanker is run by computer mostly, this idea of automation, of weapons becoming less and less personal. This is also why drones are such a thing in this game. even before drones were a thing that we were really talking about publicly.
No ring barber touched that.
I like the fact that he realizes that Gurlukovich is Russian because of his haircut. That's bullshit. If you skip this cutscene, by the way, so Snake takes a picture here. This is another example of what happens
I'm on it.
of the game's artifice kind of shifting. I believe if you skip that cutscene so that Snake does not take that picture, it doesn't show up in your camera roll.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now.
Which I think is pretty interesting.
K60 Kasatka.
So Snake just has like all these different super cool like special ops like knowledge moments that he can't really have. And he only has them because the
Not necessarily.
artificial nature of the game kind of assumes that he has it, right? Part of the way that we
Snake. All we need is the
accept
photographic
Snake
evidence of Metal
as
Gear.
a
As long as
super
we have
soldier
those, we can put it online and blow
isn't
the
just
whole
his
thing
ability,
wide open. So no
but also his
pyrotechnics,
knowledge.
Okay?
All right.
He knows things that we don't, so therefore he must be more
This isn't
skilled.
like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The
141.12.
141.12.
How can I check in and save my
This
progress?
is the same save
The
frequency
set
throughout
aside
most
for
of the
it.
games.
140.96.
I
Sorry,
forget
but
what
I'm
if it
late
was the
this
same during Metal
time. Call me
Gear
on the Kotaku when you want to
2.
save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just
been
past the Verrazano Bridge.
A long
Off that
time
ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
since, well, not that long, but we played Metal Gear 2 like 6 months ago or something. So here, the tank chapter. Tank chapter is doing a couple things, and a lot of what it's doing is it's incorporating a lot more of the textural elements that start to complicate Metal Gear games. One thing that Metal Gear games do a lot to add complication or difficulty to their gameplay is they start to add different amounts of texture, by which I mean things that you interact with in the world. So here, for instance, Snake, you know, leaving footprints when he's wet, or, you know, later on being able to shoot pipes and having the steam burst. Also, weird textural elements like this. I could, for instance, because this game is very odd, smooch that girl. Plays into some of Kojima's less flattering gender politics, but again, another piece of texture in the game world. And the tank chapter tends to incorporate a lot of those things much better than the plant. Like, the plant doesn't have as many opportunities to implement those things because the space is larger, generally speaking. So shooting in this game is not great. One thing we can do is this, though, right? In fact, let's do it. So you see how he... So one thing that happens here is something that we actually see later on in Arsenal Gear, but we don't pay attention to, is the fact that when we shoot that, we actually see it on the radar from the perspective of the guard, which is kind of strange. In that sense. This is textural too, glass that can break. This is another element that people made a big fuss of back in the day. Let's see, hopefully these guys won't wake up. But if you look at the ice cubes, they're actually going to start to melt a little. Right? Useless bits of texture. See how they get smaller and smaller? Useless bits of texture that nevertheless add a certain degree of validity to the world, and a couple things we can interact with. I'm just grabbing extra rations to be safe. I don't think I'll need them, but we'll go from there. There's actually a place up here where you can just run. Oh yeah, so here's another texture thing, the shadow. Big deal at the time. Enemies have shadows.
Freeze.
Another thing, being able to interact with them this way.
Don't kill me.
To get dog tags and things like that. Enemies that react to you in specific ways. information in the game world that you can use beyond just your radar, although the radar's always kind of been a problem for the series in the sense that for Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2, when you have the radar on, you mostly are paying attention to the radar as opposed to anything else. There's actually a weird spot here where you can just run underneath the camera. I don't trust myself to be able to do that right now because I haven't done like a speed run of this game for too long. So I'm just gonna sneak underneath it normal. And then, yeah, we just get up top, we're gonna do the Olga fight, and the tanker chapter is really short. So I need this guy gone. This is not quite what I wanted. I'm gonna do... Please pick him up. I'm gonna do this. I'd rather play safe right now than do anything too serious, although that actually starts to wake them up a little bit. But the thing I actually want to do here is this, which is knock on the wall. And if you would equip and unequip the gun, you actually crawl faster. The first frame of picking up the gun, you actually move a little bit faster, which is kind of funny. But that's an easier way to sneak around there. On certain difficulties, you can get the guard before they go into the cafeteria, and then you can just tap the wall and go underneath. I think that happens on hard mode and higher. Although sometimes there tends to be another guard that comes out from the pantry area. I forget all the guard positions. And really, there's a couple of chances during this playthrough that we're going to trigger alarms. This is not going to be a perfect playthrough at any, by any particular means. And in fact, I think my Olga fight's going to be pretty sloppy. There's some cool stuff you can do during the Olga fight, particularly when she tries to shoot the spotlight. If you interrupt her while she's shooting the spotlight, she just keeps on trying to shoot the spotlight again, so you can get her into like an infinite loop where you can just keep on shooting her in her head. How average long does it take me to complete or play through like a rank of this? If I'm skipping cutscenes, not that long. 2 to 4 hours, right? With cutscenes, this is going to be longer, considerably. And then, big boss ranks, I think the limitation's like 2.5 hours or something. You have to play through it with only a certain amount of saves. I forget the big boss requirements for this game. I used to do big boss stuff and like Foxhound ranks, and I don't really like doing that anymore because I've gotten older and tired and worse at games.
35 degrees longitude.
The hardest big boss rank is
more than 500 miles off
Metal Gear Solid 4. That game's just really hard to do.
So
am I going to be watching all the cutscenes on this playthrough? Yeah, I am.
Basically combat worthy. That area is outside
we're playing
the Second
all of
Fleet's
it.
operational range, too. It must be a standalone
Just because
marine
I'm going to be doing
which means this
my next part of the
prototype
retrospective on
military
this, which
designed
means
for
I need
independent
to...
deployment without any naval assistance. Anyway,
The thing that you do when you really want to critique a game is you engage with every aspect of it. And in like an ideal world, I'd be engaging with every aspect of it for like days. I would just be doing like days and days of playthroughs. Can't really do that. But we can still do other stuff. There should be bullets over here? Yeah. Oh no, they're USP bullets. That's bullshit. Is this the HD collection? It is. I have my PlayStation 2 here, and I thought about using my PlayStation 2. But this is ultimately just the easier way to do it, and there's not enough significant differences between the original and the HD version to really make me feel like, oh, the original is
Control room,
the essential version for me to play.
under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold.
So probably not going to do great in this Olga fight, but,
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the
This is a land of opportunity.
People's pilot.
he's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave.
No, it's
No,
not over yet.
Not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me that you...
Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
Do not worry. This is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my...
I need y'all to understand that I could quote this entire script if I really, really wanted to. Along with a lot of the optional dialogue, but I'm not gonna. Because where's the fun in that? Oh my gosh. No, that's not the point of this. So the Olga fight, it's not really a remix of anything particular, but it is kind of an inversion of your initial meeting with Meryl, especially because technically within the fiction, I think what they're implying is that when Snake first sees Olga, he almost confuses her for Meryl, which is not the best. Like, there's that there's always a little idea of interchangeability of women in Metal Gear games that I don't really like. I'm not going to do a lot of gender politics here lest people on the internet eat me alive, but that tends to be a thing.
We have no mats.
But in terms of being a remix from Metal Gear Solid, it's an inversion of your initial meeting with Meryl in the sense that your initial meeting with Meryl is a cooperative meeting. You team up and you defeat the genome soldiers that attack. Here, you you have a boss fight with the woman instead. Right?
Toss it overboard.
A lot of what Metal Gear Solid 2 will do is it will take
Hold that position.
the structures of Metal Gear Solid and it tends to do the opposite or deny players certain things. For instance, we're never going to fight the cyborg ninja, even though there is a cyborg ninja.
It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
And then the Olga fight is more just a matter of, yeah, it's part of a texture thing. It's a part of a thing that shows like, hey, you can shoot a couple things to
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
interact with things even in
You a Spetsnaz?
boss fights.
I think we deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that
But it's
shot.
also about spatial stuff.
But no one gets lucky twice, either.
So a lot of what Metal Gear really is I'm doing a couple of texture things here, which is you can lean in this game in a way that you couldn't before.
I've been with the unit since I was born.
You can stand on your tippy toes. You can do a couple other things. I can show that off later.
The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except
You don't always have the angle that you want.
nothing else matters to me.
Take your head out, please. Oh, how'd she hit me there when I didn't hit her?
You are. You're not stopping us.
Aiming in this game is very odd, though. So I'm wondering. So here's a texture thing, which is you can shoot this. And then she'll probably go to the spotlight. Oh, I can't. Oh, well, that's bullshit. I wanted to get her before she did that. One solution is to just shoot it out, obviously. But if you time it right, you get to kind of get her in this infinite loop. It's really good for big boss attempts. I'm not really doing any headshot stuff here, by the way. You can see me doing the active reload. Aiming in this game is such a pain in the ass. It really is a thing where you do it by, like, increments. You can see how, like, I adjust my aim ever so slightly. And no, the music here is not the same as the music in other boss fights. Snake's music during the tanker chapter, especially in boss fights, tends to be a little bit more evocative of Metal Gear Solid 1. Once we hit the plant chapter is when we start getting a lot more of the techno stuff, partially because that chapter is more completely leaning into the themes of like information control, also because it helps the game differentiate Snake and Raiden a little bit. Little underrated thing about the game, right? That's the composer, Harry Gregson Williams, actually doing something really neat. Something I think is completely intentional on the part of the game. I think this, in a lot of ways, is a pretty intentional game, so...
Cypher.
And yeah, now we get the thing that actually undoes Snake here is not like a villain, it's like getting caught on camera.
The men have Russian gear.
Wasn't Twin Snakes a retelling of 1 and 2, just the first game?
I know who
And
they are.
it basically takes all the mechanics from
Who is he?
Sergei
this game
Gerlovich.
and puts them into the space of Metal Gear Solid 1. I actually have my copy of Twin Snakes right here.
Yeah.
I can touch it with my hands, you can't see
He's
it.
the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after
And one
Metal
of the
Gear.
problems of that game is that you can't just take the mechanics of one game and put it into the space of another game.
I saw a
That's
surveillance
like
remote just now. It looked like the
like
Cypher.
Shadow Moses is not built for first-person aiming,
Army.
even taking into account like the integral version of the game and things like that. It's just not built for it. So the idea that you can aim really far away and destroy cameras, or stand in place and just shoot
There's something I have to
Ocelot in the face instead of doing
We didn't dig
all
up
the
the
chasing back and forth during
Gear on
his
our own.
boss
Not
fight.
like usual.
How did
Twin
you
Snakes
find
is very
out?
interesting, but ultimately it's a very easy game, even on the higher difficulties.
Anonymous. You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister.
We
a
will talk about
stepsister. We
Emma
have different
Emmerich at some
parents.
point.
I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never
Boy,
mentioned
that's
her
a whole
before. So,
can of
The sender
worms.
of the tip was EE.
E.E.
Emma
Her
Emmerich.
name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out
You know what I
here?
like about this game?
After I got the
This
tip, I
this is
did
like my
look
favorite
into the
version of
system to
Otacon,
get confirmation.
where he's just like
Okay.
clearly very
Watch
comfortable.
your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP.
I like
can
it.
take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines.
It's such a small thing to talk about, but I really
Don't raise
I
too
like
much
how
racket with
comfortable
that thing.
Snake and Otacon are with each other in this game. I think there's actually a better rapport here than Metal Gear Solid 4 even, which is ultimately a very clumsy game. There's a lot of optional dialogue here if you talk to Otacon here. Yeah, there's like some texture stuff. Snake's like, oh, she looks just like an angel, and you're like, dude, calm down. So this is a clear save file, so we gotta head up here, which is because we can get the suppressor for the USP. Something I recommend people do, like, don't just do have a clear save file if you're gonna do like a big boss rank thing or something, so you can have the USP suppressor. Just makes sneaking a little easier. It's a texture thing again. Talking in the terms of James Howell, we're just playing on normal. It is a gesture in the direction of increased player responsibility for like weapon condition, is what he says, which is to say that eventually players are going to get to engage with their weapons in a much more like intimate and complicated nature. Starts to be like that in Metal Gear Solid 3, gets there further in 4, and eventually in 5. That's another example of texture. I'm grabbing this box just in case. Oh no, it's the wet box, that's right. But it's kind of odd, right? Because what the game doesn't really allow you to do is to really engage more meaningfully with some of those textures. Right, like once I put on my suppressor, I can't take it off. The game, to a large extent, kind of handles the process of being like a super cool, sneaky soldier for me. So we do this. This is why I want the suppressor. And then we can just get the fuck out of here. Oh, I forgot that that guy's here. In an ideal world, yeah, we'll just use this. This is why I picked up the chaff anyway. I should have tossed it sooner. Somebody is messaging me on Discord. On a speed run, it saves time. On higher, if you're doing like a ranked run, you can only shoot. You can only shoot cameras a certain amount of times. I forget the exact amount of time. But you can't shoot them.
Freeze.
Whoa. Kicked that up a little bit. You can only destroy like maybe 3 or 4. I forget. Which way are we going again? The tanker hold. Which is this way. We have to go back into this room. Yep, that's it. Oh, dude, the railing got in my way, which is stupid. Is it this way or this way? I think it's this way. No, that's where we came from. Wait, what? It's this way. Totally forget which way I'm going here. Is it this way? It's one of the two. Oh, this is one of the dudes who smells like he's covered in gross shit. Is it this one or is it the other side? Totally forget. I stay here, the flies. Oh no, it's the other side. You can tell it's been a little while since I've played this game, because otherwise I'd be beelining it to where I gotta go. But it's down here, which is good. Stun grenades, useful for the quote-unquote boss fight coming up ahead. Chaff grenades affect the entire area that you're in. What is this my favorite of the series? Yeah, absolutely. Super good game.
Raven.
Huh? Raven? Another like cutesy example of subversion. Of repeating elements from Metal Gear and then kind of presenting them in diminished ways. Of course you're not fighting Vulcan Raven again. And then what we gotta do here is he gonna fall over? I forgot. No, he's fine. One thing we can do here is... Oh man, what's the whole nature of our situation here? There's this guy down here. If you crash into the guy up here the right way, you can actually, I think, get him to examine up top. Doesn't quite work there. The grip level, a thing that never really matters. Does the ice get refilled if you go back to the bar? I think it might. Don't remember. He might see me. No, he doesn't. I just forget how much time you actually have to move in certain areas. This is me doing a little bit of those texture things. I'm standing up on my tippy toes there. Tranquilizer makes this a little easier. But you see, I can lean, and then if I hit both, I go up on my toes to get me a little bit of extra height. And then the gun is pressure sensitive, so I have to take my fingers off the square button a little lightly to do what I want to do. I think that guy's below me, so I'm fine. Yeah. I'm going to show you a little something here about the space of cutscenes and gameplay being a little fuzzy. When you head up here, a guy comes in. If you wait here, he'll just talk on the radio. But if you just have him walk in and you skip the cutscene, you can shoot him in the head before he does that. nice, easy way to deal with a guard when a cutscene would actually kind of prevent you from doing it. Here you just gotta destroy all these. I think there's a way to get thermal goggles. Totally forget though. And then of course texture again, you can pull out your cigarettes to see the lasers,
Snake, wait! Don't move!
which is pretty good.
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Semtex.
Let me guess. Semtex.
C4.
Exactly. Plastic
Just C4.
explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors.
Oh,
Looks like
I
I'll
can't
have
do
to
it.
find
Ugh.
another way.
No need
No,
to
shoot the
worry.
things.
There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing?
The
with
camera
green lights
here
right next to
in the Kodak
explosives?
does kind of the same
That's
thing
the control unit for the sensors.
that the camera on the
Destroy that,
Soliton
and the
radar does
sensors
when
stop
you shoot
functioning.
certain things. It
You
just
can't
shows
get
you
in close
perspectives
enough to touch it,
of
so
things
you'll
that
have to
Snake
shoot
would
it.
not have a perspective of.
But the M9's knockout rounds
The
won't
Kodak
work.
itself being like this really
USP
liminal
pickups
space
do
that the
the
game
trick.
actually
Use that
treats
gun.
as such a little bit. They're like, hey, we can't, let's not talk. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Thank you, we should be fine. Yep, cool. By which I mean the game, like, they go into codec spaces a lot because characters are like, let's not get eavesdropped on, so let's go into this random space. Yeah, the jargon is that it vibrates the inner bone of your ears, so only you can hear it. But within the game itself, it's like the construct, the artifice of the game itself. It's kind of interesting to have the game be like, let's go to our private space, even though people could like walk right up on us. Happens during the Ames conversation and a couple times with, or at least one time with the Cyborg Ninja. This is one of the spaces where texture exists a little bit more. You can shoot the pipes. The lights matter here a little bit more. This guy's headphones matter. Like, he can't hear you. And then also when you pull out your USP, the light comes up. Doesn't really do too much. I'm on a DS3 right now for my controller. Isn't there a ghost here? There's a couple ghosts if you take pictures in the right places. Did we get any more M9 bullets? We should be fine here. Yeah, you can't intimidate the headphones guy unless you're like right in front of him. Well, you're not supposed to take the codec space literally, right? Like I said, it's like a liminal, like artificial space. So the idea that somehow the world stops and you can have a conversation on your codec is just this another data point in the idea of this game being a game about games and game spaces. I use the word game there a lot. Right, just a game that's very aware of its artifice and kind of refers back to it a lot. I don't think that necessarily makes this game more postmodern or like specially self-referential than other games in the series, because this is something that the series has been doing forever, because you have characters who are like, press X in order to roll on your knees, Snake, or whatever. There's been a series that's blurred those lines. But here some of those spaces become a little less abstract and become something that kind of intrude upon the space of the world. Codec spaces just being these spaces where
Colonel, we have sealed the
you're in a
hatch.
cutscene and trapped in cutscene limbo.
The lift is also under our control.
This is
Sir, the Marine commander has started.
Yeah,
his
so that's
already.
right too. It kind of refers back to some of the way that Snatcher handled conversations.
All communications to the halls have been severed. No one
What
is
system
aware
am I
of
playing this? I'm playing the remastered version on my PS3 right now. So it's a really good remaster. It's Blue Point. They also have one for Metal Gear Solid 3, which I'll eventually play if I make it that far to do a retrospective on Metal Gear Solid 3. Who knows what's going to happen in my life? Which is fine.
Yes, sir.
This is essentially going to be a remix of a type of fight that we see in every game in the series. In Metal Gear, there's a fight against 4 soldiers, just Outer Heaven soldiers, in a room randomly. In Metal Gear 2, it's a fight on an elevator. And then... Oh, you fucker. Dude, don't do that. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually doing that trick from before where I'm standing on my knees, and then like when somebody is shooting at me, if I want to go down, I just go down like that and I have a little bit more cover. It doesn't really matter too much in this fight, but you know, we might be getting to the point where everybody rushes at me anyway. Yeah. It's like, so that doesn't matter. I can waste ammo there. Non-lethal run? No, it's just easier to use your M9 in like pretty much every scenario in this game. Right, headshots are lethal with any weapon, but it's inherently suppressed. Even if you hit like a body shot, if you're in cover enough, like the tranquilizer will kick in and knock them out. So I won't be doing a completely non-lethal run necessarily, but I will be using the M9 pretty much more than any other weapon, which is good. Really fun. We're going to be playing this game for like 8 hours, so I hope you don't get sick of my commentary. Somebody in chat says, oh, I love your commentary. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that Twin Snakes becomes easier, is because you gain access to the M9 really early. Or you can, depending on your difficulty. And it's a suppressed weapon. And in Metal Gear Solid, suppressed weapons are, like, it's really stingy about giving you suppressed weapons. Like, you get the not the M9, excuse me,
We thought you were with the colonel.
the SOCOM if you go inside the truck or underneath the truck at the start when you're on the helipad heading into Shadow Moses. But I don't think you get the suppressor until you have like the level 2 or level 3 card and you go back into the tank hangar and it's on the 2nd floor, I think. Either that or I'm getting that confused with the thermal goggles. But it's behind a locked door. You don't get it for a while in Metal Gear Solid, but in Twin Snakes, depending on your difficulty, you get the M9 pretty quickly, and the M9 is automatically suppressed. Metal Gear Solid 3 kind of comments on this later. If you play on very easy, you get a gun called the EZ gun, which is a tranquilizer gun, which might have unlimited ammo, I forget, but it's inherently suppressed as well. So, kind of a commentary on the M9 from the previous game.
Recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
Is the goal to beat it today? Yeah, we will beat it today.
If they get
This will
Metal
only
Gear,
take me
we're
like
going right off the
8
fringe.
hours, 10 hours. So not too much. It's on the 1st floor in the tank hangar, yeah.
The men down here are definitely
That's right.
Marines.
I know it's in the tank hangar, I always forget which one it is. So that means that the thermal goggles are
They
in
have
the
no way of knowing
2nd
when the
floor.
ship's been taken over.
This is an interesting scenario where
The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see
you have some more textural elements, like the
I'll have to go around
the lights from the projectors and things that you can hit, and a couple different routes, which is kind of cool. And then this is just an interesting scenario where getting spotted actually just gives you an instant game over, which I think is very fun. There's a couple different routes you can go through here. I'm going to take what is essentially the easiest route, which is to crawl underneath everybody through a couple of
Use
vents.
this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear.
But you can go all
prototype.
sorts of places.
Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government.
This is such a good idea for a stream. Well, I'm gonna... So I'm working on a big piece of, like, cultural criticism right now. And then I'm going to do my retrospective of Metal Gear Solid 2, which means I'm going to have to take, like,
on the body of Metal Gear.
2 or 3 days of just
Someone try
writing
explaining away a clear shot
a
of that.
much better version of this commentary and like a much more focused version of analyzing this game. Thankfully, I've done it for 3 other
Spit it out. I'm used to
games
things
prior
going
to
wrong.
this, and I've also written a
Looks like
book
someone's
on
monitoring our
Metal
transmission.
Gear Rising, so I have a lot of experience
I don't have a clue.
picking apart Metal
All they're
Gear.
doing is watching. It would creep me out less.
Metal
if they
Gear,
tried
a
to
series
interfere
that
with
is complete
communications.
bullshit,
Could it have something to
and
do
which I
with the
love
cycle
dearly.
song?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption
A series
protocol
I
for our voice
take
transmission.
seriously
What I
in
wanna
spite
do is
of
use a different method for sending
every
the photos
single
just in case.
insistence from
Kodak?
every single insistence from the broader series that I should
There's a
ditch this
workstation in the
trash.
southeast corner of the block
I'm
where
playing
Metal
on
Gear is
PS3.
housed.
I'll say it a couple times.
I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
And to be clear, there's some things about the series that I think are.
I hitched a ride on Link 16. into
This is a
US
term that the
military
internet hates to hear
proprietary
too.
network. Managed to get into
Problematic.
that workstation
There's some
and
things in
wrote
this series that are like
system
ferociously,
software so I could remote install a little app I
horrendously,
wrote.
horrendously,
Anything that
to
complicated.
just say random
No, it's
words
pretty simple,
and
really.
fake words.
Look, all you have to
Just
do is
bad
stand
and
in front of the
problematic
machine,
and not good.
push the action button.
Usually involving
The app
women.
will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera.
Right,
Split the
and you
files
gotta
encrypt them
mess with
individually.
it. You kind of have to
Masquerade as
Okay.
right.
So
An
all
important
I have
thing
to do
about
is
playing
push the
any
action
game,
button in front of the
including
machine
games that you
once I have
love,
the pictures, right?
is acknowledging that you can have multiple feelings about a game at the same time,
And one more thing.
and that some of those feelings can
already
be
begun his speech,
in
but you need to get the
contrast
pictures
to each
before he's
other
done
or completely
talking.
contradictory
Otherwise
with
they'll
each other.
spot you, okay?
How much time do I
So,
have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text. of that
like,
speech.
I can
I'd say you
acknowledge
have 7
certain
more
things about
minutes.
Metal Gear that I
Or
think
if
are
he
very
throws in a
smart,
joke or two.
and certain things about Metal Gear that I think, in isolation,
Just the photos,
are
okay?
almost damning enough
I
to
won't be making any sudden
really
but that
like,
doesn't
I
mean
wouldn't
we can just let Metal Gear
begrudge
cut
anybody
down.
for
Okay.
abandoning the series for not
first
wanting
the
to put up with
photos.
it.
All right. We'll deal with the rest. when
Right,
we
and
get
those
there.
two impulses, me saying here are things that I love or games that I love, and also things that I hate about them, they're not in contest with each other. Right, I think there's a notion sometimes in fandom or just in video games culture at large that you like something or you hate something, and that's not true. Like, relationships with games need to be complicated, right? They need to be multifaceted and layered and kind of strange. So my pathway through here is going to be a little boring. Like I said, because I'm streaming, I'm taking like some safe routes. And this is like one of the safest, right? Is just to not worry about the guards and go under. Which is, you know, great. How would I rank the games of the series? Jesus. 2, 3. So I'll just do Metal Gear Solids and Peace Walker. 2, 3. Solid. Is this when he drops the... No, he doesn't drop the thing yet. 2, 3 solid.
Closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
Peace Walker 4, 5? That's me being really arbitrary. I think I like Metal Gear Solid 5 a lot, but boy, that game's a mess. And there are certain things I like about Metal Gear Solid 4 a lot, but my general impression of Metal Gear Solid 4 is that it's a game that's tearing itself apart in order to please its fans. Which that's never good.
Balance of power will meet.
Right, that game is tugging between two extremes, which is a desire to end the series because, like, Kojima just doesn't want to make fucking Metal Gear games anymore. And also this impulse to kind of wrap everything up in, like, a neat bow and, like, canon doesn't matter. Canon, like, nerds care so much about canon. Or like what official timelines are, or like how everything's connected. This is why we have people who give a shit about the Knights of Ren in Star Wars, when who the fuck cares about the Knights of Ren? What are you talking about? Right? So, like, you shouldn't care. This guy's gonna drop a clip. I gotta wait for him to not be looking, or else I get a game over. I can see him on the radar up top. I gotta wait for him to go away. Cool, we're good.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Right, and that's not to say that I don't understand people who wanted a better explanation, or like a quote-unquote better explanation, or a literal explanation of who the Patriots were or something. But the point of the Patriots in this game is not that they're literal people. They're a rhetorical device to talk about like certain notions of American exceptionalism, certain ideas of information and censorship. Do I think Kojima has evolved and improved at all with regards to gender, race over the course of the series? Not really. No. In fact, in some ways, he gets more explicitly worse. I know it's like trite to complain about Quiet, but Quiet's like super fucked up for 9 different reasons. And it's not just her outfit. I don't care if somebody's like scantily clad in a game. I really don't. But like her entire story is about her shutting up so that a man can be happy and secure or whatever, right? I don't think that's an intentional thing on Kojima's part, but it happens. Remember that 2 of the major characters in Death Stranding, a game that I love, one is called Fragile, and one is called Mama. So, you know, that's how that works out. It's a little, it's not great. A little imperfect. Ground Zeroes, boy, I hate Ground Zeroes. I'm wondering if I ever get that far, depending on what happens in my life, in the course of trying to finish this retrospective, if I do a separate thing for Ground Zeroes, because I think Ground Zeroes is fucking garbage. Really. We should be able to do something fun here, which is see Ocelot.
Worse yet.
And then when we look back again, he's gone.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age.
I got here fast enough, so that guy's in his boxers.
New model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray.
So hey, we're gonna talk about this for a second too.
Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave
Oh
the magic.
fuck, there's a dude here?
With this latest Metal Gear, we could rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his
don't remember
presidency
that at
in
all.
the aftermath of Shadow Moses.
Let's go this way.
The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and Next Generation.
Or is that the
nuclear
camera
warriors.
guy? I don't...
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover.
I don't remember this
influence in the
room
political community.
entirely.
The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability.
So when I say that we have a final boss fight here against a Metal Gear, what I mean is that we have all the mechanical things that we would do against the Metal Gear, except in a different context. So what we are doing is aiming our camera, which essentially emulates
We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces.
the mechanics of firing a Stinger missile launcher.
That is our mission. You will bear that in mind.
Oh, he's on the second floor. Except we're actually using it for a camera. Yeah, I got here so fast that everybody's in their underwear, by the way.
Let's stretch those neck muscles again.
Let's wait here, because he's going to do that. What triggers the pantsless guards? Just getting here fast enough.
Right.
Intruder to the left.
Down.
I should be fine.
Right.
But yes.
Down.
What we're doing here is,
Front.
we are essentially
Down.
mechanically doing the same thing that we did fighting Metal Gear Rex, which is going into a first-person view with a very similar interface to the Stinger missile, finding the quote-unquote weak points,
Getting back to the
of
topic.
a Metal Gear, taking pictures of them, or like hitting the same button, which is square, to either fire a missile or take a picture. So we get our final boss fight against a Metal Gear, although it is not
Control national affairs to suit its
quite
own
the way that you would expect.
Metal
Where
Gear
can
Ray
I...
bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plan to
Where's the
guide
part
this
which
nation
says
back to
Marines?
its original path.
There we go.
This exercise is but a first step towards
Whoa, somebody nailed me in the chat. Kotaku, more like shit-taku.
rests with you.
Oh no. I'm never gonna recover.
Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render
I'm gonna go home and cry right now and end the stream.
There are also
So there we go, that's the tank chapter. Or tanker chapter. And now we get all this stuff. But yeah, the way that we defeat a Metal Gear in this game is by information. And even then we don't win because information is turned against us. One thing to note about Metal Gear Ray that's super important. This is a game fundamentally about destroying the model and expectations of the older game. So the Metal Gear we have in this game is a anti-Metal Gear. It's a Metal Gear that destroys other Metal Gears. The nature of a Metal Gear in each game and the ways that we like fight with them or like interact with them tend to be intentionally or not referentially, they like point back to what the game is about. Metal Gear Solid is a game about
So, any codec moments from you,
sort of
Snake?
technology starting to
The
supplant
first image is...
human will
Don't
and
send
things
me
like that.
creepy
So we have
stuff
Metal Gear
like
Solid,
this. What if I get
and so
possessed
we
or
have Metal
something?
Gear Ray,
Sorry, but
which is
this
just like
doesn't
this
work.
monster
I hate to
that we
ask,
fight.
but can you try again?
Here we have a game that's about
And the next one is...
Metal Gear
You're a pretty good photographer.
kind
We
of
can
like
definitely
undoing
use this
itself
left
and
shot.
examining itself and destroying itself. So we have a Metal Gear that destroys itself.
Next image is...
Metal Gear Solid 3,
Okay, this
we
works.
have
It's a great front
the
view.
we have the Shagohod.
What's next?
It doesn't have legs, so it's not really
Okay,
Metal
that's
Gear.
good. The shot
That
from the
game's about
right is
progress
in
and
the back.
ideology, so one of the ways that we fight that Metal Gear and we stop it is by
And the
shooting
next
its
one
treads
is-
and halting its progress. I'm pulling some
This is
shit out of my
great.
ass, but I
Marine
swear it
lettering
makes
shows
sense.
up really well.
And then Metal Gear Solid 4,
Okay,
like I said, is a
now
game
we have
about
all the
canon
photos.
battling itself, right?
Snake, the speech is
And
about
like
to
the series
wind up.
pulling itself in multiple
Forget
different
the
directions.
photos and get out of
So
there now.
not only do you get the big boss fight that players want, which is like two Metal Gears fighting each other, but you get like two pieces of series iconography just like vying for supremacy and like destroying themselves in the process of having whatever discussion or dialogue that game wants to have. Right? So the fans get the thing they want, but it's still kind of in a poisonous context. Y'all can enjoy these cutscenes for a second. I'm gonna get water. You can enjoy Revolver Ocelot being fantastic. This is maybe the best that Patrick Zimmerman ever was at this role.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back.
And I'm back. Hello. Wow, they're just standing there for a while. And then Gurlukovich shows up. What was I gonna say about this? First off, that it's just really good tension and stuff. Really good spy thriller stuff that you think is gonna go one way and then it doesn't.
Nobody move.
Am I going to stream any of the other Metal Gear Solid games? If you look in our archives, I have a full stream of Metal Gear Solid where I didn't play as well as I like, but I still played through the whole game, so you can watch that. What I like about this moment, by the way, is that for a while it seems like it's going to be all about that like cool geopolitics stuff that people think makes these games really serious and mature, and instead all that geopolitics stuff
This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key
falls
structure
apart and
points.
it gets replaced
Blow
with
it
like the
out of the water
Patriots and all
at the
that
touch of this
shit.
button.
Right, people were, I think a lot of people with the first Metal Gear Solid at the time were like, oh, it's referring to real life politics. This is back when people didn't think that politics was a dirty word necessarily. They were like, oh, it's like political and talking back to things, and that's really adult. And here, all that like spy thriller nation state stuff fades away and gets replaced with like the weirdest fucking shit. This is when we're finally gonna get Liquid back as well. And also, this starts a key component for this game, which is even when the player succeeds, they tend to fail.
What do you intend to do with Gray?
When they win boss fights, they tend to not really win the boss fights.
Formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the
Is there a
nuclear-
point to this sad tale?
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Or maybe sad story.
Is there a point to this sad
I was off by a word.
You would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all.
The United States of America!
The United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian.
Developed by us.
By us.
What do you intend to do?
I like, and now, this is when Ocelot complicates it. He goes,
Gray is the key.
I regret to inform
like I said, I'm taking
you, I
it
have no
back.
intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back.
One of the best moments for Ocelot coming up here is when he just aces everybody. It's like prime Ocelot, really good moment.
Yes.
Returned
Return.
to the Patriots.
The Patriots.
And then Scott goes, the lale lo.
Hallelujah.
How's that possible?
How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Kurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel.
So yeah, this is part.
Russia
This is
can
like where the
for all I
the
care.
geopolitical stuff starts to unravel,
Ocelot, when did you turn?
I'm glad you know
and
it,
concepts tend to supplant nations, even though nations themselves are concepts
during the
a little
Cold
bit.
War.
Gurlukovich has my
Metal Gear only
my
had
favorite
room
like
for one.
thing he says that's not really like. Ocelot's like, you're gonna die, and Gurlukovich is just like, damn you, and it's not a good comeback because he gets shot in like 2 seconds. Yes, unpronounceable vowels. It's supposed to be like this really weird sounding thing. This nonsensical thing. Which is very, very good. Great moment. And now he's going to ace all these dudes. But yeah, so you don't get to... So even though you've succeeded here, you're not going to succeed, which is something that Metal Gear Solid 2 will do a lot. You take the pictures of Ray, and you still leak the existence of Ray to the public. Snake is going to get marked as a terrorist. Ocelot's still going to get away with everything. And then we start moving into the plant chapter, where that happens a lot, where you'll fight. So we'll talk about it when it happens, but like you'll fight Vamp, and Vamp will survive. You'll survive the fight against Fortune, but you still can't stop her. There are very few cases where Raiden's success tends to actually be validated by the narrative itself, or like the player's success never is quite Raiden's success.
Still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
And that's sort of what's happening here. The tank is like this miniature version of Metal Gear Solid that feels very much in line with the series up until this point, and especially then like we'll talk about Liquid in 2 seconds, because I think Liquid reveals something about this game's opinion of what sequels are and what it's doing to comment upon sequels. But for now, the big thing is you're just not going to win. And for a large portion of this game, you don't win. And even at the end of the game, you don't really win. You don't stop the Patriots. The thing that makes you win is like learning how to be an authentic human being and maybe not being a super soldier instead of defeating all the villains and unraveling the plots of bad guys. Okay, so here we have like the thing that everybody was like, this is nonsense. But it's interesting. Also, first we get Cam Clark, who is the best.
It's been a while,
So good.
brother. Who are you? You know who
Liquid?
I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like.
The price of physical prodigy. A
No
few
one-
more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. So part of the reason that Liquid comes back here is because it's a sequel to Metal Gear Solid, and the thing that we presume happens in sequels is that, like, we're gonna get another big clash between Snake and Liquid, and we never really do. He's here partially because it's a sequel, and the players presume he will be here, and so he's here.
Price of physical prodigy.
There it is.
Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the
You're
old...
drowning in time, brother.
Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies.
But I live on through this arm.
Through this
The
arm.
dumbest bananas thing. But yeah, part of the reason that Liquid shows up is partially because players assume he will be there, and then also, ready? Here's the bullshit literary analysis thing. This is a game haunted by the Spectre, haunted by the first game. Haunted by the expectations of the first game, haunted by the players' expectations of the first game, and so therefore a literal ghost from the first game comes back and starts to take over the role of antagonist, because that's what players want. How much of these things, like Liquid arms a lot, were planned in advance for the series? Very much, I don't think, at all. Like, there's no point where you're scripting Metal Gear Solid 2, I don't think, where you go, oh, this is because he's actually the son of a like a ghost guy. There's no part of me that thinks that, you know, the concept of the sorrow exists then. I don't think any of the weird bullshit from Metal Gear Solid 4 is on Kojima's mind yet. I think it's happening as a rhetorical thing more than anything else.
You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
Right, and also, like I said, how we have the boss fight, quote-unquote, against Metal Gear Ray. Once the thing is activated, we actually don't have the boss fight at all. Right, we have like a facsimile of a boss fight, like a practiced and like choreographed version of a boss fight, but we don't actually have the boss fight itself. Snake is, the minute that we are done with the tank chapter, a separation starts to form between us and Snake, which is mostly delineated by the fact that everything else that happens with Snake happens within the realm of cutscenes. Right, this is the moment where we really break our relationship with Snake. And so we can't win, we don't get the boss fight, we don't get to be Snake anymore, and it's a really big... in some sense, it feels like a pretty violent moment between the game and the player. Kind of ripping you away from this character that you identify with, that you like. See, people are talking about the raw logistics of what's going on here in the broader canon after all the retcons. So the explanation is partially that Liquid is actually possessing Ocelot a little bit into. He chops off his arm, and then he pretends that he's still possessed in Metal Gear Solid 4. I wouldn't think about it too hard, because really it doesn't matter. You know? It doesn't really matter at all. None of that shit matters, at least in the context of analyzing this game by itself. Right? For the purposes of this text, Metal Gear Solid 4 does not exist. Right? Because this is a game that's not written taking Metal Gear Solid 4 into account. So we can't look at Metal Gear... I mean, we can, but I wouldn't recommend using text that come, like, post-fact to a game to, like, analyze a game. It tends to cause more trouble than it's actually really worth. We're gonna have another repetition here of something within the series. This is partially me, you know, repeating observations that James Howell has made for a while. Which is one thing that we do get at the end of this, because this acts as its own self-contained, almost like miniature version of Metal Gear Solid, is we're actually still going to end with a phone call to the president. Something that usually happens after credit sequences, but here it just happens in the course of a cutscene. But we still get it because that's a Metal Gear thing that happens. And so it happens in this game in a slightly remixed fashion. And yeah, there was some cut gameplay here where you would actually try to escape the tanker. It's my understanding it never quite bared out the way that they really wanted it to. So instead you get that hard separation between
at the location we discussed,
the player and Snake, leading up into the plan chapter, where you start to take control of Raiden.
Cipher was most useful.
You can still see it in some of the flashback cutscenes that they do in this game, but, you know, that's like the only vestige of it. There's also like cutscenes that still show off Snake using the FAMAS, which you could use, I believe, in the Zone of the Enders demo, at least if you used like Game Shark. Yeah, Ray is my favorite Metal Gear. It's a really great design. It's like top tier Yoji Shinkawa. Yeah, the VR missions might bring back the FAMAS, you're right. So this is what is this? Substance? Or subsistence? I always forget. Substance.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
And so that might be back in there. Subsistence? I always get them confused for whatever reason. And I know this series very well, but I always get those ones messed up.
It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside. The big shell.
God bless Quentin Flynn
Quite over yet.
for really
But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark.
trying to sell it here as Raiden pretending to be like tough for a minute. It's Substance, you're right. We're all getting confused in chat.
6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID? Such a try-hard, right? But Raiden is so important to this game. He's so important to the series, so. You know, I think this is also around the time that people gave James Arnold Taylor a lot of shit for Tidus and his vocal performance there. I think there's this big pushback, especially in the PlayStation 2 era, against like dweeby characters. But this game cannot do the things it does without Raiden. right? It's so important that we play as this character.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion. What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
Just kind of letting them go through the
major conservation groups and one from our own government.
motions here.
Important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
Boring name for a president.
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor.
And like we can talk about the nature of Raiden's design, because there's a lot of stuff in like the document of Metal Gear Solid 2 that talk about partially trying to appeal to like women players, but also like he's very clearly designed to be not Solid Snake, because the biggest thesis of this game is that you are not Solid Snake. And to really stress that, you need a character that behaves like so inherently different from Snake, who looks different from Snake, whose movements and kind of forms of navigation throughout the space are similar to Snake, but not quite the same. Right.
Is this a joint effort?
And yet, we're getting a remix here for people who are maybe unaware of the original Metal Gear, and it's also a remix of Metal Gear Solid, where the actual incursion, the first moment of sneaking into enemy space, is coming in through the water. Happens in Metal Gear, happens in Metal Gear Solid 2. Right. Because the plant is so explicitly a remix of Shadow Moses, both within the fiction and within like the meta text of the game, we have to have the same starting point. And then when we get to the room with the with the elevators, when we get like our undercutting of that whole situation.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR
Good line here. I feel like some sort of legendary mercenary.
VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
What a dweeb.
Okay, we'll skip that part.
But also, key point.
Sure nobody sees you.
Raiden's... I mean, we know that Raiden actually has combat experience. He's actually a child soldier, but we don't know that yet, if you're playing this game for the first time. So a lot of what Raiden's posturing is at the beginning of the game is, I've played so many sneaking missions. You know, when he meets Pliskin again, he's like, I played fucking sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, and everybody's like, yeah, dude, whatever. Like, have fun with your video games. Like, we're over here doing adult shit. And that's important. It's just a very useful sentiment for the game, and the notion of the game consistently reminding you that, like, playing as Snake does not make you Snake, does not make you as cool as Snake, does not make you
a byproduct of fiber optics.
You know, beating Metal Gear Solid doesn't make you a tough guy, right? In that sense that the idea of gamer accomplishment is so tied into high score and beating games. We had that tweet the other day. I forget who it was who said, like, hey, if you've ever used the NES rewind feature, you've not really beaten a game. So there still is, you know, and this is another term that people tend to reject when you say it, but I mean it just as I say it. I don't mean it in a hyper-gendered way necessarily, even though the term has that. There's a machismo to video game accomplishment or gamer accomplishments, this sense of deriving validity from completing a game on a higher difficulty, completing a game within a certain series that's really tough. And Metal Gear Solid 2 addresses that to a certain extent by making Raiden's claims of superiority by virtue of his playing video games actually something that is kind of like mockable and risible. Damn, I gotta swim down here to find the thing, but it's gonna take me a minute to find the thing.
Got your feet wet? These are
Yeah, I'm actually skipping that. It's here. Swimming in this game is very odd. We want the thermal goggles. An incredibly missable item, which is bananas. Well, Campbell's dry here for a reason, right? And then also we want to come over here to get another item. But it's not really for us. It's... Oh no! I thought it was... Didn't the shave... The shaver used to be here? What difficulty was the shaver on there? The, Maybe it's... Maybe it's somewhere else in here. I'm on my second playthrough, though. I'm on a second, save file. It's not like over here, is it? I don't really need it. I was on hard the last time I did the video of this. You're right. Is it in a different place? I don't really care that much. It's just a fun little thing to grab. You can find a an electric razor that you give to Snake, and then later on, if you've given it to him, he's clean shaven. Is there anything else for me to grab here? Not really. More rations, but I don't need them. Beardy Snake is good. So hey, now we're gonna get to our first, it's only on Hard Extreme and Euro Extreme? Really? I feel like that's not true, but maybe I'm just misremembering. On Substance, yeah. Oh, interesting. You learn something new about a game every day, every time you play it.
AN-94.
And a Makarov.
The Makarov. Those grenades.
That's
all his equipment is Russian.
a callback to Metal Gear Solid when Snake is like 556 and pineapples.
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover.
Also, you know that something's wrong here, partially because the Colonel keeps on explaining things to Snake, quote unquote, or Raiden now, that Snake would know. Like, Snake would know who the Gurlukovich army is. A lot of this is here because you can just hop into the plant chapter, but, you know, it's also a sign that you are not Snake, although that's pretty clear by now. So yeah, we get the initial insertion into the big shell, which mirrors the insertion into Outer Heaven, and mirrors the insertion into, more specifically, Shadow Moses, and we get our first inversion here, which is that instead of doing our sneaking through this area, what we have to do is kind of pick up the mess that Snake's already made. Like, we're playing second fiddle.
That's not a possibility.
Played us like a damn fiddle. We're playing second fiddle to the real dude, right?
But he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some.
They're like, calm down.
We need to get an
Calm down,
ID.
Raiden.
But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a
But yeah,
terminal
it's the
in front of
first
elevator. A
sense
node.
that the plant is going to be a remix. Did you say nerd?
Nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the
This
node
idea that,
to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
in spite of superficial
Pull up the map of the
similarities to
structure.
previous games that we
That'll let
know,
you activate the Soliton radar.
in fact, much of what we are going to be dealing with
That radar came in useful
are
during
going
VR
to be
training.
A radar system uses
kind of messed
biological
with.
magnetic fields.
And if you
as
pay
input.
attention to the Colonel,
These
he's
estimated enemy positions are
mostly
projected
repeating all the
onto
stuff
a
that
map
Mei Ling has
according
said
to reference
in
points collected
Metal Gear
via
Solid 1. So if you
GPS
compare the
signals
scripts, they're
and
very
field
similar.
personnel
Every now and then there's
reports. We
divergences.
need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data process.
Like when he
into
really
practical
talks about
use.
the
node
Soliton
is
radar,
marked
he's going to
with
say,
the
like,
eye. Should be colored blue.
you know,
Each area has
yes,
at
it gets
least one.
jammed easily, I'm afraid.
How do I gain access?
Which is something that Mei Ling said.
Just push the action button in front of the node.
So once you know that this is actually a whole big plot from the
The
Patriots,
machines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow
the
you
artifice of
access
all
to
of
the
it
node.
really
Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness.
is really self-apparent.
If they spot you,
And
you
it's
won't
it's
be able to
funny
gain
to me
access
that
for a
the
while.
first time you play
Stay
through
on
this
guard.
game, you don't necessarily pick up on it until it becomes explicit during some other areas. I'm actually going to do something here to save myself a little bit of hassle, even though you don't really need to. This is something you can do on like Big Boss to make this area easier, because these soldiers are going to wake up the minute that you call for the elevator. So the thing I'm going to do is I'm just stuff them in the locker, and they're never going to wake up. So that sounded grim. I'm going to put them in this locker, and they're never going to wake up. But also I think it's kind of comical, kind of funny. Right, we are, in this case, we are just picking up Snake's mess, which is actually one of the first meaningful kind of interactions that you can do in the game, right? It's like, yeah, you can prove that you're decent at sneaking, but one thing you can do to actually make things easier, quote unquote, for Raiden is to literally just clean up Snake's mess. And I say mess as if it's like Snake doing something wrong, but I use that term mostly to derisively give like a janitorial context to what we're doing right now. Because for a while, we're chasing in Snake's footsteps, we're trying to enact all these tropes that we think make us like a cool special agent. But the truth of it is that it's not very glamorous at all. Particularly once a lot more of our failures come into play. Where there are just moments where, like, you're not going to save Stillman, you're not going to really win against Vamp in a meaningful way. And we'll talk about those things, but, you know. Just this idea that kind of every little thing about running through Shadow Moses again kind of sucks. To underscore that idea that perhaps players misunderstood the idea of Metal Gear Solid and sort of missed the point by treating it like a power fantasy. So instead here, there's a lot more humiliation that's going to happen. Just like more explicit humiliation. Really degradation of the player. And yeah, Snake does a lot of failing in Metal Gear Solid as well.
Good work, right?
But for whatever reason, players aren't necessarily as aware of it because there's still forward momentum in that game.
It maps the terrain as well as the position
in certain senses, right?
The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden.
Here, the space of the game is literally... So, like, let's talk about that a little bit more when we get up to the struts. Gets jammed easily, I'm afraid.
It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid.
We'll talk about that once we get up to the actual struts of Big Shell. But one of the differences, like, geometrically between this game and Metal Gear Solid is that Metal Gear Solid tends to build itself on a model where you're pushing forwards towards the top of the screen, and that always feels like progress, even though you backtrack a lot in that game, a lot more than I think people realize.
Jack, is
but you do keep on pushing forward, literally.
Jack,
and here in Metal Gear Solid 2, you kind of get lost and loop around on yourself a lot because that's how the Big Shell is
what the hell is going on?
formulated.
Meet the mission
And we can talk about that more a little bit later. And then Rose.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an
The
accident.
idea of
Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And
players not enjoying,
she knows you better than anybody else.
I guess, being henpecked.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no...
This is also something that separates Raiden from Snake, though, right? Raiden enters into this mission with an existing relationship, and Snake forms a relationship with Meryl in Metal Gear Solid. So, just another inversion of the form.
You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
That's a very different change from how Raiden will behave at the end of the game, right? He's trying to be cool and cold. My personal feelings don't matter. I'm like an operative, and at the end of it, Snake's like, man, just like have emotions and feel stuff and choose what you want to be. So the contrast between Raiden early in the game and Raiden later in the game is good.
Technically, I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first.
Safety.
Not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances,
some of the what's going on here makes a little bit less sense.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
Considering Rose's relationships with the Patriots. What is the legacy of Metal Gear Solid 5 at this point? Is it just Kojima's last Metal Gear Solid?
Could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right.
Man, so systemically that game's very, very smart.
Turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96.
Everything happening with the structure of how you manage.
I just switched frequencies. Jack.
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
How you manage your base is really good. Narratively, that game's a mess.
I'm sorry.
Which is a problem.
I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you
Yeah,
go
great
now.
game engine.
Take care.
Hit the button. Or did we just wait for it to come down? I forgot. I think we just wait for it to come down. And you can peek and move the camera, which is good. Some of the best cinematography in the series? Jesus Christ, no. Metal Gear Solid 5 has some of the worst camera work in any game I've ever played. It's atrocious. It's horrible. It's some of the worst that I've ever seen. Oh, a guard doesn't come down on this difficulty? Really? No, it's unabashedly terrible. The fact that Kojima actually figured how to use, like, proper camera cuts in Death Stranding and stuff is a fucking miracle. The camera movements in Metal Gear Solid 5 are pretentious, overwrought, and add nothing to any of the scenes that they're in. 100%.
The terrorists call themselves sons
That's a
of
man who has control of the camera and doesn't know what he wants to do with the camera and thinks he's doing something interesting and fucking is not. I'm sorry. Like, I will absolutely not agree that there's anything good happening with the camera in Metal Gear Solid 5, especially after all the previous games in the series establish that there's no dramatic need to change how the camera works in these cutscenes.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Remember, that's a game where we have an entire scene where two dudes sit in the back of a Jeep,
Colonel,
have a conversation, and then an entire song plays.
But it would only take one to spot me.
And that's not like
You
good.
never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to
Like
log
nothing
in
about it's
from.
like diegetic or interesting. Like it's just like
Team
I don't know.
10 has landed on
I have a lot of
Struts
thoughts
B
about that
and
game.
C.
I like Metal Gear Solid 5 in a lot of ways,
Seems he
but
was spotted on Strut
nothing
B.
about it narratively
Strut B?
holds up at all. Yeah, but the delineation is
The
off.
big shell is
Because that's a bad scene, but also any scene when people are talking, he doesn't do like shot counter shot or anything. He fucking sweeps the camera around like a fucking moron.
Two hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of Strut A, Shell 1 at the moment.
Is Metal Gear Solid 5 still worth playing in your opinion? Yes, absolutely. But yeah, I will not broach the suggestion
Log into the network.
that it has anything good going on with its camera, because it absolutely isn't. It doesn't. Bandages, even though I guess we won't need them too much in this run unless we take a lot of damage. We can make Raiden fall on bird shit, which is another example of just player degradation. Oh yeah, we don't have the M9 yet, so we have to go to the other strut. Very important to get the M9 first. Well, not super important, but you kind of want to do it. Is it weird that you played Ground Zeroes way more than you ended up playing Phantom Pain? I think the smaller space of that game gives you more chances to experiment.
You know we work in the dark.
I actually dislike Ground Zeroes a lot. I like Phantom Pain
There's no need for
broadly.
This operation is under
in certain ways. Ground Zeroes is rough.
Came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense.
So, you know,
your mission may be top
that's a problem.
secret.
What do I think about Raiden's look? I think it's important for distinguishing him from Snake. Blonde hair, clean shaven. A different kind of more svelte frame. Do I like Ground Zeroes for mechanical reasons or narrative? I think the location, despite the fact that I said it encourages certain degrees of experimentation, I don't think it's that interesting. Really, narratively that game, that's a mess. I dislike everything it does with pause. I actually find a lot of what it does with pause, frankly, revolting and gross. But you know. As an introduction to some of the base mechanics that you will be using in Metal Gear Solid 5, it's decent.
But it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
But the idea that, also, like, that was probably clearly a publisher, like a Konami thing, but distantiating Ground Zeroes and 5 feels like a mistake. Those should have been like two very contiguous things, and they're not. I'm just gonna knock this guy out. If you mess around too much, you accidentally break his neck, and I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to be super lethal, so... Dude, fall the fuck asleep. Thank you. I think it's like 5 times you press the square button in short succession, and you can break their neck pretty quick. In Metal Gear Solid 3, I believe you can just use the D-pad to shuffle a little bit, and instead of breaking their neck, you just kind of jerk them around and they pass out really quick. That game has a lot more ways to really control enemies. It's a more mechanically sound game, a more interesting game to play than Metal Gear Solid 2 in terms of the actual active gameplay.
Raiden, watch your back.
Watch, she's gonna tell me to watch the cipher, and then I don't need to watch the cipher at all because I can just run
Exercise
across the
extreme
bridge.
caution, but you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its
And this
sensors
holds true
offline
for Big
a
Boss,
while.
like
Try to locate some chaff.
Extreme and Euro Extreme as well. You
also
can just run
destroy
across the bridge, it
engine
doesn't
or
matter.
The camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed.
We'll see if I get spotted on the way back.
Copy that.
I forget its patrol route, but on the way forward you can just
Wait a second. I just
run straight
intercepted new
across.
intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe.
And then, oh god!
Tell the guys upstairs
Everybody
we
gets blown
secured
up.
the package. Easy money.
Subsistence version of the camera is better. Yeah.
Roger that.
But I do think that game still works with the default camera.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack.
It just kind of changes how often you want to go into first-person mode and things like that,
Alpha Zero, respond.
as opposed to swinging the camera around in certain ways.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
So he's going to tell me to go to head to Strut B, but I'm not gonna. And I should just be able to... Yeah, it goes down. So I was like, I should just be able to run across here. Because we want the M9. We just want it. It's going to make our lives easier, and we want it as soon as possible.
Nothing here.
So we just want to... grab that and head back. CQC, very good thing, yeah. I totally forget how it moves here. I think it just dips down and then I can run. I might be wrong here. Getting spotted would fucking suck. Yeah, it's gonna go down. And I'm gonna book it. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get there in time. Ciphers scare me more than guards in this game, for sure. You know. Some classic Metal Gear stuff here. But the M9's just easier for, you know, controlling how you want to deal with guards. Hey, more bullets. Thanks, bud. Didn't give me his dog tag? Oh, I might already have it because this is a clear save file. Playing on PS2, playing on PS3. Yep. So we'll talk about the structure of the Big Shell a little bit, especially with the bomb disposal stuff, which I actually forget where all the bombs are because it's been a little while. Raiden's like, I can't. There's so many guards.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue.
Raiden gets kind of babied at the start of the mission.
The hanging mode.
And part of that's because the game's tutorializing anybody who has skipped just to this chapter. But also, there's a lot of moments where the game presumes, or like the kernel, right? The codec team presumes a certain amount of vulnerability, a certain amount of ignorance on Raiden's part, which contributes to the idea that the game is fundamentally treating the player a little bit more like a child in the plan chapter. Something which I think ultimately contributes to that sense of player frustration. You know, part of the reason that people don't like being Snake it is because they feel like they were misled from by the trailers. But I think it's also for a pretty big portion of the game, Raiden, and therefore the player, because Raiden's really nothing more than a stand-in for the player for a long time, arguably until the end of the game when he throws away his dog tags. You know, Raiden is belittled and kind of talked down to in ways that, you know, Otacon just doesn't do with Snake. You know, Otacon is on an equal footing with Snake. There's a rapport, a comfort, a familiarity that players of the previous game will enjoy, not just because they like those two characters, but because it makes them feel comfortable. You don't really get that here. And then, yeah, we start to get some more of our remixes. We get our reference to the first hallway approach to the Gray Fox fight. But unlike the Gray Fox fight, we actually don't get to fight a boss fight. Instead, the person who arguably achieves more in this scene will be Pliskin, will be Snake. Setting up a dynamic, right, of Raiden still being out of his depth, the player not having control, and Snake showing his competency by exerting influence over the player. This is also just really good work from Phil Lamar. Really good stuff. Incredibly enjoyable. Just 5 today, or rather 6. I like Metal Gear Solid 2 Vamp way more than Metal Gear Solid 4 Vamp. So Vamp's use of knives is going to be something that matters more during his boss fight, because the structure of his boss room is going to mirror the structure of the boss fight against Revolver Ocelot in the first game. And instead of fighting somebody with guns, we fight somebody with knives. Just those tiny little variations and inversions, once again. It's going to happen with the Fat Man fight too, which we can talk about. A couple other things.
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
but we get a situation here. I can zoom if I want automatically, by the way. Is it R2? R1? R1 I can, if I wanted to, I can do this. There's a couple things in the game that allow you control over the cutscene space. Blurring the lines between what are quote-unquote untouchable narrative spaces and then places that the player can influence. That wall is supposed to be a little like fuzzy. The zooming that you saw during the cutscene otherwise, though, is actually just something that was in the cutscene. I wasn't doing it. Like kind of that stuff, the blurring effect and things like that.
What are you?
Knife is penis? Gets really explicit in Metal Gear Solid 4.
5 today.
I wrote about it a little bit in my retrospective piece on Metal Gear Solid. Boy, there's a lot of weird shorthand language for, like, homosexuality is depravity. In this case, bisexuality is depravity, right?
Get down.
We get some of that with Volgan in Metal Gear Solid 3, by the way. It's not me just, like, making shit up. Right? One of the few things that we really know about Volgan in Metal Gear Solid 3 is that he controls lightning, and he is in a sexual relationship with Rykov.
Where is he?
And then again, this is the moment that I was kind of speaking to before. We don't get to confront Vamp, and we have to get saved by Snake. And the game hardly pretends that Snake is actually Snake. And we kind of... Right? The junk grab, which happens in 2 games. And even here, Snake kind of doesn't completely save the day. But he gets... He realizes that he smells like Solidus, I guess. Which is the implication here. He's like, you smell like...
You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
And the conversation with Pliskin and Raiden is just going to
Yeah, Queen.
establish some of the stuff we were talking about before about Raiden saying that he was a really skilled soldier because of VR and whatever. In case the game was not too explicit enough about it, it gets even more explicit. Because the protagonist of the previous game is like, dude, you're not a badass because you played Metal Gear Solid VR missions. Any looking for clips of any specific scenes from this stream, Heather? Nope, just playing. You gotta play through games if you want to write about them, right? You just gotta keep on doing it.
My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin.
Snake
Lieutenant
Pliskin.
Junior grade.
Reminding us all of the fact that Die Hardman's real name is John McClane. In Death Stranding, spoilers. He almost just calls himself Snake, too.
How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy
The
chopper.
sea lice here is supposed to be like, hey, no, he's lying.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
Yeah, the game doesn't really hide it.
That's right.
And arguably that
Foxhound was
the
disbanded.
fact that the game doesn't hide it and the player's clued in, but Snake
Where were
doesn't,
you before
or like
Foxhound?
Raiden
Delta
isn't,
Force?
is maybe another point of contention between the
I was
player
part of
and
the
Raiden.
Army's Force 21 trials.
That's about tactical IT deployment.
That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not
And this
really.
is the thing.
So this
The
is
kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
The kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Sneaking Mission 60.
Sneaking missions.
I could quote the whole thing.
Weapons 80. Advanced.
This is mostly footage from Metal Gear Solid VR missions,
a virtual grunt of the digital age. That's just
which is a pretty cool game. There's some cool stuff in
More
there.
effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you?
But right,
Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation.
the conversation
in VR,
here
and even a
being
sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations.
like, hey, you're playing games and you don't feel. He says it right there. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier? Digital spaces as desensitizing. Video games as
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind
insufficient
control?
as compared to real life experience, which is true.
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is
Firing
dead.
anybody
No
in chat who's
chance
fired a gun in real life
wired
knows that it sure ain't the same as firing a gun in Metal Gear, right? I had friends who were hunters and things like that who used to fire
What
guns.
about the president?
Looks like they took him
Firing a gun in
somewhere
real
else.
life way scarier than firing a gun
You
in a
said
video
there was
game.
a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G.
Are you going to Metal Gear Skate? It's not in this version of Substance, actually. It's only in
No one can know that we're involved.
the
It's a little too late for
PS2
that.
version. I think because of a licensing reason. Might be wrong
Take
there.
a look.
Yeah, this is also something, somebody in chat notes, this is something that Mama talks about in Metal Gear Solid 4 about how her kind of cadre and collection of child soldiers were raised on like a staple of first-person shooters and things like that. It's not subtle, and the point doesn't hold up as much as I think Kojima and the other writers want it to, but it's there. It's more explicit in this game than it is in Metal Gear Solid 4. This idea of
What was that man just...
Raiden asserting his worth,
Blood-sucking
asserting his competency as a warrior, as a super secret sneaking agent, because he's played,
He's Romanian, a
you
wizard
know,
with knives.
the toughest,
The way he
you know,
moves,
extra hard
it's
mode
weird.
VR.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of
Dead
Dead
Cell.
Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-president George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist
A wizard with
functions.
knives.
The unit would launch unannounced assaults on
Kind of
government
feels like
operations
when
for
they
the
talk about
ultimate
Vulcan
terrorism
Raven.
simulation. They would
Vulcan
need to show
Raven,
VR troopers
giant
how to
and
do the
shaman.
real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after U.S. allies, even civilians.
Are there any other video games as meta and about video games as Metal Gear Solid 2? So, a couple things to that. Yes.
They were out of
You can just play the Stanley Parable, you can just play Nier.
6 months ago.
What happened?
Yeah, they spelled George wrong there too.
Devastated. There were only 3 left.
So here's what I'll say about this.
Why would they go after the big shell?
All video games are self-referential
What about
in the sense that you can't avoid the artifice of the
Died
game,
2 years ago.
which means that you have to be aware of the controller, you have to be aware of the screen. I think you are more aware of, than even books or anything else, when you're playing a game of
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of
the like difference
heroes and
between
bad men.
where your space ends and the game begins. This is some of the footage of the sections that would have been
This one, his
at
body
the
was
end of
positively ID'd 2 years
the
ago.
tanker chapter, but weren't.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
Buried.
But yeah, plenty of games are self-referential at
What
this
about
point.
the other soldiers?
Yeah, somebody mentions Undertale.
Equipment, too.
Former Soviet military.
But remember, self-reference isn't the thing that makes postmodern work postmodern.
The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold.
Postmodern is a thematic thing too. It's about certain anxieties,
Any of this?
right? The idea of modernity was the idea of empire, the idea of
What are you really doing here?
you know,
Can't tell
high
me
culture that persisted, and postmodernism comes from feelings that arise,
Keep it anyway.
you know,
May come in handy.
very post-war feelings, post World War I, post World War II. This idea that the notion of what was modernity ended, giving rise to art that belonged to a period of time removed from that notion of modernity. Self-reference is a part of that. It's a part of understanding art as art, the structure of art, what influences those structures, right? Culture, the actual medium itself.
The BC connected.
So self-reference is a part of that, but it's not necessarily the part of that.
We need to get there. Can you handle
In games,
it?
it tends to be because games are really good at being self-referential. Because you can just have a character say, like, hey, press the X button, and you go, okay, cool, the artifice is breaking down a little.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on
141.80 is the same frequency as Master Miller in Metal Gear Solid. It's the same frequency as the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Hey,
Raiden. Weird code name. Strange code name.
Raiden.
Strange code name.
This is the moment that if we had the shaver, he'd be like, here, take my gun, and Raiden would be like, here, take this razor.
Find out someday.
Which is always fun. Right. Pliskin is somebody with an identity that he's hiding, the same way that Master Miller is actually Liquid Snake. Right? So we still have a character who's, we still have a Snake who is pretending to be someone else. But that deception is like paper thin. Because that deception isn't really essential to the plot, necessarily. But it's still a repetition and a remix of that. And so instead of the antagonist, it ends up being a protagonist. It ends up being an ally.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh, I forgot that if you press L1, you can, like, straight hard lock onto someone. Yeah. But Snake knows. If you shoot him, he shoots you. I might call him on the codec just to show you something as well. This should actually show us where one of the bombs is right away. Yeah. So the bombs actually exist within the game space before you actually have the means to dispose of them, which is really cool. Helps the game feel a little bit more, all the game spaces feel a little bit more contiguous. Let's call Snake. Oh, we gotta do this. Just to show you, we're not going to do a lot of the side codec conversations.
He's asleep?
But this is a fun one.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
Should be the third one that does it.
Wish I were that relaxed.
No, which one is it? He does it. Oh, this one.
He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
Right? It's like, no point of hiding that he's Snake. Are they there from minute 0, or do they get planted at some time? I think they're always just in the space. Right? The ones at the dock are not there right away because they get put there later on by Fat Man. But I think the rest are in the game space.
It's me.
Everything
Do you want to
okay,
save your
Rose?
game?
Don't you need to save the mission
fine.
data?
Oh yeah. Thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
April
That again.
30th?
I'm sorry, but I still don't have
Dude,
a
he's
clue.
bad at this.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How
Like, just
important?
guess it.
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay. I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow. No
One of
matter
the things that also drives
You know
people
I'll
away
do
from
everything I can
Raiden.
to help you.
It's the
Rose,
relationship
there's
issues.
something I need you to do as an analyst.
Look
is
up
it?
to see
It
if
has to
Solid
do with
Snake's actually
Solid
been
Snake.
buried.
The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
And so the start of this game, we have a string of just... I think in lower difficulties, the SOCOM suppressor's in there? Might be wrong. Just grabbing some items. I think it is. I think the early game gives you access to that stuff right away. Or maybe the suppressor's in the room with Snake. They really give you stuff right away. Another example of just, like, failure built into the game. both of our introductions not to two characters that we can't really harm, who we don't even get to like interact with or try and stop because we're just stuck in cutscene land where Raiden is technically in control. We're not. A dud. There you go.
What the hell?
That's the fun point. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Come, put me out of
In
my...
some ways,
This is impossible.
in some ways, an inversion of the cyborg ninja, in the sense that the ninja you can't really attack because he blocks with his sword. Here, she has a long-range weapon and doesn't need to block. Right. Queen. They're not shooting around the president right now. She has a special power where she can't get hurt. Ready? One of the best lines in a video game. Ready, grenades! And then he's gonna shoot it.
Ready grenades!
I think that's just Quentin Flynn right there. Not now, but the first guy.
A dud!
That's one of the best. A dud! Really good. But the first guy, I think, was Quentin Flynn. Ready, grenades! Very distinctive voice.
Today is another bad...
Whoa, somebody in chat has a, Wow, that's awesome.
Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Weird. All the birds fall. It's weird to say, but like, vaguely the relationship here with the seagulls is kind of evocative of Vulcan Raven. Bit of a stretch, but the game, I think, is making that stretch. Right?
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
But I think it's there just a little bit. So she's like a mix of everything. I would say that she's a Sniper Wolf retread in the sense that, like, yeah, she's a character who kind of wants to find death, but I think she's doing like a couple things at once. That happens even more in Metal Gear Solid 4, where all the boss characters in that game are this weird, like, super fucked up amalgam of every single thing.
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor.
The one I bring up all the time is Laughing Octopus, who has the tentacles of
It just means they
Solid Snake and also uses the P90 that he has. The boss fight is very close to, like, the room setup is very close to the Cyborg Ninja fight, but has a lot of stuff going on from, like, Psycho Mantis-y stuff. Her name evokes Decoy Octopus. All the characters in that game, the boss characters in that game, are really essentially just monsters comprised of, like, all these different assembled Frankenstein bits of canon.
But we need to consider the
14 here tends to be the retread of Sniper Wolf in terms of themes, but it's interesting, though, because the actual fight that we have, that is our Sniper Wolf fight, is against Vamp. Which is an inversion, because, like, the thing that we do during the boss fight with Vamp, and we can talk about it even more when we get there, is it's not really a sniper duel with a sniper. We're trying to snipe somebody with a hostage who can't fight back.
He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their
It's like the anti-sniper fight of the series, which makes sense for this game.
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard
It's like
they
being in
tried.
a nightmare you can't wake
Yeah,
up from.
Too. It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap
Told you I
out.
could quote this whole
And
fucking
you,
game.
Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you.
Oh, I accidentally hit the button where you can listen to their
Dream, I'll
thoughts.
keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Takes a while for this portion of the game to get going. I think there's not a sense of as much momentum here because it's cutscene after cutscene after cutscene for a little while. Because now we're gonna have to do all the stuff with Stillman. We're basically getting all of our introductions to boss characters done right away. We see Vamp, we see Fortune. Stillman's gonna tell us about oh, that's Pentazamine. He's gonna tell us about Fat Man, also Bomb. I wanna be careful here in case there's a guy in here. Oh, I don't even have you. That's really a level 1 card? That's interesting. So they put this here so that you're forced to go in here and around this corner to see Stillman and Pliskin again. And then you get the card. I've never noticed that. That's just a way of funneling you towards all the plot stuff again. The only difference being that, like, I still was able to go to, what is it, Strut F, the warehouse, to get my M9. I said don't move!
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL
They're
Team
all
10?
dead.
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is
Peter Stillman. And also another thing, Stillman is a character whose
Lecturer at
appearance is
Soviet
not what
Indian
it seems.
Also a consultant for the NYPD
Characters that get
bomb squad.
deconstructed time and time
Poor old
again.
man who got dragged along.
This notion of legacy or like perception that he's
thought you
lying about.
retired.
I did.
Right.
Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see.
This is partially a game in
famous
certain ways
church
about
hand wiped off
reputation,
the
the
map
reputation of
next
Snake, the reputation that
lives
Raiden
inside.
wants,
All I lost was this leg.
the ways in which Solidus wants to be remembered by history,
So you're the bomb
and
disposal guy.
the way that Fat Man wants to be remembered by history, and Stillman makes up his own history. It's a motif in the game. It's not like one of the chief themes, but it's still
Open
there.
any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of
Fat Man.
Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I
It's a little
created it
much.
in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty.
Created
I
an
was
atomic
supposed to
bomb when he was
supervise the bomb
10.
disposal. Looks like it was
Government
taken
should have been like,
before I had my
bud.
turn.
Instead, they're like, go to school with us.
There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
We're with another squad.
With another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more
Then-
manpower.
I'm
Notions of information,
What's
right?
your
He can't
name?
reveal his name. Plus, Stillman's gonna be
That's
like,
an
that
odd
guy's not a Navy SEAL.
any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
Just these moments about how information informs. Information informs. What a redundant phrase.
A skinny guy.
How information
went in with us.
Where is
gives
he?
characters
I haven't
power
seen
over
him
each
since that
other.
skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is
Who
completely
could it
true.
be?
He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
Could be anybody.
Later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before.
Raiden constantly.
Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again.
But I've not done this. How's this gonna happen? And again, just the moment he has to deviate from something that he doesn't really know or anything, he starts to lose his composure in a way that Snake just keeps his composure,
Colonel,
right?
You know I've never been trained in bomb
Right.
disposal.
And I think it's actually to Quentin Flynn's credit that he
all you have to do is follow
he
his
captures a pretty good
directions.
sense of
You
Raiden's
will,
anxiety
course,
of
keep your
like,
identity and mission objectives to yourself.
this dude
Is
clearly
it
wants to
true that an
please
engineer came in with
everybody.
I
He
wasn't
wants to be like the
informed
cool
of that.
guy,
It's
and then the
always up to
minute
the
he's
SEALs
faced
to
with
decide on their
complications,
There are more important issues
he
at
starts
hand,
to
Raiden.
kind of
The
shatter a
enemy may
little.
retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
You can do
You
this.
can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little
definitely don't
different from
remember
using
where-
C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in
Where
yet?
all the bombs are on this
There's no
difficulty.
need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb.
This is one thing that happens throughout the bomb
What we'll try
segment
here instead is a
is we
temporary
like
freezing
because we have to go into
Here,
first person
look at
to
this.
check out the bombs. This is a James Howell observation too. Is we start to get put more into Raiden's literal headspace, whether that's crawling
is a
and going
C4
into
bomb.
like that intrusion view, which is what the game calls it when you go into first person when you're crawling. Cutscenes where we're
It's
in first
live.
person,
You can see it pulsing.
or going into first
You
person
spray
when
this
using
on
the
the side.
spray. We start to
we
get
go.
into Raiden's like literal space. It's like his
Freezes the detonator
perspective.
instantly.
How long does the
Starts
effect
to allow the
last?
player to
There's no way the
identify
thing can detonate in this condition.
a little bit more as Raiden.
It'll stay out of
The
commission
overlap
for
between
24 hours.
player
That's enough time.
and character
If we had the
starts to
manpower,
become more
I'd
explicit.
recommend complete disposal, but this will have to do.
Right.
The spray can
Just
be
more and more
used from several
explicitly,
yards away.
you are this. You
Check
are
the
really
floor, ceiling,
you know, this
walls,
character
under a
is
table, everywhere.
their own
Try to
individual,
imagine the locations the
but
bomb
also
was.
representative of you, and eventually
We don't
those
know a
things are
thing
going to
about Fat
diverge.
Man.
And the
Is there
biggest point of
anything that'll
diversion
help us locate
is
the
actually going to be
bombs?
Here,
when we get the
take this
sword,
with you. It's
and
what they
when
call an
combat
ion
doesn't
mobility
necessarily
spectrum.
require us to
It can
aim and go into
recognize
first person as
ionized
much and
gas emitted by
occupy
C4s.
Raiden's body.
The what? In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4.
The sword in general is super important.
That's right. I've established a link up with your
We will
radar
write about a
network,
lot,
so anything
a
that
lot about the
detects will be
sword,
represented visually.
and
Have
the
sensor
retrospective piece that
activated
we'll
and keep your
we'll
eye
write
on
in the
the
next
radar.
couple weeks. Hopefully, it'll be done by the end of the
Using some
month.
other
Can't see why it
odorless
wouldn't be.
substance.
I know Fat Man
I know
well.
Fat Man well.
I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
This is another thing where information ends up
Every
undoing a
bomb he
character.
builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses.
Stillman assumes that he has
The
knowledge
sensor
over
also picks
Fat
up that
Man,
particular scent spectrum.
information that gives him an advantage over
Is
Fat
that
Man,
something he learned from you?
because he understands,
No,
hey, the cologne is on the
it was his
bombs.
own quirk.
Helps them out, but
He wouldn't work by any rules
but
except his own.
manipulating that
He followed
information
them like a
is
religion,
what allows Fat
and
Man to
common
eventually
sense
win
was
out
one of his
against
strong
Stillman.
points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children
Right.
of my own.
Redefining
I found a son
and
in him.
taking advantage of relationships and information that we have are the things that ultimately give us power over each other.
Even at Indian Head.
This happens a little bit in Metal Gear Solid,
I
more
remember
explicit
some
here.
People called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this.
One of the reasons that Snake eventually has some degree
There are some
of
things you
equal
have to
standing with
pass.
Solidus is because he
The trick
knows
is
that
to know which
Solidus is
one.
just not Solid Snake.
Right. All I taught
He's
him
not
was sales.
deceived.
And now I have to stop. him
Right.
from
So
using
also
this
this ends up
as
being so somebody's right in chat. I was going to mention this, but thank you. It ends up being an inversion of something that happens in Metal Gear Solid, where you have to use C4 to proceed. You have to use C4 to blast your way
You see
into the
green stuff
back
on the radar?
parts
That's a
of
visual
the warehouse
representation of the C4
and
scent
into the
detected by
room
the
where
sensor.
Ocelot is
Pretty big
guarding
area, isn't it?
President
Don't
Baker.
complain. It's
Here,
better
instead
than
of planting
Activate the
bombs,
system
yeah,
and search the
perfect.
area, okay?
All right.
You're seeing the pattern. It's a very easy to pattern to see once you understand it. Once you understand that that's what the game is doing most of the time, instead of finding places
to
to
keep out of the
put bombs
enemy's
to
sight,
proceed,
too.
we have to disable bombs in
Radar
order
gets
to proceed.
knocked offline when we're spotted.
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure
there's like very
of this
small
facility,
things that happen
and if he wants to take
in
out
the game
plant,
too that
where he
are
would target.
repetitions or
He knows this for sure.
inversions.
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind
So,
of
like,
ideology. It makes no exceptions for time.
The reason that we see claymores
Big shell consists of two hexagons
in certain ways is
end
because
on
it's
end,
repeating a
north
pattern
to
that
south.
happened with Vulcan Raven, where he would put
each
claymores in
of
certain
those
places,
smaller
and that
parts
tends
in
to be
this case.
associated with Vamp.
You need at least that to take a building
Right.
of this integrity
The
out.
characters keep on assuming different pieces
6 on shell 1,
of previous
another
characters.
6 on shell 2.
Just because
A
there's
total of
not as
12
many members
bombs
of Dead
at
Cell
least.
as there are of
Considering the shell's
Foxhound.
architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
So we'll talk about some of what's going on with the level
This
design a little
place
bit
is all
more,
yours. I'll take care of shell 2.
which I feel so bad because some of this is really me
Take this.
building upon stuff that James has done plenty of times. But we'll talk about the structure of the big cell in a
Security
second once I
card
can get to the
issued
map,
shell personnel.
because it actually becomes something
The big
important
shell
for
security
how we
layout
are running
includes
around
varying levels of clearance.
this space during
The clearance level
this
is
entire
identified by the number
sequence.
printed on these doors.
And most of the sequence
Right.
on
Your card key can
the
open
first
doors
half of
to
the game is
security
really the
clearance
bomb
level
disposal
1.
sequence.
Pliskin, your card can get
There's
you
not as
into
many
level
boss
3
fights. The only real
areas.
boss fight
You
ends
need
up
to get
being
next
Fat
door to
Man.
shell 2.
The boss fight against Fortune doesn't really
How did you
count,
get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed
right?
to program
And then
a set of
afterwards,
all-access
when we
cards
head into
once we're on
Strut
site.
2,
Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of the
you know,
store.
we start to get into more traditional forward momentum
We'll have to
stuff,
deal
but
with
there's
the
still more
remaining security
backtracking.
lockouts as they
It's
come
still
up.
slower because we have to
Let's get going.
swim and escort Emma. That whole situation with Emma is its own inversion about how we
The two
handle,
of us can handle it, don't worry.
But
You'll just slow us down with
how
that
we,
leg of yours.
you know, Raiden has
There's a war
to
going on here. I don't have time
hold
to
someone's
babysit
hand
anymore.
and literally escort them, whereas
Why don't you
Meryl
just
in the
let
first
us
game
handle
is
the grunt work?
essentially
You can tell us what to do
self-sufficient,
over the
and when
radio, like in
she
the original mission
is
plan.
with Snake, she actually leads the way. She leads them through the minefield and things like that. Here,
I'll give you instructions
later
from
on
here.
with
I may
Emma,
also
we're going to
need
have to do the
prepare a
opposite. We're going to have to
backup
guide
plan
her.
just in case.
So again, everything
Case of
just
what?
inverts itself over and over and over in
Good
this
luck
game.
to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
Hello, is my mic working? I think it disconnected for a minute.
I don't even think he's a
Am I
lady.
back?
What?
Shout out in the comments.
Semper Fi.
Cool.
Maria.
We had a little situation for a second. Which, I don't know, I would love to put this on YouTube if it feels coherent enough to be on YouTube.
And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field.
So Stillman's not wrong here, but he's extrapolating a lot. He's like, I don't know, a guy just says
Special Air Service.
the SAS thing. But he does say Semper Fi, so.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect,
I put my money on you.
My money on you.
I'm... He just kind of freezes up for a second.
Just take care of those bombs for now.
We're not going to do all the cool
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
kind of side story, like Easter egg stuff, but I'll show you one.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while.
I've already played this one, right? I mean, I've played every Metal Gear multiple times.
Plenty of food.
I think the one that I had the least amount of familiarity with streaming was Metal Gear 2, which I had just not played in a long, long time. And that game is actually pretty difficult. I think the first Metal Gear is actually easier than Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear 2 wants to add a lot of those textural elements like sound and everything else, and it doesn't quite do them justice yet. And then it starts to get there a little bit more with Metal Gear Solid, with footprints and everything else. So we're gonna come back here. Oh, my controller was frozen for a second. So we're gonna come back here, but one thing we're gonna do first is run out here. This is the PS3 version. I'm gonna say it a couple times. If anybody is watching this on YouTube, if we put it on YouTube, then yeah, you're gonna hear me say that a lot. Cardboard box. I can ruin his cardboard box and call him about it later. That's a fun one. I can also...
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer.
Is it this conversation that we'll have about it?
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
So, it's a lot of the background stuff. I think... Wait, it's one of these.
Vamp is a member of...
Oh, this is the one where he's like...
Born in Romania, his specialty...
This is the one when Vamp's like... or Raiden's like,
that.
oh, he's named Vamp because he's a vampire.
He lost his
And
family to a
Snake's like, no, it's because he's bisexual. Very funny.
His body pierced by a crucifix.
Kinda... weird way. I want to get to the conversation about the box.
What do you know about that?
I think we got to get through all the stuff about Dead Cell.
Fat man.
Listen,
Yeah, there it is.
I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box?
He's like, I don't want to deal with a freak like that.
You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
Just showing you a couple Easter eggs here and there.
I don't want to fight.
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho. There's no question about it.
Oh.
He's like, yeah. Good one. I forget where the enemies are here. There's one around this corner this way? Yeah. So this dude's got a... I thought maybe that would attract him. One thing you can do is just hit the wall. And do that. Then there's going to be another guy in here.
Who's there?
That won't count as an alarm, though. So we're fine. I don't even know if that counts as an alarm in the rankings at the end. I think it only counts as an alarm if they actually go into alert. Tends to be pretty forgiving. Whereas in Metal Gear Solid, you know, the minute, you know, and the original Metal Gears too, the minute that you're spotted, you go into alert mode. So bomb number 1. I think we automatically call Stillman here. Yeah. And then we can...
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C.
We can call them after every bomb if we wanted to, and it's mostly Stillman being like, that doesn't make sense.
That's not like him.
Is Raiden a millennial?
Maybe. Treskins reported other locations too.
No.
None of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
So...
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose.
Right, so he's a child...
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
Well, maybe, right?
So far, we haven't seen anything.
He's a child soldier in the Liberian Civil War.
Of course, we're missing something.
And that's like from 1989 to like 97 or 98 or something like that. So... I don't know how old he's supposed to be there, but he's supposed to be pretty young. I might be getting my timeline wrong on the Liberian Civil War there, but that lasted about until the mid-90s. So, not entirely sure. So, I am curious. Is Revolver Ocelot a boomer? Yeah, big boomer. I'm afraid. That this thing's gonna rise up and spot me. But I think we're okay. Connecting bridge, huh? The millennial line is where boomers say it is. Which is like everybody's a millennial. Cool. Are the cameras here yet? Or are those only later? Guy should be down here, this way. See, I still remember where some of the guards are. And if I wanted to, right, again, I could call Stillman. these are the extra bits of flavor that you don't really engage with in a playthrough like this, but I could call Stillman and just tell him whenever. I think I can call Snake and tell him as well. There's not as much incentive to do that, except if you want to have like a really exhaustive playthrough where you're just completely engaging with like all the potential dialogue, which there's a lot. The game script here is really big. You know, there's an entire team of writers who are handling just the codec writing in this game. Right? Folks who would end up doing more scenario writing on games like Metal Gear Solid 5. And then people who would do scenario writing in those games would end up doing their own games in certain ways. So like there's some scenario writing in Metal Gear Solid 5 that's written by Etsu Tamari, and Etsu Tamari is the main writer of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
Freeze!
Those headshots are choice. Well, I've played this game a lot. I think the control scheme in this game is still a little not that intuitive or good. But yeah, here's another case where we kind of do some more sneaking and crawling. Remember, we can do this stuff too. I don't really care about their dog tags right now, but you can crawl faster. Whoa, speedrunning, which is very fun. There's no real point to it, except if you really were like, oh, I'm trying to get my best time here for HEDQ. So there we go, another bomb. And we got to go up onto the roof for our next one.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room.
I think Rising has what people perceive as better writing sometimes because it's more explicit. There's something about the directness of Rising that I really like. Obviously, or else I wouldn't have written a book about it. I don't talk about the book very often, although I do mention it. But I did write a book about that game. And you know, one of the things I appreciate about that game is that you know, it's not subtle, and sometimes subtlety is not what you need. That's a action heavy game. That's a game that's very angry about certain things, and I don't think that subtlety would have worked as well for it. I think it needs to be angry. I think it needs to be brash. I think it needs to be really aggressive with its themes, frankly aggressive with its politics. I think there's more ammo here. I can also, again, smooch. I like Metal Gear Rising a lot, and I want to play it on stream at some point. I've played it on my own channel. I feel bad because sometimes I'm a little rusty at it. Like, sometimes I nail it, and then sometimes I'll fight like Monsoon or something and get my ass kicked. So, depending on the day. My perfect parry timing is certainly not what it used to be. Wow, that missed. Fucking hell. That's upsetting. Oh, is it not up here on this difficulty? There's usually a bomb here. I'm still thinking hard mode. I'll still grab the ammo. I'm an idiot. Sometimes, like, muscle memory just takes over when you're playing certain games, right? And if you're playing on higher difficulties in this game, my mental map is to go up to the roof to hit the bomb that's planted there. We weren't talking about it before. Yeah, Euro Extreme has more bombs. Hard mode just has more bombs. Like, all the modes have more bombs. but I was alluding to it before. So the design of Big Shell is a loop, and if you look at it from the right perspective, it's actually a lemniscate. It's like an infinity sign. So as Raiden kind of runs around the game trying to fulfill this almost, forgive me for saying a little bit delusional notion that he can be this super soldier, a lot of what he's doing, at least for the first part of the game, I'm pointing to the screen as if y'all can see my fingers, is he's actually running around, partially doing chores, but also caught in like this, especially if you're looking just at Shell 1, he's caught in like this like really singular loop, and he doesn't start to find himself and break out of that identity until he finally crosses the connecting bridge into the second shell, or a strut or whatever. So broadly, the design of like the level design here is thematic in the sense that it's very self-contained, uninterrogative, reflective of Raiden's mental state right now, as somebody who's just like following the motions, trapped within this like fantasy that he's building. See, I can just lean there and hit him, which is always good. And then the node is on the bottom floor, so
Who's that?
I thought I heard him.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut F.
Fuck.
Carry out an investigation immediately.
How long do guards sleep? It depends on the difficulty. I can't believe I messed that up.
Why are you late with your status report?
They might only wake up the first guy. No. Oh boy. I thought he was further around the corner. That happens from time to time. Good news is that we can just kind of work with it, right? It's not that big of a deal. Ah, damn it. Okay, I messed up my movements there, so it is a bit of a big deal. Yeah. And guards can have a little nap as a treat. I want them to come back here so I can take care of them easily. It's definitely interesting to... Oh, I can't hit the angle for him. He'll get knocked out, which is good, and he'll get knocked out, so... Yeah, I was like, that should work. Yeah, so I'm not proud of that. I bungled the sneaking a little bit there, but this actually turns up to be one of the slightly more complicated struts. It's not too bad. This is also one of the few struts where you're actually going to run into a situation where guards are going to be probably knocked out long enough for folks to ask about their status reports. One thing you can do if you wanted, if I can find the guy with the radio, or maybe that's his radio right there, you can shoot radios to stop them from reporting. It's not really a thing that happens too often, or that you use too often, but that's fine. You have been disconnected from the access point. What does that even mean? That sounds ominous. A cardboard box. This should get me the SOCOM suppressor, I believe. I hope it doesn't mean that my internet is gonna fall apart. Yeah, it should be the SOCOM suppressor and the mine detector.
The situation is normal. All clear.
Yep, so we're mostly good. Grabbing some stuff.
It was nothing. All clear. Huh? The situation is normal. All clear.
Yeah, something was up with the PC at the office the other day. Don't know what. I want this guy to peek his head out. Great. Ah, the boxes. God damn it. We can still get out of here. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't there, so I wasn't there to like hear it. But something happened to one of the PCs that sounded really bad, I guess. Yeah, so you gotta shoot this guy because he's still there when you head up top. That should get them. Great. It's interesting to have the mine detector before this segment because you don't really need it.
Be careful.
All you have to do to get rid of claymores is to crawl.
Stealth equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr.
X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about
So we start to get more repetitions,
Contact
ninja,
me.
and everything. And it's also right before a field of claymores. We will discover a bomb, and I might use the
Someone called
restroom.
himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything
It will
about
be quick.
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission.
Means they're on the strut with you, buddy.
The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be.
Exercise extreme caution. Yep, so you can see them now, but it's like you don't avoid them, you just crawl over them, and they should stay missing for the rest of the game, so actually I don't need to worry about pretty much anything. You can also see them thermal, but oh boy, that's kind of oppressive on the eyes, isn't it? Used to be that there was, on higher difficulties, bombs in this sorting room. Don't know if there will be. It's maybe just the bomb on the roof underneath the Harrier would be my guess.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was.
Such a bad conversation to have. To be like, no, it's Empire State Building.
And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
This is a very Kojima
We
thing, though.
arguing, and I forgot all
To talk about
the
monster
tourists.
movies.
I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see.
Is there a skyscraper museum? That feels like a fake thing.
Battery Park.
And for nothing.
But I might be wrong.
Since the museum was
Is
closed,
that a thing in New York? I live in New York and I've never heard of a skyscraper museum.
And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence.
Totally amazing coincidence that we met each other.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence,
You should really know by now that
I know.
that is
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm
the
taking up
day.
your time again.
That is tomorrow.
Take care.
She's like, do you remember the day we met? And constantly she's also been like, do you remember? Oh, damn it. No, he's there. Gotcha. Are there cameras here? There's sometimes cameras. Here, got him too. I keep on thinking of higher difficulties, so... I don't think there are cameras here in this version. I say right before I invariably walk into a camera. Should be okay. In here, there's like 3 cameras, and then on higher difficulties, there's a bomb that's on a box that goes around the, like, the area. It's very odd. Heading up, we should have the only... Will we have the only guard taken out because we shot him earlier? I don't know. But the bomb will be underneath the Harrier. Oh, that's right. We see Olga here. I just forget about this cutscene.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg.
Complete with a sword.
With a sword.
They talk about the box. She's like, I saw somebody wearing a cardboard box too. And
Don't be a fool.
Solidus treats it so seriously.
I've never seen field gear like that ever.
He's like, I know somebody who's done that box trick before.
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting.
Like, he takes it very seriously, which I find funny.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Then she does this weird maneuver. Which I always thought was just like, man. Got some big ups there. Hope today's a little better than yesterday, boy. I got stuff on my mind that I won't talk about here, but I got stuff on my mind. But it's nice to play this game. It's one of my favorites.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
So we'll grab this bomb, I'll use the restroom very quickly, and then we'll continue.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian
And we can talk about Fat Man as a sort of inversion of the Vulcan Raven fight.
She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
And if this goes on YouTube, maybe I edit it so you don't have to wait so long when I go pause for a second. No, this guard's still here. On higher difficulties, there's like 2 guards or something up here. Are there... Oh no, there is a second guard here.
Freeze!
What's the last one that we need to get? Is this the last bomb we gotta do right now?
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier
like, that's just not
stationed
like
on the
him.
roof.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
If you knew that, you wouldn't have sent us for the dumb bombs.
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell.
but the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature.
He fooled you.
Looks like
oh no, information. Information warfare, sort of.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
And then he's like, this is when we get to the part where he's like, no, actually, I'm a liar. Is he still in here?
Should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
Oh yeah, there's the one in the room that has the 3 exits.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me.
I always forget about that room. Because there's not a lot of reason to go there, the same way that there's reason to go back to the warehouse.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And a church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way.
Just checking a couple messages that people sent me.
I get you, Pete. That one's
every now and then I gotta take a check on the real world.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
So I will pause here for a second, and I will be back in a moment, okay? Should be very, very quick. Friends, it was actually so quick because my roommates are in there doing stuff. So I'll do that a little bit later, but we can get the last bomb at least, which is pretty easy. We should be good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Some people are talking about their favorite Metal Gear boss fights. There's some good ones. Huh. Oh, I never realized that this guy, reports like that. I guess I should have noticed. Imagine this is your sneaking mission. Huh? Look at that, he yawned. You get to get through. Nice and easy. When the 2 old guys punch each other again and again. And then, ugh, I hate this. Because I forget if I ever get a good angle on them. But I think you can just run. They are annoying, I think, if you do return trips, so... I think that gets rid of them for a while. How many times have I played through this game? Gosh. This was the one that I used to play the most. So, a lot. Don't have a really good answer to that. Used to play a ton of it. Have I ever thought about speedrunning it? Kinda, but... You know, speedrunning takes a lot of time that, like... Or, like, spare time that I can't really dedicate myself to. I tried for a little while. Oh, that missed, really? Learning some basic speedrun stuff for any percent in Breath of the Wild, which was super fun. But, you know, it didn't quite work out how I'd like. Let's see if I fuck this up or not. You can hop up and over and drop and you just hit and triangle and you grab. But if you fuck it up, you fall and die. But I want to grab that. There's sometimes two bombs in here. One is underneath the stairs. And then the other one is actually going to be... underneath one of these, right? Yeah. So I gotta open this. And that should be the last bomb. They're gonna go, why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond! That should be the last. And then we're gonna have to go to Strade.
I have the last C4 frozen.
There's nothing showing on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed.
When you report to Snake where the bombs are, he tells you where he's finding them, and on one of them he says, I found it on the back of a dude?
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section
Which is
of the strut
very-
demolished, Shell 2
very
will be
fun.
well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell
Yeah, I
2
like the Solidus fight a lot too.
Not immediately.
I
There'll
think
still be 5
presentationally it's very, very
struts
good.
left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time,
The Ray fight is really fun too, especially on higher difficulties, but it's really difficult
on a very exact balance.
because you take a lot of damage once you start to get into hard mode and extreme, and you start bleeding a lot, so you have to be really careful.
Locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector.
Well, the Ray fight on extreme is a
I
lot.
made the calibrations while I was in the pantry.
Does it work?
I just tested it,
I
and it
think
definitely responds. But the best
For
I can
normal mode, we...
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the
I think we only
closer.
fight like 8 of them.
There's another one in that pantry I was in.
It's like, no, it's not 8, it's 6. But on extreme, it's 20. You have to fight 20 of them, which is bananas.
I'll stand
on
by until you radio
on
in.
easy, it's bananas because it's just you have to fight the first 3 units that are there, and that's it. And then on extreme, it's just substantially longer. Just a much more exhaustive fight. Let's get out of here before we have to do any... Why are you late with your status report? Nonsense, don't want to deal with that. A surveillance camera? Oh, I never put on my SOCOM suppressor. Fuck you. Fuck you. I was like, why do I have damage? And it's because of the guy who shot me in the warehouse. That sucks that I turned the corner and that guy saw me like that, huh? I thought we were doing mostly good. We gotta grab the bomb sensor. And then they're like, the bomb's active, you gotta run. And it's pretty easy.
Peter, I have sensor B.
But this is when we finally start to get to boss fights and things like that. My commentary here has been pretty casual because not a lot happens
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping
until you finally start to move a little bit forward in the story. The bomb disposal sequence is mostly about establishing familiarity with the space. The same way that going back to the
What? But the sensors are
you know, the warehouse in Metal Gear Solid and Shadow Moses to get the sniper rifle is partially about testing your familiarity with the space of Shadow Moses as well. That happens a couple times here, especially that pattern of repeating
What's going on?
The detonator
you know, backtracking to the warehouse, because we're gonna have to do that to grab the disguise. Well, not the disguise. We're gonna do that to grab the AK and a couple other things.
What's the remaining time?
400 seconds.
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
Right.
That's a lot of
To
time.
the bottom of strut A now.
You'll be fine, bud. You don't gotta go far. And I think we're mostly good. Yeah. On higher difficulties, there's some cameras and some other things. Are there? Oh. What if I? That was like, the first shot was embarrassing because it was right near there. Ghost Babel, I've played it once. I thought about playing it for the retrospective. I don't think I'm going to. What the fuck?
Who's there?
Why did that first shot not kill that guy? On harder difficulties, there would have been cameras here that I would have shot out earlier. The same way that I don't, like, I'm not going to do a, I mean, I only have so much potential time to do these retrospectives for like 90 different reasons, right? Y'all know what's been going on in our world. So I want to focus on the main series, which is why I'm not going to be like, here's one on Portable Ops or whatever. It's just, I think that's interesting, but I don't ultimately think it serves the purpose of the retrospective series. In providing the kind of work that I want to give to readers, because I don't think that those games are really in conversation with each other too much. Somebody says, please no Survive. No, but you can read my review of Metal Gear Survive, which is a game that I think is way more interesting than people realize. Doesn't mean it's good, but it does mean it's interesting, right? And interesting is almost just as good as good.
Listen
right?
carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
That man has my number.
Will we get one on Peace Walker? Yeah, we will.
Microwave.
So it's gonna be
With
the rest of them are 3, 4, Peace Walker.
Neither was that multi-bomb.
I don't know if I'll do Ground Zeroes separately from 5 or not, but those will be the ones.
Technique goes. As for the rest,
Pete,
This will be the next one. This was the one I always wanted to get to. Like I said, I don't know what this year has in store for us, and I don't say that to be like scary. I say that to be realistic with all of you. I think there's potential for a lot of cool work to happen and more retrospective stuff to keep going on, but you know, I want to get to this one. I want to get to Metal Gear Solid 3 if I can, and kind of go from there. While doing other stuff as well. Like, I'm gonna have to review, presumably, Resident Evil 3 Remake and stuff, and that will be super cool. Because I'm somehow the person who's become our, like, Resident Evil person. It mostly started because they were like, hey, who wants to review, who wants to review not Metal Gear, is it here? I always forget where it is on this difficulty. Might be on the bomb, might be on the ship. Where is it in this version? Yeah, there it is. on the submersible. I'm kind of still in mental, like, higher difficulty mode sometimes with this game, so I did review Resident Evil 7. I liked it a lot. I actually like Resident Evil 7, I think, in some ways more than the Resident Evil 2 remake, even though the Resident Evil 2 remake is probably more impressive and a little bit more comprehensive. But I think Resident Evil 7 was doing some things that I really liked.
The chemicals stayed in containment.
I think the DLC for that game is pretty good too. Capcom, just in general, for like the last
Shell 1 was unaffected.
3 years or so, maybe even like 4 years, just been doing a really good job with some of its releases and how it's really imagined what it can do with its franchises. Monster Hunter World, all the Resident Evil stuff. Been a real genuine treat to watch those franchises kind of just find themselves even more, which is really cool. And they're just putting Dragon's Dogma on like every console, which is great because Dragon Dogma is a fantastic game. So I'm changing my plans. I'm gonna end up going into the Fat Man fight, finishing that fight, and then I will actually use the restroom again.
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it.
Like, because this stretch of the game is just kind of...
They announced they would kill one every
maybe where it feels the most
What
normal.
should I do? Stay with your
In
mission
terms of this
objective.
feels a little bit more like Metal Gear.
The president.
What about the other
But we start to get to those subversions again. We're gonna have essentially a double subversion here
Priority my butt. They're all in
with
danger.
the
Jack, be reasonable.
fortune fight.
I know
The
what
fortune
you're
fight is
feeling, but
trickier
you
on higher
can't save
difficulties
them
because if
all.
you get shot, it's a really
No,
big problem.
Not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
Looks like he's turned his
so we'll
radio
see how that
off, too.
goes.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime,
Priority my
we're our only
butt.
hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the president. You can start off by getting to the upper level of
So we'll talk
Struck
about some
A.
subversion stuff with Fortune, and even a little bit with what they do with Vamp here again. And then we're actually going to get to one of the moments where Raiden's success and the player's success aligns, except it's partially because that's what the villains want. It's the Fat Man fight, but you'll see. We can, again, my catchphrase for this right now, we can talk about that more when we get there.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment was
He's like, I'm
coming.
not Snake.
Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
I like that. Oh, crap. Also, it's interesting that everybody presumes it's Snake, and then they're
Be interesting. You've seen the fire.
vaguely disappointed that it's not him. She's partially referring, like, somehow she can tell that
Maybe you can give me.
that's our first hint that there's something going on with Raiden a little bit more. Of like, you've seen the fires of hell. It's like, yeah.
And without a death to call
Child
my
soldier.
own. Hurry.
A theme that gets picked up more in later games, but that's always kind of done with mixed results as well. But, right. The big thing here is that we can't do anything, right? So it's kind of a non-boss battle. In higher difficulties, you just run back and forth and, like, cartwheel. For this boss fight, because you can't do anything, right? But it's tricky, because if you accidentally hit things the wrong way, you actually like cartwheel diagonally into the wall, like in a weird way. So mostly you just kind of do this. Even on higher difficulties, it's pretty much all you do. Because it's like you can't do anything. It's really smart of the game to tease you with the small health bar, though. Like, I really enjoy that. But then again, this is also a subversion thing, right? Of, like, just denying Raiden and the player, like, any possible efficacy in accomplishing almost anything against Dead Cell for a long time, right? It's just... Oh, that one almost hit me because I got stuck against the wall. Right, I can't do anything. And it's kind of like with Vamp. Like, we couldn't do anything in the cutscene. Raiden couldn't do anything. We can't do anything here. In general, Raiden's initial interactions with Dead Cell are ones where he's just, like, continually disadvantaged. And therefore the player is. And the player isn't given the satisfaction of a really good boss fight as Raiden for a while, whereas Snake gets one right away, right? He gets to have a cool duel with Olga in the middle of the rain. Here we can't do as much.
I'll show you the count. 400 seconds remaining.
And Raiden will achieve a bit of success in this cutscene coming up, but by the end of the cutscene, it's actually going to be reversed. So most of the time when Raiden achieves success, and therefore the player achieves success, it's almost immediately undercut. Happens in Metal Gear Solid as well, but not as much, because you still end up, you know, defeating Ocelot. You still end up proving yourself to the cyborg ninja. Here, not as much.
I'll take over, Queen.
And then we start to move in that direction with Fat Man.
He'll actually try to destroy this place.
But that's something that's planned by the Patriots, because Fat Man is this
Why would he do such a thing?
kind of
But he's nothing more than a
hurdle for Raiden, where within the fiction the idea is like, this is the moment that he proves that he is
his loyalty to Commander Jax.
really able to live up to that S3 solid snake stimulation whatever thing. And if he fails, then whatever, everything just blows up, and who the hell cares?
More of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all.
So his success lines up with the player's success. It's the first time we have a decisive victory against someone, but doesn't quite work. And so we have this moment too, which is, looks like we killed Vamp, right? And then, not to spoil it too much, but we absolutely won't. We will have a moment, you know, by the end of this very cutscene, you know, Fortune's crying, I was the one who was supposed to die, and, you know, Raiden kind of did a badass thing, and like, it doesn't pan out. Like, you think maybe he's achieved something. First off, that moment of accomplishment isn't given to the player, it's given to Raiden in a cutscene. It's almost a mistake. And within the span of like 2 minutes from now, it's going to be completely invalidated. So.
No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die?
Right, all this melodrama,
Alone
all this
again.
potential
Cheated out of
success
death
for
again.
Raiden. Non-existent, at least for a while.
How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad?
It doesn't work out. We'll get through. I think we'll get through this game pretty quick overall, though.
Enough.
I will have free time this evening to cook some food.
I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
I like Fortune's theme a lot too. The like saxophone just really going at it. Kirk Hamilton in the background. But it fits with the melodrama of her character, too. But right, like, Vamp's fine.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Somebody's quoting Ocelot from later. You couldn't get enough of the drama.
I can't die twice.
You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine. Is this one where they have claymores again? I forget. There's a version of this where you come back up and there are claymores. Yep. That's how they get you. It's entertaining to me. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology. Ah, what the fuck? No.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Okay, so technically neither of those count as an alert. Because the alert didn't go off. Boy shucks howdy. That was maybe the clumsiest moment of gameplay from me so far. I was really excited to go and fight Fat Man, and I just bumped into a dude. I should have unequipped my weapon and grabbed him in a chokehold, and that would have saved it. But, you know. That would require me to play smart instead of whatever the hell I was just doing. Aiming in this game is very strange, though. I want more M9 bullets before the fight. Oh, they don't restock yet? That's a bummer. We should be good. All you really need is the, I mean, you can do a lot with the SOCOM, right? Because you're going to see the strategy for the Fat Man boss fight in a second. It's super easy. This guy's still here. Yeah, aiming's very odd in this game. See? Like, I'm really trying to pull it off there. It's very, very strange. And yeah, the DualShock 3 makes it a little good. And yeah, look, because I didn't do the, you know, because I picked up the bombs there, I don't have to worry about them here. So getting to the strut-y helipad thing is fine. That guy's not going to be able to do jack shit and catch me, so it's totally fine. You just run on up. Or we can talk about Fat Man in terms of his spatial, like his, area. Somebody says it's not the controller. Is it me? Well, I don't know. Aiming, you aim in like really small bits in this game. This is the HD collection, yes. But we will talk about we'll talk about Fat Man's space in a minute. We're just playing on normal difficulty right now, which is like super easy. I'm mostly playing through this for story content to get my brain going. So the idea of coming in here and playing through, you know, European Extreme on stream or something is just not a good idea. I tried playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order the other day, and I just ate shit in 9 different ways.
I used to hang around department store clock counters.
So we'll finish this boss fight and then we will,
Life is short.
we'll take a minute because I actually do still need to use the restroom.
With every moment of their
So, Fat Man.
and nothing else announces its own end with
If you
such a
put his boss arena side by side with Vulcan Ravens, it's very similar. It's all kind of boxes or box-shaped geometry, creating lanes that the boss travels down. You can actually still fight them in very similar ways. Yep, Claymores as a strategy. Yep, see, somebody gets it right there in chat. Perfect. Y'all are following me along perfectly. This is great. But you're actually... Claymores aren't the optimal strategy here, but you can do it, right? It's very similar. But it's very similar structurally, and the difference here being instead of an enemy that moves really slow and fires a big gun, it's an enemy that moves very fast and fires little gun. He's just running around with his like Glock, right? But it's like one of those like really like automatic ones. So he still fires it in like bursts. What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death.
Like when he's like, it's time to start the party.
The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension.
But yeah, so this is the game's variation on Vulcan
So that I
Raven.
can become the emperor among detonation
And where the fight against Vulcan Raven constitutes a very clear victory for Snake, whereas like, you know, the first boss fight against Sniper Wolf is undercut by the fact that he gets captured right away.
military types.
The Vulcan Raven fight is a clear success for Snake, and the Fat Man fight is actually a clear success for Raiden and the player.
I plant a bomb. And
Raiden succeeds and the player succeeds.
If you prefer to stay in one piece,
There's
disable my bombs.
some of the fact, you know, that I was referring to earlier, that this is something that the Patriots kind of expect, but it's still a clear, genuine victory for Raiden and for the player, right? This is really the first boss fight that Raiden gets to have. So the strategy here is actually to knock him down with the with the SOCOM and to shoot him in the head. Claymores are fun, but they're not actually the best way to handle all this shit. So you just kind of chase him down, auto lock, fire a couple bullets, and then shoot him in the head. And then by the end of it, he just looks like Pinhead. And before he even activates the bombs, you can start disarming them. Which is nice. Which is something you have to do on higher difficulties, because the time to disarm bombs on those difficulties are like really low. Cool, so there we go. And I don't care if I waste ammo here with my SOCOM. Oh, that was janky as hell for a second.
More bombs.
Where is it? Oh, there. Oh, he actually placed 3.
Are you just gonna
Where is this one? This is my first time I'm actually having something even resembling difficulty in this fight. Oh, it's on the side.
Come on, get a move.
I was like, that's weird. Other bomb. Up here. For some reason, I thought it was underneath. So, I think 2 more shots to the head and we get it, so...
What's wrong?
Oh, he didn't fall there. I didn't shoot him fast enough? he's just putting down bombs. Not the smoothest boss fight. Not the most elegant encounter, but that's fine. I don't think he's actually shot us once, so that's neat. Oh, he actually ran into me though. And then we're done. But yeah, so the strategy of this boss fight ends up being different than the strategy of the Vulcan Raven fight. The Vulcan Raven fight is much slower, much more deliberate. And actually, the way that this boss fight works, it incentivizes a lot more movement, incentivizes you to be a lot more aggressive and quick.
The party's over
So,
for you. That's what you think.
A little different, even though the arena is very similar.
What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Laugh and grow fat. Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it?
Don't worry,
it's Where very is close it?
by. Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Snuffling my nose for a second.
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn.
Think you can find it? When it goes off.
It's funny because when you have the sensor equipped, which you probably do, it's just right there.
This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Better question is, where did all the blood come from, even though I was just pumping his head full of tranquilizers? But we don't question these things. Right, if you have the thing, it's like right there. You can just shoot it and blow everybody up, which is not something I recommend, but you can if you want. Yeah, it's right underneath him. Oh, you think it's the wine?
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs.
He spilled his juice.
One of their main leverages.
I've always, I guess, for like
that leaves
15 years, 16 years. I guess I've always considered it his blood.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger.
So I will
focused on protecting
go to the restroom. Our next segment has a couple things going on that are interesting, which tie back even to things that the series has done in the original Metal Gear. But it's expanded, so we'll see.
Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best
Is the Colonel the same voice as the narrator in Diablo 1? I don't know. It's Paul Eiding, who does the voice of Professor Hojo in Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII.
Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help
Had a
from a
little
friend.
help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And fat.
Whoa, it's like he's a James Bond dude for a second. Good job, Raiden.
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
These are our
It's too far
orders,
from
Lieutenant JG.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
This is when the whole
I'm on the heliport right
snake
now,
stuff
but I don't
starts
see their
to
Harrier. It's
peek
out
in even more.
somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant
Your
JG.
orders, not mine.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Alright, so that's taken care of. I'll be back in a minute for real. See you in a second, friends. Okay, I'm back. If I wanted to, I could just shoot Fat Man in the head right now too, but that would be mean. Now we get more cutscene stuff. We get our first encounter with the ninja, and our first real our first real indication that Codex space is like this weird, non-literal space. Also notice that the ninja does a backflip up to the same point where Olga did a backflip off.
Mr. X.
Not really a subtle game, but you know. I actually like the design of this cyborg ninja exoskeleton a lot. Has just enough like weird Yoji Shinkawa like chunkiness, which is really cool.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the line.
And we start repeating again, more plot beats again. I wish we could play as a cyborg ninja. I got a game for you, buddy. It's called Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
Of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including a relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet
It's a good exchange there. He says, I'll decide something, and everybody's like, you're not trusted to make your own decisions yet. Kind of bleeds through to the player, right? I'll decide if I'm legitimate, or, you know, Raiden, I'll decide if I'm legitimate too. And still the game kind of denies that to the player. Raiden doesn't really secure his legitimacy until he grabs the sword, until his handcuffs are broken at the end of the game, and when he throws away the dog tags. Heather, you liked Rising? I wrote a book on it.
You understand that?
You can find it on iTunes stores or like pretty much any digital storefront.
Where
So
are those hostages?
yeah, you can find that. Back when I was freelancing, I was like, I want to write a book, and so I wrote it on that because I liked that game quite a bit.
Hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find the aims there.
What does he look like?
The hostage stuff harkens back to
How am I
the
supposed
arms
to
tech stuff
even a
with,
description?
you know, President Baker and everything, which is why we're going to get a repetition of the heart attack stuff.
Expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
Right. This is also an example of another thing where we're going to be put into Raiden's headspace again, which is the directional microphone, where we spend a lot more of this game in first person.
Take this. The security guard
you know,
all level 2 security doors,
in Raiden's space, inhabiting his body more literally than we ever do, than we do with Snake in Metal Gear Solid.
The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
This disguise element traces like its history back as a formal element within the series all the way back to Metal Gear, where in order to enter into the second building, you had to wear a disguise. And it's also, yeah, somebody's saying in chat too, it's Meryl. So instead of somebody else wearing the disguise, we wear it. But it actually goes back further than that. So Metal Gear Solid's already remixing certain things from Metal Gear.
But I saw them
a lot of things in Metal Gear Solid are literally lifted from Metal Gear. This is a game that cannibalizes itself constantly.
So without an AK-74U, someone will
so it's doing both. Here we're the ones in disguise, but it's also heading back to earlier games. And yeah, somebody in chat mentions it too. It happens again in Metal Gear Solid 3. Where you have to put on the Rykov mask in order to sneak around. Or also initially the scientist uniform to get to Granin. But then again the Rykov mask. So you do it twice. But that's a core mechanic of that game, changing your outfits and everything, so it makes a little bit more sense.
Weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
A little bit with Young Snake, yes. That's complicated by the fact that sneaking level is like not one where you want to get spotted anyway. But actually an interesting thing about the sneaking level in 4 is because they're looking for Snake, you can walk around with another character's mask on, and I believe if the PMC soldiers find you, they harass you, but they don't do anything, right? There's a curfew, they kind of are jerky to you, but they don't attack you? Might be wrong there. That entire sneaking segment is undone by the fact that it's like way easier to just switch back into your octo camo. Which I think the game kind of wants you to do anyway. But like, so I've gotten a big boss ranking in 4, which was miserable. And you just want to use octo camo and stuff all the time. Line of sight too, right? Actually, it's more hell in the last segment when you're on Arsenal gear.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have
not Arsenal gear.
The
what the hell is their version of Arsenal gear in that game? I can't think right now. But when you're in that last segment with all the frogs and the geckos, and it's just really hard to sneak around. Has a couple of the tunnels that are similar to the tunnels that you sneak into in the tanker segment in this game. Really hard area to Outer Haven. It's so hard. Really hard.
What are you not telling me?
I've been completely
segment of the game. Maybe one of the hardest sneaking missions that I've had to do in order to get like a good ranking in a game ever. If you want to do a big boss rank thing that's easy, I'd recommend this game, or I'd recommend Metal Gear Solid 3, going for the Foxhound rank, because you're allowed to have a lot more saves on in that game.
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier. And
It's
infiltrate
actually
the Shell 1
pretty
core.
Understood.
pretty generous. Or to like get a fox rank or whatever. Or foxhound. I think foxhound rank is like you can only save up to 25 times or something, and it's like, dude, that's nothing. This one, I think it's like 8 times or something. Way more limited. Might be even less than that. You just cannot do as much in this game. Like the limitations for big boss rank here are trickier. On Foxhound mode for 3, it's you have to complete the game in like 5 hours or something though, so you really need to know your routes through each individual area. Not impossible, certainly, but that one requires a little bit more practice in terms of like your spacing. Yeah. It's definitely... It definitely can be difficult. But with a little bit of practice, it's pretty achievable. This one's pretty achievable too, because the spaces that you're in are pretty, like, not too hectic to sneak around in. You know, a little bit of practice gets you there. The guards are gonna sneak in again. Are there ones up here that require the second card key? C4. We can't grab the the M4 yet. The M4 is later on the second strut. Can't grab the sniper yet. Is there anything else we can grab? This has one of these though, yeah. I was like, I know there's something else. Is this grenades? Or no, this is the M4. Oh, if you don't pick up the M4 here, it shows up in the other area. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, come on, dude. Stay the fuck put. So now we just have to grab the AK. Which is... There's the bullets, so I guess it's over here. Which is good. I don't know where the AK suppressor is in this game, though. It's been a while. You don't really need it. Later on, when you have to get the sniper rifle, you have to remember to sneak. Where are they gonna go? Are they gonna turn around? Oh, we can get out of here before it even matters. Later on, when you grab the PSG one, you need to... At least if you're going for like a ranked thing, you got to go into the little alcove, or you lose your chance to do a non-lethal version of oh damn it, of Vamp. Cool, that should be fine. And then the thing we do here is, and it only really matters. God damn it! I just forget there's more. One thing we do here is we actually just sidle along here. Oh, the AK suppressors, if you do the flip instead of going down. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so the AK suppressor is if I do a cartwheel and totally nail it. And then you use the coolant to suppress the fire and you can pick it up. That's right, that's right. Totally right. I just do this so I can run back easier later on. Because those things stay fallen, I believe. And later on I'm going to have to run back to this area. I am going to destroy cameras here.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
To help me on my trip out
Snake is interred.
of
Great.
here once my disguise is
I've located the
busted.
grave site.
And you actually wear your disguise on the way out
Well,
because at a distance, it still stops enemies from perceiving you a little bit. So on higher difficulties, it still can sometimes be useful to wear the BDU even after you lose the balaclava, because enemies won't immediately perceive you at such great distances. It can help you in areas like this, where you need to peer around a corner or something and enemies are patrolling pretty actively. Gives you a couple more seconds to aim your gun. Really useful.
Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
These whole segments are pretty standard, though, when you really get down to it. Having suppressed SOCOM is, like, so fucking essential. I missed my shot there because I accidentally went out of first-person mode, so this guy's just gonna... Hello, fellow soldier. Never claimed that this was gonna be a perfect run. The only thing that's tricky here is you cannot bump into... you just can't bump into any of the guards. It gets rid of your disguise. So it gives you a little bit of stuff to think about. I still want to get rid of as many cameras as I can. Want them to turn around so I can shoot the camera? Perfect. So now we're just kind of going through this area bit by bit. I'm gonna grab some rations and some bullets. M9. I think there's some rations in one of these as well. Or I'm thinking about downstairs. I forget. And we gotta hit this thing as well. Just helps me on the way back up. You know, in higher difficulties, you don't... You know, you can play without the radar or something. But if you're playing casually, there's nothing wrong with using the radar. Even though it does become a crutch, right? I think one of the real weaknesses of Metal Gear Solid and then Metal Gear Solid 2 is just that the radar really takes away some of the risk. You saw it. I've walked around corners here and actually bumped into enemies. And, like, that's part of the fun, right? Part of the fun of a game like this is, like, yeah, nailing, you know, practicing and nailing a perfect execution of, you know, some sort of sneaking. But also part of the fun, I think, of stealth games is, like, getting discovered and having to, like, maybe recover and fix things. So, you know. I'm glad later games kind of abandon the radar or have limited versions of the radar. Oh god, that jerk almost bumped into me. This is the trickiest spot just because there's so many enemies that can potentially bump into you. Not the worst thing. But, you know. Still potential for you to accidentally mess up because you gotta go over near where the bird is to get the directional microphone, which you only use a couple more times. Yeah, this guy's running around laps like it's a like a race course or something. And so now we're fine mostly. Yep, perfect. Yeah, police knots poster in there. Yeah, this guy just does this. Where I'm just like, okay. You can make the bird learn how to say different things. So if you get detected enough time in here, and you know the guard says, you know, enemy spotted or whatever, the bird will eventually start saying it, which is very cool. One thing that I'm doing here, that you might notice me doing at least a little bit, is I'm hitting the button to call the elevator down twice, because that actually makes it come down faster. Doesn't really matter, it's just the thing you do. After you play a game so many times you start to do things out of habit, that's just one of the habits. Just hit it twice. Let's go over here because this is where the node is. You don't really need it here, but it's nice to be a sort of completionist in this case. So doing actions twice is actually something that is useful. Anything else in here? In a lot of cases, because what I could do is knock against this wall, or I could knock against it multiple times to make him run instead of walk over. Just saves you a little bit of time. Right? That becomes really crucial when you're doing high-level runs in something like Metal Gear Solid 3, where you can rhythmically kind of knock on walls to make guards move at a pace that you want them to. Can be really good for dealing with, like, the first Ocelot unit fight after you... right, that's after you meet Sokolov for the first time, I think. Or no, or maybe that's after Ava. I always get those moments confused a little bit. It's been a while since I've played Metal Gear Solid 3, believe it or not. But you can knock on the wall to kind of make people move at the speed that you want. Yeah, post Ava. So you just tap. So, like, you can tap, and then if you... Tapping gets them to pause, and then if you tap, like, twice after, it gets them to run. There's really interesting stuff in that game. For instance, if you knock out... So one thing that happens usually is that, like, a guard can perceive you if you get too close to them and make noise. So if you're running up to a guard on higher difficulties in order to, say, CQC them, if you just really want to do a bunch of CQC stuff, they tend to hear you the moment you're behind them, which gives you just enough time to CQC them and slam them to the ground. One thing you can actually do is guards... don't perceive your footsteps in that game if they're going to inspect something. So one thing you can do is, like, if they see a guard that's knocked out and you run up behind them, they don't hear your footsteps at all. So one thing you can do in that game, in order to make navigation through certain segments easier, is you knock out a guard in certain spots so that the enemy goes to investigate it, and you just run up to that enemy, don't need to worry about them hearing your footsteps, and slam them to the ground.
And look for aims while
there's, like, really small quirks to guard AI in each game. Oh, Jesus. That was a mistake. That kind of affects how you perform certain strategies. Where is aims in this version of the thing? Oh, look at all these low poly dudes. Oh, now they're loading in a little. Oh, but from the distance they get a little jaggy, huh? I think aims is up here in this version? Yeah, there he is. After a while, you just know.
You're Ames, aren't you?
The idea is that you're supposed to go around and listen to the pacemaker. Oh, that's actually something too that you can get the bird to repeat. It's because if you press triangle with the directional microphone, you always say, like, you must be Ames. You must be Ames. He just said it at the same time as I did. But you can get the bird to repeat it.
Still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist.
So this is our, like, repetition of the
uniforms.
The closest thing we get to the DARPA chief stuff or the arms tech stuff. Ames is very randomly Natasha Romanenko's ex-husband, which is only expressed if you read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, which is kind of interesting to read. It's like a whole novelization of the first game from the Kodak team's perspective.
I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was sent in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
This is when they treat the nano communication thing really literally, because we get to see Ocelot get really frustrated that people...
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety.
Like, he can't hear them suddenly, and he's like, ah, damn, watch him. But it's weird, right? Because in theory, there's a guard patrolling that room who should be perceiving, you know, Raiden kneeling by and doing nothing. But that's not the case, because Kodak space is not real space. It's like a sub-pocket video game space that our characters go to in order to have conversations.
I can't get a response.
It's one of the real clear pieces of video game artifice in this game, besides all the stuff that you can do with guards, or, you know,
What are you talking
characters responding to you because you shoot too many
Regardless of what they do to other hostages,
seagulls or
they
whatever.
won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the
But I've always,
physiological data.
there's always been a part of me that wanted to write like an essay about codex space.
The
But
president's own vital
I don't know, maybe it'll be like a paragraph when I finally write the retrospective on this. So we'll see. And maybe, like I said, maybe this will end up on YouTube. The more I talk, the lower my voice gets, which I always feel self-conscious about. As time goes on, I don't know how many people will ride us out to the end, but we're actually making pretty good progress. You don't spend that much time in the second strut. It's mostly all the stuff with Emma, which is like, man, I don't know how to talk about that. There's some weird shit going on there. Anytime that,
as a failsafe, the input
like all the stuff with the Emmerichs come up, it's really weird.
the initial login. If a valid
This is just more like digital information stuff, the idea of biometrics and everything, which is also why we had to do the eye scanner to get in.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
I'll have to really parse out my thought about the Emmerich shit. And it gets even more messed up when you get to
The entire thing was planned.
to later games,
The oil
right?
spill, the
Because
tanker
Huey's such a
accident,
piece
the
of
cost
shit.
Everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait. Here comes Snake.
Directional microphone stuff. Directional microphone tends to be the chances where we get to have Easter eggs with Johnny Sasaki. So we might pay attention to that. The idea here is, like, this is our first time that we really encounter Solidus in a meaningful way. Solidus, who's actually one of my favorite characters in the franchise. Right, and I like how the subtitles get lower, but what we can do is...
To come all the way to New York just to get hit with a bowel attack. What luck. Oh,
Don't know if people can hear it that well. I don't know the sound balance.
this one's worse than that one up in Alaska.
Can you hear him in there just bitching about his shit?
Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminds me of someone. Who is she like again? Oh. Well, yeah, she's like her. Now that's a time I'd like to forget. Ridiculous that I had to get Jack for everything.
There's another conversation that we can listen to during the sniper escort part with Emma.
Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again.
I have, as you might expect, as I have about many things in this series, mixed thoughts about Johnny Sasaki, especially in
Get on my nerves.
MGS4. I don't
Whatever. For now, just gotta
care much for Johnny and Meryl ending up together. And right, Heather, why are you talking about gender stuff? It's all you ever talk about. Blah, 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 blah. Go to hell, SJW. No one says in chat, but somebody says on the internet. But I think it's very strange that Meryl's ultimate reward in the series is like domesticity. I don't think it really fits with the character. Right? Like the way that Metal Gear Solid 4 tries to wrap up a lot of those knots at the end is weird. You know, because we already have kind of a domestic thing that happens at the end, which is Raiden getting to return to something resembling a normal life after not being able to really have that for a while. And Rising undoes that, but I feel like Rising undoes it in a way that's interesting to explore for Raiden. Like, that game knows its themes and what it wants to do, so I'm okay with it living in this weird continuity branch where Raiden kind of backslides again. Because Raiden's a character who's always kind of backsliding. Right, but it's it's odd to me to have all that happen. Is Metal Gear Solid 4 ever going to see the light of day again? Well, good news is when I play through Metal Gear Solid 4, it shouldn't take us more than a day either. The cutscenes will take us for fucking ever, but these have taken us a lot here too. Because we'll play that on normal mode too. And really, that's, you know, the first two parts of that game are the parts that have the most stuff going on. And the good news is I have, like, every gun unlocked in that game. I have, like, every weapon, so we can just kind of goof around a little bit.
I cannot even guess.
Although, won't, like, maybe I could start a new game for the sake of being serious, but I think I might...
Suspicion where it isn't due.
Like, I have the Tanegashima and all the special laughing and crying bullets in that game. Yeah. Somebody mentions it in chat. That big hurricane shooting flintlock rifle. Yep, I have all that, which is good. The amount of driving points I have in that game is obscene.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive.
If the old man
there is a
alive, I wouldn't need to
like a flintlock matchlock rifle that has a random % chance of shooting a giant tornado. The sun gun too, which actually defeats Vamp in one hit. So, which is really cool.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in
If
your
you hate the Vamp fight, unlock the solar gun, charge it up and shoot him once, and then you stun him. And then you can just stab him with the nanomachine syringe and end that fight.
I recommend against switching cams.
I like that cape move. God, Solidus is so fucking cool. That GBA game was pretty neat too. Boktai? A game that people forget Kojima was involved with very much. Boktai was a game, friends, if you don't know it, where the gimmick was it had a solar sensor patch on it.
It's happening again.
Where
damn right arm.
It could tell if you were playing in direct sunlight, and so there's like a photometric type thing. And to charge your weapons and do a couple things, you would have to actually play your Game Boy outside in direct sunlight, kind of like charging up a solar battery. Really cool concept for a game. Yeah, unfortunate pairing for the GBA screen. The original GBA, at least, not the GBA SP.
Your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
It's still kind of a stealth game, right? That's not directed by Kojima, but he's still involved in like the production side. So people still kind of mentally parse that a little bit as a Kojima game.
I thought Snake was
I like the SP a lot, though. Yeah, I think the SP is a great piece of hardware.
But he's also here in the
Gets a little flimsy, like the clasp.
There are two of
It's a little flimsy, but
two of them.
And that's impossible.
That's about it.
Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password.
Oh, you mean playing Boktai with the SP? Yeah.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by.
This is when we start to get to some of the politicking stuff that we were missing in the early parts of the game.
Cooperating with them.
It would have to
But
be,
it,
yes.
again, never really has to do with nations or like reviving Mother Russia or whatever.
They will fire
it's President Johnson clashing with the Patriots. It's Solidus trying to find a way to break free from their control over technology.
Nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions.
See, he gets here no.
No, a high altitude.
They want to do an EMP.
You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer.
Emma pulse. Haha, get it?
Goes off within the atmosphere. The result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of.
But the idea that we'll get to is
most electronic equipment will be toasted.
That Solidus wants to take Manhattan offline and establish essentially like a self-reliant city-state free from the. Yeah, he's saying it right here. Yeah. To kind of keep it free from the intervention of the Patriots, which is cool. And then Dead Cell's like, we're just gonna drop nukes, but that's not true. Solidus has his own plans. I think Solidus is one of those characters where you're like, wow, I respect his motives, but his methods are kind of weird.
Pocket. Hurry. It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2.
There's a weird moment here where you have to re-equip your AK, and like you get a game over if you don't, but it doesn't make sense to me because you still
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
you still get discovered, which is interesting to me. Like this moment's very odd. It's like all you have to do is equip your gun. It's not that tense.
What do you think you're doing?
It's a little bit of quirkiness on the game's part that I've never really quite understood.
Always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
Oh, Solidus raised Raiden. We'll get to that.
No need for denials.
Colonel Ames.
Know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the president was planning to betray them, so they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
I could
You'll never
zoom in if I wanted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot. You.
That's the closest thing we get to Foxeye. Right, the idea of, hey, we gotta repeat Shadow Moses, which is something that's happening within the fiction of the game.
Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one
I don't know, how can you know that? You haven't seen his face.
Identify yourself.
My name is Raiden.
We meet at last.
I've had training that's indistinguishable from the real thing. I could deal with this because I've done sneaking mission 60.
Hold your fire. We need the hostages alive.
Hurry, get away.
Ocelot, a really good actor here. Good for him. Ocelot knows this is bullshit, and he just leans into it, and I respect that. Yes, but he does not cut off Ocelot's arm this time. Slow motion. We get a couple times where Raiden runs in slow motion. I'm still going to wear my BDU because on the way out it will help me. Do I get a Kotaku call here? I do. Ames is dead. Colonel.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
Yes, Ocelot knows who the ninja is, I believe. Ocelot basically knows everything that's happening here. He's the only dude who knows everything that's happening here.
Apparently.
That will become clear at the end of the game, where we have multiple cutscenes of Ocelot being like, I've fooled you all along, I'm Ocelot.
$30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the
I like how if you do this, you can actually see it say Campbell down there.
Just be a little patient.
A little bit of fun.
Now, we can take it that they've completed the password entry.
He's only that colonel because that's what the player expects and also what Raiden expects. The only reason it's this dude
According to Ames,
is because
but it's also true that they're about to get rid of the
that's what
There's something
people
else
expected
going
from
on
Metal
here.
Gear Solid 2.
And the president may
Yeah, when in doubt, Ocelot knows what's happening.
see him in person. Once they get
Except for the times where he intentionally makes sure that he doesn't know what
you
happens.
need to rescue the president before then.
But then his ignorance is part of the plan.
I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
Well, that didn't go the way I wanted. You hit the button twice, it comes a little faster. This is why we destroyed all the cameras, by the way. It's just easier. Right. And then I think someone's at the end of the hallway. Yeah, a couple folks are. And on some difficulties, there's a dude here. This is why I wear the BDU mostly, by the way, is because if I get too close without it, he can like perceive you on higher difficulties. But mostly you can just kind of lean there and do it. The BDU is still useful, by the way. We'll probably use it a couple times during the Solidus fight. So I guess we just go to the next strut now, huh? Oh, the caution persists through? I didn't realize that. I guess that makes sense. Oh god, I missed. Ugh. Shooting the friggin' ciphers from far away is like the worst. It's like, I hate shooting ciphers in this game. I like how the guy up there doesn't notice, by the way, because there's still the guy up there again. Oh, damn it. I almost fell and died. Wow. That was, that would have been funny. We're still doing this so that when I have to run back after Emma gets stabbed, I don't have to worry about it. I think they stay down throughout the whole game if you let them fall at all. So there's that. Where? Yeah, I want to go to the warehouse first and grab some stuff. I think I can grab the grenade launcher just in case to help me with the Harrier fight, although I should have all the stuff I need because it's just going to give me the Stinger missiles, so... But it's kind of fun to have. Oh, fuck you. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no.
Nothing here.
Fuck you! Oh no, because we're gonna need the sniper rifle, so we actually do need to be down here anyway. Yeah, because I need to take care of the bombs. Is there anything else down here I can grab? Don't think so. No, we grabbed everything we need here, so we just head upstairs. Oh, guy got woke up. Woked up. That guy's still there.
Freeze!
Level 2. These are just claymores. I don't really need those. Level 3. I thought this one had the sensors in it. Grenade launcher. We just need the sniper rifle. Which is maybe... No, that's where we got the M4, so sniper rifle's here. Is there... I swear to God, remembering that there were more areas where I needed to worry about things getting tripped. And you gotta go in here to get the PSG-1T. So we're mostly fine. Are there any more PSG-1 bullets here? Yeah, there are. And we just wait for all these clowns to
Situation is normal. All clear.
get the fuck out of here. And then we...
Unable to find the AWOL soldier.
Oh my, where are they gonna go? Huh?
Situation is normal. All clear.
It's like, no thank you, bud. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. Nervous about these guards for some reason. Way more nervous than I actually need to be. So the Harrier fight is going to be interesting. Like anything else, kind of like the Hind fight, it's partially meant to tutorialize players on how to use the Stinger before the eventual battle with a Metal Gear. It's also our remix of the Hind fight, right? Except it's faster. There's 2 people piloting it. Things get undercut again when it turns out that both Ocelot, not Ocelot, both Solidus and Vamp survive, so still fits into that framework of players succeeding at a pretty difficult task and still not really achieving the success that they'd really want. I mean, it's still impressive. You took down like a fucking fighter jet. You know, that's still no small feat. But I want this guy to climb up. I see another guy above it. Weird. There's 2? Where's the other? I don't remember this layout at all. He might spot me. Oh, they're both below me. Great. Not too bad. Have we had like an actual alert yet? We've had cautions. I don't know if we've had a normal alert. We might have, but I don't remember it. So maybe we haven't.
Nothing here.
But now we get to this. We haven't, someone says. So that's not bad. Means we're playing decently enough. You know, sometimes I play on streams in the week and I'm playing kind of impromptu. I'm trying to chat with Paul or whoever. And I always kind of feel bad because I'm not delivering like top tier gameplay or whatever. And I'm not really delivering top tier gameplay here. I'm on the default difficulty, but
Where have
you know,
been? Checking around.
I want to do
I'm in Strut
good
H
for you
right now.
folks.
How's the situation over there?
And I think I've done
We have a
okay.
lead on the president's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units
They look like little boxes.
Take a look with your binoculars.
I've shot them plenty of times. And then this next segment ends up being pretty quick. We have something
That's the Semtex.
similar to
And that
the
must be
approach
control
to
unit.
Otacon in the nuke storage building in Metal Gear Solid, but not quite as dire. We don't get any like toxic gas or anything. We got fire, which is not quite the same. Bullets. Cool. Where are all the ones here? Is there one down here? Sometimes on some difficulties there's some down there. I think there's one behind us still. Yep. Yeah, on some difficulties there's one like down there. Not here. And then that, and then that, and then pop a pentazamine, even though I don't think I need it, to try and hit the one here. Is it here on this difficulty? I forgot. Oh, there was the one by all the seagulls. I feel bad shooting those seagulls. It's not there on normal? Oh, that's like one of my favorite ones. So this might be the last one we need. This one's weird. Because you would think that just shooting at the cipher would be enough. Oh, I actually did hit the cipher. Wow. I guess my aim shook a little bit there.
Right. Are you all right?
Wow, I guess we got a game over.
Raiden!
That's funny. I was not expecting that at all. I guess that happens. I guess that's... Wow, maybe it just moved at the last second. Snake! Snake! So these are, I think, the last two. Huh? Get out of here. I guess it's really picky. That's not the last one. Where's the last one? Are we sure there's one not behind the flag here? I thought there was. Somebody said there wasn't one there on normal. No, it's there. I see it. There. Just shoot enough bullets and get it. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's there. So that's fine. Can't believe we blew up. What a situation.
I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now.
This is when he's like, here's my partner, Otacon.
On the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the
And then
hostages?
finally we get Solidus, and it's all very good.
In the core.
The second half of this game is
Find any other places where hostages
pretty
will be held.
staid and pretty low-key until we finally get to
How many
a
hostages
lot of
are
the big
there?
plot twists.
few short
I
of
might
30,
struggle a bit during the
one
vamp
dead
fight.
and several
I've never been good at that fight,
Kasatka's cargo
so
area
we'll see how
will
that
hold
goes.
13
There's a couple cool
back.
things you can do in that fight, though. Especially if you're trying to
It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground.
do a non-lethal thing.
We'll have to make two
Blow some
trips.
grenades against the walls when he's underwater, gets rid of his stamina. You can swing the Nikita missile launcher and hit him.
VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner.
Snake just doesn't like
Hey,
check.
Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders! Over here!
Damn!
Kasatka.
I'll talk to you later.
Very satisfying word. Raiden's like, that dude says he's Snake.
Colonel,
And everybody's like, he can't be Snake.
Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses.
AKA Hal Emmerich.
Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses.
Remember that the original ending of Metal Gear Solid 4 was going to be them
Organization.
They sabotaged
arrested and
destroyed countless
executed
Metal Gear units
for
throughout
crimes
the world.
of
and were responsible for the
terrorism.
incident 2 years ago that necessitated
For those of you
the
who don't know,
destruction of the big shell.
I believe that that was the original
Are
pitch.
terrorists.
Jack, why are
Was
you defending them?
not going to be a good
I
end
look
for
back on
Snake and
what I've done
Otacon.
here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission
Yeah.
like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need
Yeah, this is when Raiden starts to break out of that loop that I was talking about.
pure will.
But he doesn't have the words to
by-
articulate what
by
he wants
courage,
yet.
Or ideals, or something like that.
Right, he's saying that, like, hey, there's something more than just, like,
The
these
solid
ideas
snake that saved Shadow
of,
Moses couldn't turn into
of
a
whatever else. Like, you,
Maybe
like, the battlefield
that's true.
changes you, but he doesn't
They
have
went
the
down with that Joker 2
vocabulary
years ago.
for it.
We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here. Not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
That's not what anybody is suggesting, and I've never understood that line.
Leader behind this thing.
It's always a weird one. She's like, Snake's here. He can't be here. He can't be Otacon. And you're like, that's not what I'm saying at all. The Kshatriya in Gundam. I actually don't like that suit. I don't like a lot of the suits in Unicorn. There's my Gundam stuff for today. Well, Rose is and isn't. Rose is replaced with an AI later. The idea was maybe in like the original pitch documents, Rose was supposed to be on the big shell, and every time you were supposed to like maybe rescue her, she wouldn't be there. So you would start to question like, oh my god, is Rose even here? What's going on? And there's aspects of that still here.
So you're the boss around here.
No, not
I'm
just
the
around.
boss to surpass Big Boss himself.
Big Boss himself. Solid
I like this.
Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake.
That's like some very Marlo Stanfield, my name is my name bullshit right there.
What a pleasant surprise, brother. Save it.
Also, you can't really see it, but you can kind of see it on this better version. But Solidus has a beard. If you ever saw like the McFarlane toy line or whatever, like it's apparent here, but it wasn't apparent on the original game as much. But his action figure and stuff looks way more, way more like Big Boss. Yeah, he's great.
Stop impersonating him. Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid.
Also remember, he's the president, or the ex-president, which is funny. So, I mean, Rising does it with a senator, so you might as well do it with the president here. Raiden gets knocked back here. You would think that all these explosives would trigger the other explosives, because I accidentally shot one fucking drone and blew up the entire video game. Does Snake know about Solidus and his relationship? I don't think he knows of Solidus by this point, yes, actually.
Did I get it?
Right, I think they mention it in a codec call out to us. If I'm remembering the script correctly, which I mostly remember.
We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
Right, so again, the inversion here from Metal Gear Solid is that instead of attacking the helicopter, we're protecting the helicopter, or the helicopter is assisting us. But we still have a boss fight that is doing a lot of the same things that the Stinger fight, or the Hind fight did in the first game, which is training us on how to use the Stinger missile launcher for later. Giving us a fight against one of the snakes inside of like an airplane or a helicopter or whatever. So those aspects of it are there, right? One of the snakes inside of an airplane, thinking emoji, says someone.
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down. Snake!
counting on you.
Good news is that this fight should go mostly smoothly. There's a couple areas where you can get hit, and it sucks. Which is why I'm probably going to equip the rations just for safety. This can sometimes be a more complicated fight than you think.
Use this.
This is a... It definitely takes more damage here than on higher difficulties. Mostly you just lock on and you fire. You can lock on after you fire a missile in this game, but it doesn't tend to hit. A little bit of frame rate drop there. Not bad. Where is it? Below? Or in the distance? Oh, above. So you just kind of hug these structures in order to survive. And here, I think he fires all the missiles. And the solution is mostly get underneath. Hit me.
I'll shred you to pieces.
Yeah, I knew I was going to get hit a couple times here. One thing you can do is mostly just hide here and he doesn't hit you. If you go down below, you can actually use the box to hide a little bit. You can mostly just stand here, and he'll like rotate a little bit, but you mostly don't get hit. Right? This, you just go like this. And unless you're very unlucky and a missile splashes, you should be fine.
I'll take care of it.
This is a good chance to get in a lot of damage, too. He's gonna do a big charge thing? Right? He's eventually gonna... yeah. Oh, I did it wrong. The thing that you need to do is you need to... I was trying to hit triangle there to backflip over that. So I'll just scarf a ration. If you use the BDU, you can actually get rid of flames instantly, so that's fine. I didn't want to use a ration because I wanted to be a tough person, but whatever.
I'll let you go out in style.
But usually when he does that big, like, bombing thing there that destroys part of it, you can, you can kind of back, like, not backflip, but you can, like, flip over the railing, and you're good. But these are always good chances to getting damage, and Snake usually hits him with a grenade, too. So yeah, took a little bit of damage here. I'll probably take damage during the Ray fights, too. That shouldn't be bad. This should be the end of the fight. Yeah, the cutscene, somebody in chat saying the cutscene keeps on fucking with your shots. Yeah, it interrupts your movement, which is not fun. This is, so the voice of Solidus, I think they mentioned it. was
There's something coming up.
I forget how you pronounce his name. John Sigan. He was also, he did a couple voices in games that were really good. He most memorably to me was the voice of Dash Rendar in Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, which was really great. He's got that really distinct tough guy voice. He's also the voice of Silas Greaves in Call of Juarez Gunslinger, if people know that game, which is like my favorite, one of my favorite games. So this is partially like another example of player success not quite matching up with success within the narrative. This happens also in Metal Gear Solid because Liquid survives. The PC version of Shadows of the Empire had voiceover. Liquid survives the Hind stuff too. Here, this is another case of, you know, you don't take out Vamp again, you don't take out Solidus, you don't even have the perception of taking out Solidus. You don't have a, you know, the illusion of the idea that you might take out Metal Gear before it's active, which is something in the first game. So like, things just start breaking bad. But that starts to be something, like, the more things start to break apart in this game, physically and, like in terms of perceived control over the situation, are actually the moments where Raiden starts to assert himself a little bit, too.
Hey, what's that?
He's running on water. There's a explanation of Vamp running on water in Metal Gear Solid 4, I believe? Where I guess their reasoning, it's not nanomachines, not everything is nanomachines. I think they say it's like magnets or some shit. Right? But yeah, as the big shell starts to come apart in that
You all right?
that lemniscate breaks and that, you know, that infinite loop starts to shatter.
We need some time
And, you know, more truth becomes revealed. Raiden starts to become more sure of himself on the battlefield. He starts to push back against the Colonel a bit more. The minute he starts going out of the first
There's still too many things
strut, the first part of Big Shell, he starts to develop.
A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers, everybody passes it on.
I'm here
Memes.
because I was assigned to this mission, not because I
Yes,
want to.
somebody's mentioning that
I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to
there was a cut character in this game with the dubious name of Chinaman.
We're not tools of the government.
Jesus, Kojima. Who had a couple of things that Vamp has, which is one, running on water and then swimming a lot. The notion was partially he had a tattoo that would come to life in the water, which is partially why we fight Vamp in that room later on with the
That's all there is to it.
like hyper oxygenized water. But also that room is a, we'll talk about that room later.
Cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth
Right.
fighting.
And Raiden's like, what's a cause? I don't understand. Because Raiden has no ideology at this point.
Look at it 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere.
This entire game's about Raiden developing ideology.
We have a responsibility to the
And if
coming
Raiden can learn to develop ideology, you too, you the player, can develop an ideology of your own.
To spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information.
I like Raiden being like, you're a terrorist, and Snake's like, yeah? But like, we're doing shit we like, or that we think we have to?
From a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone.
Raiden's like, I don't get it.
This is a military mission.
Fighting, I hate it. This is when he has a good line where he says, "We bleed, we die," though.
Are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost
That
gave me
reliable
the-
source, spoiler alert, turns out to be Liquid.
I know that.
Or Ocelot.
And I know I
But
need
Liquid
to
as
stay
Ocelot.
stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember.
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the
You
Jada,
beat
okay,
VR missions and extreme mode this year, says in chat. Yeah, it's fun, huh?
Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get
I'm
to
gonna do the
core from
cartwheel
other
to try and
side
get the
of
AK
Strut L.
suppressor, even though I don't need it, and I'm gonna fall. But we'll see.
Down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only
Have I
violent
played
strike
European
the
Extreme? Yeah,
outer is
I
the
have.
L. That attack just now doesn't
Last
make
time
any
I played on
sense.
hard on this, though, and streaming hard mode or extreme mode of this game is way different than playing it by yourself.
Man was the real Snake all along.
So he says. He doesn't know.
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake. That has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and
Yeah,
Snake
Kojima.
used to be on the same side.
No nukes, no war.
I read about
Great.
you and Snake.
Futility of
In the
weird
darkness of
war.
Shadow Moses.
I don't
And
give
then
a
he
damn
does
what
other
that
weird
piece of
stuff that's
trash
not as
said.
good.
Do you get me?
Yeah, I wish I had dodged some of those other rockets during that fight. So the thing that you do here is flip, and you might die. I haven't done that flip in years.
Right, what's going on?
But let's try it again. It's kind of sticky. It's so funny. If you nail it, it's like really sticky. But I'm okay with dying, because... Like, see how you just kind of stick to the edge there, sort of? It's, a little imperfect. This is when you get buzzed on your cell phone. But I'm mostly coming up here just to grab the AK suppressor for shits and giggles. I don't use the AK much for anything, right? Why would I when I have the M9? But, you know. I wanted to show you that. That jump there, it's like, if you're going on like a run that you care about and you fall and die there, like, that sucks. But otherwise, it's like, whatever. Here... It's like one of the few times that you're gonna really want to bust this out. Why do I keep on not hitting triangle? I don't need to, but I'm gonna. It's probably a waste.
This is not a pretty sight. Hurry up and check the situation.
It's like one of the few times that using the PSG one tranquilizer version is actually really useful. Yeah, well, the guard doesn't... You don't have to have the guard pee on you. They only pee on you if you run through it. You can just hug the wall and you're fine. Here, we're going to do this for a variety of reasons. We don't have to worry about shooting the guard. And then, remember our little trick, because these platforms are going to start falling. And we can still move faster than them. Totally fine. Totally easy. Some of the spaces here are evocative of the spaces that you traverse in the blast furnace in Metal Gear Solid 1, specifically this moment where you're kind of going underneath this. This is like when you're on top of the blast furnace and that moving segment is going back and forth. Not quite the same, but some references there.
Oh, it's going
with my pants.
This dude, like, you can just run past him, or you can not get hit by the P. Or you can just sit there and take it. Whatever you like. Here we want to get rid of all these stupid fucking things. I hate how many ciphers there are in that part of the game. You can call the colonel while you're getting peed on. And they're like, they make a joke about it being called Wet Works. Is the joke that they make. And you're like, oh, Metal Gear. It's like kind of a funny joke. But see how kind of sticky the cartwheel is? You can actually cartwheel over this too, but I don't want to. Because my first cartwheel earlier was kind of disastrous, wasn't it? This is when we have to do more directional microphone stuff for a minute. We get a repeat of the electrified floor, which is something that is from the other games too. So electrified floors go all the way back to
My father had some unfinished
Metal
business with
Gear, the original.
Calm yourself.
And then in Metal Gear 2, you really have another situation of
Then
that.
screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send
But these
you
games kind of presume that you haven't played Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2 for whatever reason. Metal Gear Solid presumes that either, because they try and retell the story of Shadow Moses very quickly.
Where's Ocelot?
What's my favorite Metal Gear? It's very easy.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own. He left my father to die, remember?
Olga,
It's this one.
we need
Yeah.
to get started on the
This is my
final
favorite
checks
Metal
for the
Gear.
unit.
All right.
I think it's fun to play. It's like fun and brisk to play. It's like enjoyable. I think it's smart. I think it has the most going on is like...
What about the chopper?
Peace Walker is arguably the one that you can play the most, or like 5 is, right?
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
You know, in the sense that you can go out and do missions and anything, like infinitely playable. But this is a super smart game. 5 is good, but it's a mess. I was yelling earlier because, no offense to people in chat, people were like, I love the cinematography in 5, and I was like, no, it's the worst. There's some things about 5 that I really like.
No one gets
Everything systemically in that game I think is very good. And you can see the start, like in that game, you can see the DNA of good systemic design that would eventually
stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the
really
room.
help make
And it's no job for bare
Death
hands.
Stranding possible.
Come back immediately.
Right? Because Death Stranding is very clearly building on that skeleton of Metal Gear Solid 5 in a lot of ways.
Half the money for
It
that.
just recontextualizes what a lot of your verbs are. And it gets rid of a lot of things. Does that include Ground Zeroes? Ground Zeroes is terrible. I think I've said it a couple more times. I think you can play Ground Zeroes a lot, and a lot of people did when it first came out, because that was kind of like a jungle gym. Ground Zeroes is terrible. It's a fucking offensive piece of work.
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
Just as a reminder.
Ground Zeroes is the apex of Metal Gear. What's it like being so wrong?
Time. Don't try anything on us.
No way. Not at all.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping
Ground
the
Zeroes is, I
Everything
think,
all right.
actually my least favorite
but I can't get
thing.
close to the door. The floor is
What, in my opinion, is the most problematic stuff with Ground Zeroes? Everything with pause.
suggestions?
Everything with pause.
Remember the Shadow Moses
100%.
VR training?
Repugnant,
Take out the
vile,
circuit
gross,
panel? Right.
unnecessary.
There's no way into
Adds
the
nothing
room.
to the plot. Doesn't make me take it more seriously. Actually makes me take it less seriously, as a matter of fact.
Look for
Right.
a remote control missile launcher. You can
so,
guide it through the duct
you know,
into the room.
it's really bad.
Then target the circuit panel.
Got it.
Not a big fan of it.
But make sure you don't.
I
hit
also
the
don't
president.
like.
The president is wired with
It doesn't follow through on some of the stuff it wants to do. Like, it wants to do like a Guantanamo thing, and it doesn't.
Repeatedly, but there's no response.
Doesn't
It
have
looks
the
like walls have a
balls to
built-in
really
radio shield.
So that's why AIM's
go
lost
for it
contact
as
with
much as it
If you need to
could.
confirm his position, you can log into the node.
But I understand, like, that's just the first part of 5, right? And it got split off by presumably Konami. So, you know, I understand that that's a pretty flawed thing. What's my favorite Metal Gear Solid song? Metal Gear song? Good fucking question. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Oh, that's Nikita stuff. Oh, the Nikita's downstairs in the water, isn't it? If you don't pick up the M4 earlier, I think you can get the M4 here. Instead, we just get grenades. Snake Eater's tempting. I love when... So, Metal Gear Solid 4 is a game that I think is pretty messy in a lot of ways. I love when you go back to Shadow Moses and The Best Is Yet to Come starts playing again. Genuinely phenomenal stuff. This is a kind of a callback to when you can mess around with seeing Otacon. Good news is that later, I'm going to tap on the wall to get the president to move away from where I'm putting my rockets, because otherwise I'm afraid I might hit him with a rocket in the friggin' face. You were thinking of the song, I think it's just called Old Snake, with the bonkers violins and everything. Way to Fall, not great, not my favorite. Okay, so we gotta grab a couple things down here. We need the Nikita, and I want the body armor.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
I'm fine with swimming.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick.
Best Metal Gear
Up will
Solid
take you
side
up,
character.
Down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear.
Listen
under
to
your
his
right
voice delivery
while
here,
you're
like, it's
underwater.
really great.
The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you
No,
can
this
hold
water's
from a
not.
single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls
Is
to zero,
this water
the
supposed to be
life
like
gauge will
the
start to
toxic?
drop. You
I
need
don't
to be
know.
aware.
Somebody says Metal Gear Solid 2 is the easiest, weakest theme song. Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday fits the tone of the game pretty well. That should be night vision goggles. I really forget where the Nikita is. Ow! I thought it wasn't gonna hit me. Swimming in this game is such a clumsy thing. I want to use a ration there because you actually lose O2 faster when you're injured, so... Yeah, I think Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday fits because this game is like very much like, hey, New York, and I think that works. So that's fine. Is there... I always forget where the Nikita is. You just gotta swim around until you fucking find it, I guess. I used to know exactly where everything was. I think it's just more down this way. Swimming, it's not the worst, it's just... You know, a little off. There it is. I think we can only get the body armor. After the vamp fight, right? Yeah. So that's fine, we have everything we need. You can tell it's been a little while since I've played, because I don't remember where everything is. So this isn't like super good performance. But, you know, not the worst, and we'll finish this pretty quickly. How about Survive? I don't hate it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. I think people let their emotions guide their judgment of that fucking game way too much. I think people treat, and I say this as somebody who's writing multiple retrospectives on Metal Gear games, I think people treat Kojima like a god, and I think Konami did him wrong, but I don't know. People go kind of bananas when it comes to Survive. The game does interesting stuff. It's not good, though. This is probably the better place to fire than Nikita, because you don't have to break through things. It might end up... He's really hard to predict. Hopefully he doesn't run into my fucking missile. One thing people forget is that the Nikita has a melee attack, like its own unique melee attack, that we will be using, hopefully, to good effect in the boss fight against Vamp. Because mostly we want to do stamina damage. And when he gets close to you, the actual hitbox of that attack extends behind Raiden.
So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
So if he's like jumping near you, you can swing it, and you're usually okay. I might mess it up. The Vamp fight is probably where I'm going to be the shakiest in this entire playthrough.
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
Don't make fun of Twin Stakes, though. Those cutscenes are fun.
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man? Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Now things are starting to make a little
Twin
sense.
Snakes is a game that we were talking about earlier in this playthrough. It doesn't play great because you can't take the mechanics of a different game and put them into a space that weren't designed for those mechanics. But the cutscenes are fun because Ryuhei Kitamura is just like
yes.
bonkers and great.
It's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching
He's like, I did it myself.
Strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence.
He's like, I'm tired of being a pawn.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just
I love imagining two people Kodaking when they're standing right next to each other. We saw it for 2 seconds talking to Ames, right? It's just two...
The Patriots?
It's just two goobers, like, standing next to each other.
I'm not surprised you've never heard of them.
Okay, finally we get to the
Very few
Patriots.
are aware of their existence.
And for a while,
Even
the
among
Patriots
those
are
with
like
code-word
literal, but they're not really meant to be literal.
Politics, the military,
That's one of the
the
most
economy.
boring things
They control
of Metal
it
Gear
all.
Solid
They
4
even
is
choose
actually
who
turning
becomes
the Patriots
president.
into something
Putting it simply, the Patriots
like
ruled this
real.
country.
They're far more interesting as like a rhetorical device or like a weird metaphor or like a rampant
The space
metatextual
defense,
element than they
income
are
tax
as like
reduction,
individuals.
And national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's
Space
what the
defense. They got a
Patriots
Space
want
Force
you
here.
to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
I like how he's like, do you think that
Look at me like that.
the politicians give a shit about you or like you have an effect on anything? And Raiden very clearly is like, nah, not at all, buddy.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial?
I think it's more meaningful for,
Military leaders.
and at least 4 is like,
No one knows who the Patriots really
I don't know, they run with it a little.
Even my
But I think it's more
instructions
meaningful for like the
All I've been
Patriots
told
to
is that
be
every key decision is made
just
by a
the
group of
long-running
12 men,
ramifications
known as the Wise
and
Men's
repercussions and lasting ripples
The
of
White House?
Merely
a
puppets,
bunch of rich people who
pawns in a
wanted to
game.
control everything
By
than it is for
pledging
them to
my
be like
loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the
paramedic
presidency.
and
Of course, that wasn't the
and
only
all your
price
dudes.
I had to pay.
What do you mean?
It's
Even
much
if
more
a pawn
interesting
becomes
to
a queen, it is still just a playing piece.
for it to be
I wanted to leave my own mark in history.
just this
But my ambitions
cascading
were-
manifestation of capitalism and political decay and moral rot and everything.
I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes, I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They
Yeah, Metal Gear
regulate the
Solid 4
country's
leans
various
into the
interests
boss
through
a little bit
controlled
much.
presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine?
Which is fine because she's a good character, but
if
you
it
know.
ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly.
But then again, when it comes to
prevent disaster, he replied that pawns
Metal Gear
can never
Solid,
become players.
the raw lore,
Who is this Solidus?
which gives the world its kind of richness,
My
is still
predecessor,
not the thing I like the most about
George
Metal Gear
Sears.
Solid, right?
That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his
Because I
code
don't
name,
think the
Solidus
best
Snake.
writing you get is
He
just
was
by
the
having
third Snake, preceded by Solid
like a
and Liquid,
codex of
a survivor
terms
of
that
the
you can
Les
point
Enfants
to, right?
Terribles project.
You have to have
Neither Solid nor
motivation, you
Liquid.
have to have
He was a well-balanced masterpiece, but the Patriots saw
all sorts of
fit to
stuff.
entrust with the presidency. However, he
So
fell out of
sometimes
grace with the
Metal
organization
Gear,
4 years ago,
and
when
4 is the
acting
most
in his
clear
own, he
example of it,
started an incident.
kind of gets really bogged down in details when the
Shadow
details aren't
Moses.
necessarily
That's right.
important.
At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing
Metal
the
Gear Solid 2, someone says, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love subtext.
a
Yeah,
blunder that
love it.
earned him the wrath of the Patriots.
Or really, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love metatext,
Solidus was
I
removed
suppose.
from the presidential office.
I still like Metal Gear broadly, but there are definitely times where it's like,
That's the story given to the general.
man, I don't
Following his resignation, the Patriots selected
care about
their new pawn.
some of the little details. I know other people do. How about Rising, though? The best. Everybody keeps on hopping into chat late and asking about Rising. Wrote a book about it. Fantastic game.
Staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before
Capped.
the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity
I do like
would soon
Solidus.
arrive.
I think he's one of the more compelling villains of the series, and it's so fucking tragic that he gets reduced to like
Would even his odds
a decoy corpse
by
in Metal
stealing
Gear
the
Solid 4.
Patriots' most valued project.
Like, in order to rebuild and reconstitute the canon,
It's the only chance he has
of the rest of the series. A lot of the stuff that
he'll declare war against
is
the
happening in Metal Gear Solid 2 is like kind of burnt on the pyre, literally, and
what you saw
not
was
literally.
Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines,
Which is
by
fine.
Ocelot.
Like, I don't know.
That was
Get
not
it done
the new
with.
Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm
quite serious.
The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right.
I forgot how much they dump on you here.
Carrying a load of over a couple of
And then we have to do all the Emma Emmerich stuff, which I don't know. I'm streaming through this whole game, so I'm a little tired at this point. But also just
the Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used
this connecting tissue between the first part and then getting to the complicated stuff at the end is just like
the new Arsenal Gear.
So now anti-Metal Gear.
They have to get all their ducks in a row so that they can
Ironic, isn't it? That's
have it all happen later on, but it's like
full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces. Not to
and I guess yeah, this is
armament. In short,
this is our version of getting again.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
It's kind of inversed. It's like the first one Ames is more like
Arsenal Gear is more than just
Baker, and this is more like the DARPA chief stuff.
It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The
like how Raiden's like, huh.
A system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own.
Just a censorship system
short,
is what they're talking about, really.
Is the key to
but they parse it in terms of like mimesis and things like that because I guess Kojima read
Patriots trump card. Arsenal Gear will be fully
the selfish gene like once.
Is successfully integrated.
I think people are right to call this game prescient in certain ways. I think people sometimes overstate the prescience in certain ways as well. I'm not great at talking about it because I have to reread it. If you look up the interview with one of the localizers, Agnes Kaku, she talks about how like the end of the game, translating that and localizing that, there wasn't as much
Listen, there isn't much time.
Cohesion to like the thesis that was being presented necessarily. It was a little rambling, shocking. Really interesting interview to look up. I think there's still an archive of it from like.
And Arsenal Gear becomes fully operational.
I wonder what website it is.
Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
But still pretty useful
to find Emma Emmerich.
To look up in terms of what it means to take what the original script was saying and kind of localize and transliterate it into something else.
I believe she's somewhere on level B1.
It's kind of messy.
I thought the levels below us were flooded.
I'm sure they won't let her die just yet, as she's the only remaining programmer for this project. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving.
Cut transmission and get moving. Shut up, you're not the boss of me.
This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location.
Then we gotta swim.
To her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal Gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxdie, a biological weapon designed to select.
So no, actually, yeah. So we do get a disc thing, kind of like we do in Metal Gear Solid 1. So even our inventory starts to feel a little bit more like the first game. Although we have a little bit more stuff, right? We have extra things that we wouldn't have. The grenade launcher, the M4.
Well, I've told you everything you need.
So it's not one-to-one. Obviously the tranquilizer gun.
There's only one thing that remains.
Which is interesting because I think the game, for a game that doesn't doesn't have the most fond sentiment towards the player,
There's no time to argue.
it definitely gives them a lot of tools to work with. Is playful enough to acknowledge that they might want to toy around with things. Like the possibility space within the game is actually kind of interesting and light, but when you look at the themes of the game for when you look at the themes of the game for any 2 seconds, it's like, man, this game is not a fan of the player, even though moving into this game from Metal Gear Solid, it actually gives you more ways to express yourself within the game.
I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you?
Find Emma. Stop.
And this is when we do kind of get to the forward momentum moments that feel similar to the latter parts of Metal Gear Solid, although they start to get remixed again. And we never do achieve as complete success as we did with, like, Fat Man until we actually get back to fighting Solidus.
Colonel, the president is dead.
Because even when we beat the shit out of Vamp the second time with our sniper rifle, it's like we don't really beat him.
The president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events,
can I get Tim to play through MGS2 in Japanese? I could probably sit down and do it with him, but I don't know if we'd be able to do full streams
Do you
of the whole
actually think
game.
there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However,
Tim's great to have around every now and then because, well, I mean, just in general, it's good to have around. But sometimes, so my Japanese is like
all the more reason why I believe
passable.
is reliable.
Helps me sometimes during interviews, even though I still, work with translators. Helps me every now and then looking at statements, but
authority has shifted to the vice president.
whenever I need like something really clarified, Tim can.
When you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have
Tim can really be like, oh, this is what they mean, which is very, very useful.
That was not my intention. I was trying to point out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information he gave me on the
First I've heard of it.
That's a new one on me.
Don't know what it is, and you're like, dude.
Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1 in the core of that building you're in, right?
So we'll get moving. I almost said we'll get moving. You can definitely see if you've been following the stream from the start, you can definitely see the moments where my energy ebbs and flows.
Understood. Raiden out.
Because I also don't want to repeat myself entirely.
What's your
One of the big things here is just
the president.
Raiden still doesn't have control over what's happening.
Nothing I could do.
Snake has so much more knowledge than Raiden does. We can never be like Snake, because to be like Snake would be to have actually a sense of, like a coherent understanding of the situation, which the game wants to deny the player at every moment.
It doesn't make any sense. They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
This is why later on, like, he's just there with Olga, and he's like, hey, we have a plan to get into Arsenal gear. And then they just, like, zap him. Great line. Just, you didn't ask, dude.
Assuming you also know that the big shells
Snake knows it all.
for the project.
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story. The good news is that it hasn't really done much in terms of cleaning up the environment, so we won't have to worry about any toxic gas being released if we have to blow the house down.
Right. And when did you find out about all of this?
It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time
It's like, why didn't you tell me? You're not my friend, Raiden, right?
There's no doubt that Arsenal gear is being built here. And it was all set up 2 years ago.
Raiden's like, you should trust me and tell me everything. And everyone's like, kid, get out of here.
Happened here? I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right, Otacon.
If you toss
We'd hope that by going public
bodies over the side of the ship, pictures of you tossing
at least that was
the bodies over the side of the ship show up here as well.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission.
There's also the vague implication that some of what we're playing at the start of the game is actually Raiden's
Shortly after I made it aboard,
VR training version of the tanker, but that, I mean, like, some people act like that's the case. I've never thought that that's actually the read of the text.
Who are you talking about?
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated.
But people kind of like to read that into the text sometimes. I think it's valid, but I don't think that's the intention. And I don't really care about intention necessarily, but it doesn't make much sense to me.
Something like, I'm taking it back.
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
Right, somebody's saying it's because they show scenes that didn't happen, the escape from the ship and everything else.
To get out? Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with a sinking tanker. A small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the
cipher,
were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow
Do I do a full playthrough stream of all the Metal Gear Solid games? I did one for everything before this. Did a full playthrough of Metal Gear, did a full playthrough of Metal Gear 2.
The Patriots?
Yes, to a
did Metal Gear Solid.
Seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't
Metal Gear 2 was the trickiest. There's some really arcane and strange stuff in that game.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of it.
Doesn't fully work out.
Think twice before opposing them.
That's it. They set all this up just to nail you guys.
Look at these two stormtroopers here.
More to it than that.
Not really nailing Snake.
Marine's Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. To be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side. Hence, they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it. Then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
Do I plan on streaming them? Yeah, when I get there.
2 more puppets in their show.
I'm not gonna stream them, like, for a while. I have to write my
and his daughter Olga?
retrospective piece on that eventually.
Both fell victim
I feel like
to Ocelot's plot.
y'all should know this by now.
Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
I don't know, man. What's he doing?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles.
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't Emma Emmerich
my sister?
What's she doing here?
You got me. She's a computer whiz who specializes in neural AI and ultra-variable volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
He's like, the curse of our family.
In order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
But it's a fair point to make about how good-meaning people can get involved with, like, horrible shit. Are the guards back for this segment yet? Not yet. They are back when you finally bring Emma up, however. The best line of the game is going to be coming eventually. And I don't know, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, when Raiden says, "Colonel, we've managed to avoid drowning." And you're like, good job, bud. Congratulations. Super funny to me. I'll tell you, friends, I'm glad to be streaming this, but I am still having a lot of trouble with some other stuff. So it's good to have y'all here. There should be mines here? Whoa. Oh, I'm trying to open the wrong one. I like how he can walk on the floor. There's 2 doors here. I was trying to open the wrong one. Oh my god, dude. So many codec calls.
Raiden, are you reading me?
Oh, this is when he's like, oh, Emma is
What's your
afraid of water.
situation? Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
We do get kind of a jump scare, vaguely, because it's...
There's something I have to tell you about
It's
Eve.
when we find Stillman's
Don't worry
corpse.
about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned. When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that E.E. was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the
chat,
pool
fucking
from
Huey.
my room.
Yeah.
But I
Huey
didn't
Emmerich.
realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
Huey's the worst. He's a real piece of shit.
So Emma survived the ordeal.
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. E.E. seems to believe that was the case. The fact is,
I hate
I
all the
betrayed
family
her.
stuff here.
And you
I
think
don't know
she
what to
can't
think
swim
about it
because
yet.
of the traumatic experience?
By which I mean, I'm gonna have to
haven't
sit
seen her
down and like
since that
really
day, but yes, I
figure out
sense
what to do
I got a
writing
letter
about
from
it.
Julie,
Just being
her
like,
mother,
what's
after
up
they
with this
moved back to
nonsense?
England. In her letter, she mentioned that E.E. couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the
Is
catwalk.
Huey more of a bastard than
Sorry,
Ocelot?
kid.
Yeah.
Emma's rescue is up to
Huey's
you.
the worst.
Thanks.
An underwater
An
mission.
Underwater mission. Now, this
Of
is
course it's a first. It's like your first mission of anything, buddy. My
I
goodness.
suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm counting on you, Raiden.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need
The
to
swimming,
ask me,
like, I don't
call me
know
on
what to
Kotaku.
think about the swimming segments here because, like, I don't, they're clumsy, they don't quite add a lot to the experience, so it's just a very, like, it's a piece of friction that's interesting in the sense that any amount of friction in a game is interesting, I think, but I don't think it quite does everything that it might. Look at him walk on the bottom of the thing there. We can get through here pretty quick. It's not really that much of a maze. That's not even the implication. He was explicitly sleeping with his stepmother. When E.E. was drowning in the pool. So, there you go. I mean, we'll get to that later. But yeah. Spoiler alert, folks. Vamp time. Cool boss fight. Couple cool things we can do here. So this room, remember how we talked about how Fat Man's boss fight was structurally, like, the geometry of the space was essential. Oh, this is a good line, actually. Give me a second. Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies. It's very good. The structure of this room, you know, Fat Man's space, his boss fight, repeated the structure of Vulcan Raven. And then here the structure of this room repeats the fight against Ocelot, where there's an outer ring where we chase our enemy, or in this case our enemy mostly chases us, and you cannot go into the center of the room without dying. Right? In Metal Gear Solid, it's the C4, it's the wires with the C4, and here it's, he's gonna be like, this is highly oxygenated water, and it's like the same space. So we still have a boss fight in the same space. Instead of having a dude with a gun, we have a dude with knives. More changes and revamps.
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal gear. The girl
Yeah, he's like, don't fall in or else you'll like fucking drown automatically. And you're like, okay.
Live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
This is when he's also eventually like, actually, we still have a hydrogen bomb.
She was some time ago, but the flooding has become quite serious.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What? Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Good job to Phil Lamar trying to make that match the lip flaps the way he did. Purified hydrogen bomb.
This weapon is capable.
I guess maybe the lip flaps are matched for English, but it's still really fast.
It was a top secret project initiated by the current.
Yeah, Raiden still cares that people are like, hey, you killed the president. And he's like, no.
The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists. 6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible.
Tim's old writing on Metal Gear Solid 2 is very interesting.
As well as our own
I think, not to speak on his behalf, I think his approach to the game has definitely changed over time. The same way that I think some of my thoughts about the game has changed over time. Happens to anybody.
From the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
I know a lot of people mention dreaming in an empty room to him, but
well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into
we've talked about that piece, and I think he has a different
You're still hoping that the
mindset towards that piece now.
virus you're carrying around.
It's still interesting to read. Just look up Tim Rogers dreaming in an empty room.
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained.
Highly oxygenated water.
It's practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
This is an interesting fight because you actually have to get rid of the Oh wait, nope. Force of habit I actually want to use. My M9. Vamp's gimmick is that you can't. Look, that dodge there. You can just cartwheel and mostly dodge and be okay. Vamp's gimmick is just that you can't use automatic lock-on on him. I'm wasting my time here by using this to shoot that. One thing you can actually do here, though, to get him out of the pool sooner is fire. Well, not like that. It does a little bit of stamina damage there if you fire there. He's gonna run at me, I think. Right? No, he's not. If he runs at you, you use the Nikita's melee attack. Oh, fucker? Really? Word? I'm gonna be doing a lot of weapon switching here. See, that hits him pretty good though. You can also fire the stinger into the column here to do that too, so you can do like this. Gets him out of the pool really quick. Is somebody saying that in chat? The reason I shot out the lights, by the way, is that he can. Oh, I thought I was gonna be okay. Is that he can throw a knife at your shadow that pins you to the ground, and you don't want that. So you just shoot out the lights. Another bit of texture. This is good though because it does a little bit of extra stamina damage, and he'll pop up in a second. So, not a hard fight. A couple interesting things you can do. Oh, he went back in. I'm surprised. So, not my favorite fight because you have to do a lot of dodging. A lot of weapon switches. Which I just don't find enjoyable. Your auto lock-on sometimes locks onto the knives. So, definitely not my favorite thing. Not a boss fight that I think I'm great at. So, there we go. What do we want right now? Yeah, this. If he runs at me again, then you just pull out the Nikita. Yeah, so watch. He's gonna run at me and, like, flip over me. Oh, I didn't do it in time. The range of that is pretty big, so if he does... So I hit him there. Really useful thing to be able to do. Almost fell into the fucking water. Ow! Taking more damage here than I'd like. Yeah, see, it locks onto the knives, which I think is not a great decision. He's pretty low on stamina, though, so we're mostly good. Like, one more hit should get him. Maybe the Nikita will get him here. Yeah, there we go. See, I was, like, kind of behind me and it still hits him. So that was sloppy, but still some things you can do. Some people are saying that you can just kind of sit by and like shoot the stinger at him, but I'm doing stamina kills for most of the bosses. I don't think I've killed a single person in this playthrough, so I'm not going to start. Had one game over because I cartwheeled off the edge of something.
Final check procedure for
So, you know.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the president gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Yeah.
After we rescue Emma,
I'm going after Emma.
before the sniper fight, might use the restroom again.
Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Oh, that's right. I accidentally shot the Cypher with the Semtex on it. So 2 game overs.
More time.
That's why we need her.
Unfortunate.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion.
But mostly we should be fine.
A lot of years have passed between.
We could have a weird situation where Snake dies, like,
I don't have the right to see her.
during the Arsenal Tengu sequence, but
I think you'd better
can't really imagine that
Emma's
happening.
in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
But, like, you'd be surprised. When you're playing on Extreme and other modes, what you do is you go kind of slow, and there are some segments where you actually take out your sniper rifle. A couple segments where you throw stun grenades, and it makes enemies fall off the catwalks, and it just knocks them out, doesn't kill them. which I think we can do probably in this playthrough too. And now we are looking for the body armor, which I think is this way. Nope, that's just the exit. Look at my muscle memory leading me astray. That's just a bomb. Here it is. Totally worth having. Just really useful, especially on higher difficulties. And it shows up in cutscenes. Don't really need to do this, but again, completion. There's no point to getting them all. It's not like any guards are going to pop up and surprise me here, but it helps me on the way back a little bit. Where's Emma? And we got our repeat, right, of our Emmerich situation. With the urine again, which is just like... not funny. Not even when it happened to like, I almost said to Ocelot. When it happened to Otacon, it's just weird.
Are you all
kind of the same way I never understood the Johnny Sasaki stuff. Just like bodily fluid stuff happening in games. But that's also in Death Stranding. Lots of piss and urine.
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out? You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about?
A very timid Commander Shepard. Oh, somebody in chat realized it. Full caps, Jennifer Hale? Yeah.
Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try.
I mean, this has a great cast.
Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The president.
Really?
I need you to come with
Who
me
told
to
you that?
Shell
Oh,
1.
the
Your
president.
brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
She's like, I hate my brother, and you're like, we gotta go.
Come on, we have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon.
It's funny because I think, yeah, okay, I wasn't even looking at chat. Somebody says, I think Jennifer Hale, I also think Naomi Hunter. Of course you do. That's what most people think. They think, of her weird British accent, which she loses in Twin Snakes. She doesn't have it. What was like the most recent thing that I heard Jennifer Hale in?
Better move.
I can't.
Maybe Mortal Kombat?
I can't swim.
Right?
Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
She's in Overwatch. Well, she's Ash and a couple other people, but I mean like the most recent thing she's done, which I think might be.
You'd never come for me.
I think she was Chronica, right? So, I mean, Jennifer Hale always gets work. She's been in this game way too long.
When we needed him the most.
So.
When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all this.
Ash's full name. Does anybody know it without looking it up?
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't
See who finds it in chat first. I don't know if you look it up or not.
Come on. Deep down
It's
inside,
Elizabeth
you know you
Caledonia.
can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. Endless blue. The water, it
Yeah.
wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something.
Elizabeth Caledonia Ash.
Trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the
Princess
rest.
Ashelia Benargan Dalmasca. I like Final Fantasy XII. We're not doing as much analysis right now of Metal Gear Solid 2 because we're not getting to the juicy bits of analysis, like the points where I want to. I will stop and say that I like the dynamic between Raiden and Emma.
That's how I got here.
I think Raiden shows a really good amount of empathy here. that differentiates him actually from Snake and the way that Snake behaved during Shadow Moses in certain ways.
Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
It's like another, but it's also like a good example of
beats. Don't think about anything else.
protagonist and like Emmerich's kind of bonding, which is good.
By that time, we'll be on the other side.
FF12 is good,
You're running out of
but
breath.
it's actually ultimately more interesting for what it does with its gameplay. Not that gameplay and narrative are separate things. It's not oil and water, but some stuff falls apart. Really, really bad Easter egg with Emma here. Oh, there's a couple weird things that you can do with Emma in this game, which I don't care for.
I'm closing
You
my
might see one thing that I'll do, or like maybe I won't. But if you're doing a speed run, we'll talk about it when we get to the point. Does Raiden do the thing where he repeats what somebody says in the form of a question? Yes, but that's also just a Japanese language thing.
There's nothing wrong
That's
with
partially how you indicate that you're paying attention in like a conversation.
I wear them for show.
Trying to be
You can get through a lot of...
No, it's not like that.
Hot tip.
I like glasses.
You can get through a lot of conversations in Japan by like repeating things and being like, oh, so this guy. Like, oh, so yeah.
Somebody more
And then occasionally chiming in.
Anyway, they bring me luck.
Just pay attention, be courteous. Great times.
Okay, let's go.
One thing that actually happens here, which is one of the good things that you can do with Emma is, so watch it how quickly her O2 gauge depletes, but because she's listening to my heartbeat, if I use pentazamine to slow down my heartbeat, her heartbeat tends to slow down just a little bit. It's a neat little thing. Doesn't have a lot of practical use. Little random, but you know, great. Am I going the wrong way? Fuck. No, we're good, right? Or is this the... No, I totally went backwards. Oh my god, no. Dang. That's so silly.
Raiden, go with Emma.
People are freaking out about the heartbeat thing? Yeah, it's very small.
On the KL
I also wasted pentazamine.
There's no time. Move it. Press down and hold the action button near
Did I go
Emma
the right way? Gosh, I got turned around because I was talking to chat about Easter eggs.
Press down and you can lead her by the hand. Push the action button again to let go.
Yeah, I totally went the wrong way, huh? I'm a dumbass. Yeah, I'm a fountain of information about Metal Gear Solid 2. Really, all Metal Gear games. I know a surprising amount about them. Perhaps you might even call me a sort of Metal Gear scholar. I was like, maybe I need that ration after that boss fight. But I am definitely running out of things to say a little bit. As this cutscene plays, I might go to the restroom. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Be right back.
You did good.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Alright, I am back. Somebody had asked what my favorite action scene in a Metal Gear game is.
What's your status?
Colonel?
I do like in Twin Snakes when you first meet the...
We've managed to avoid
that's my favorite, one of my favorite lines in the game. I do like in Twin Snakes when you meet the cyborg ninja for the first time, and he fucking slices that piece of concrete and then like backflips it at Snake. Very cool stuff.
The oil fence at the bottom of Strut L.
Yeah, I remember
banana
that.
stuff.
You should be able to go down by way of Strut L. Try and get over there.
What about Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any
Trying
help.
to wonder.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button
I
to
don't
give
know.
her a hand.
There's other stuff I
Release your
like.
grip on her.
I actually think that the Raiden vamp fight at the end of Chapter 2 of Metal Gear Solid 4 is a little excessive.
You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leaving.
And it's more interesting. It's more interesting as like a gay subtext thing than an actual like battle. If you actually pay attention to the fight they have on top of the wreckage of Metal Gear Rex,
What's your situation?
later on in the game, much more interesting.
We're heading your way.
In terms of like what's going on there. Beside Twin Snakes, I don't know. Man, I just like the final cutscene after, and we'll see it here eventually after you defeat Solidus.
I'll put her on then.
The quick exchange of swords, Raiden scooping to the side and then fucking slicing him down the back.
Here she is.
One of my favorite things. Oh, this is so sad.
E, is that you?
How?
E. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
Should have known.
Oh, y'all are making me want to play Metal Gear Revengeance.
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to.
But I don't know when we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this at like 7:30 my time or something.
That's not what happened.
All right, that's enough.
And it is tempting to just hop on my personal stream and stream Revengeance.
Enough with the sibling rivalry.
I don't know.
That's
I
not
don't
what
know.
this is.
We haven't
I need
got
y'all to know I'm having
Get her over
weird
here
times
right now.
lately, so
I
I have like manic energy where I'm like, I can do everything, and then like 2 seconds later I'm like, but I'm actually sad.
I suggest you
So,
be careful. Make
full
sure
disclosure on that.
one piece.
Doing this is like partially work because we're gonna have our next part of the retrospective soon, within the next couple of weeks. So that'll be fun. What's my non-Kotaku Twitch? It's twitch.tv/transgamerthoughts. Because I didn't think
Emma.
I didn't want to brand my make my brand be I'm transgender.
I've got this
But at the time I didn't.
This disc is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt
No
our
part of me ever thought I would be a professional writer.
This is.
No part of me thought that I would.
Why did the president?
You know what
do-
I'm saying? Like,
Did something happen to the president?
I started writing because I had to. Right? I started writing because I think that's why any writer writes, whether it's creative writing, whether it's game analysis, whether it's, you start wanting to write scripts or whatever. You write because you got something and you got to get it out. And I started doing that because I found games really interesting. I mean, I still do creative writing constantly.
You know what GW is?
But no part of me thought that that was going to lead to like a job. So when I started making my Twitches and Twitters and stuff, it was mostly to maybe get my work out there, get it on Critical Distance, get it.
Ever heard of them?
Yes, but
Austin Walker like became my we're friends now because he found my Tumblr.
Sure.
Like,
but it's hard to put into words.
you know.
Right.
And who knows? Who knows how long I'm going to be in this game, right? Like, not to get too serious, but, I could go into work on Monday, and
Yes, loud and clear.
they could shut the whole place down. And I'm sure I'd find another place to write, or, like, a different area to write in. Maybe I'd still be writing in games. I like writing. It's what I do. It's in my bones. But,
Information on a
you know,
global scale.
A data processing
No part of me
system?
thought that this was going to be a
That's right.
thing.
The system's a social
So
device for maintaining
just
the
kind of
Patriots'
enjoy it
control.
while I can.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information
Now we're finally getting
gathered
into the
by
information
servers
stuff.
employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is
P2P?
rapidly circulating
Just say
to
peer-to-peer.
individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis.
One thing I wish that this game got into, which of course it wouldn't, because it wasn't on people's mind at the time, is, you know what freaks me out more about data and the size of data that we use and everything like that is energy.
Yeah.
The thing that freaks me out,
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can
the
guarantee
top
the
reason
Patriots did not
Google
want
Stadia
Solid Snake's name publicized.
makes me
Now,
raise
look at
my eyebrow is not
political scandal,
lack
corporate
of
corruption.
games
Up until now,
or how good the connection will be. I've seen it in action. It works really well. It's, man, those servers, the data, the electricity, constantly. Think about it all the time. I have a huge ass PC that I'm using to stream right now. I mean huge. It like weighs like 80 pounds. It's like the size of a small child. I moved into the city and like an idiot because I know somebody who works at Dell. I bought like a big Alienware computer. In retrospect, bad idea. But I think about that sort of stuff. So, Metal Gear Solid 2 and talking about information control and everything, prescient, interesting. A thing that I don't think we've reckoned a lot with in games is,
it doesn't deteriorate.
like,
The alphabet, 26
energy or
letters, right?
something. I think we get there a little bit with Death Stranding.
Four
So,
deleted letters were controlled by a program.
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar
it's
is
interesting.
already underway.
It's one of the things about
Do
this.
you know how many
genes
in an
exist?
individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right. That's what was announced at the turn of the century. But there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
It's like a pretty bonkers
How would you know?
conspiracy
Do you know
theory.
what a gene looks like? Did you
The way
count
that
the
she talks about it is compelling, but, you know.
Organizations.
Of course. And their reports have already been...
Because she's right. She goes like,
They're even beginning
he's like,
to believe the doctored reports.
he's like, no, this is what the facts are. This is what scientists say. And she's like, man, how would you know if you don't have all the facts?
Tomorrow's history.
So
Can't
what
prove the existence of a negative, my
one
friends.
huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed.
Let me see how far behind I am on stream. I don't know.
AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 900.
Yeah, somebody says the energy used in data centers is a big problem.
Being a
Fucks with
specialist
me
in
every
neural
night.
AI and complex logic played a significant role.
The
in
fact that I
your
own so many
execution
consoles
of the Metal
fucks with
Gear
me every
project.
night.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
No, you don't. I hate my
So
brother.
Arsenal Gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling
Good, like,
everything?
conspiracy music here.
GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data
It's
is
the
stored or
algorithm for
deleted.
deciding what to get rid
The
of.
actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
This is a fun one when she says like, hey, all this stuff that's in here, it's actually been patched into everybody's computer with the Y2K upgrade.
Prior to the end of the century,
You mean the Y2K?
I'll tell you a real story about Y2K.
if you recall,
First off, a lot of people were
government
freaked out about it. For those of you who are not around for it,
using the internet,
my dad worked with computers. Smart guy, not a alarmist, but what he did do
every key
was, I remember him
in
filling our
addition,
bathtub with
program was
water.
included in an OS application for distribution among the
In
public.
the off chance that like, I don't know, like something affected
Let me guess. The Y2K
local municipal things or whatever, and we would have a little bit more water. It was weird.
Yes, and everything.
He's not like, that makes him sound paranoid, but I remember that,
Impossible.
right?
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged?
Y2K was an interesting thing.
But there's
It
a
was definitely the
subsystem
situation of
and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants
technology
to
had moved really fast and we hadn't really
Manhattan with a nuclear
completely
blast?
grappled with what
Probably. But the
systems,
overall
architecture,
system
and
isn't
infrastructure was. So,
complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors
yeah.
for judging situations.
I mean, I don't know, like, sound off in the chat with how old you are, but I'm old now. So, like,
complex data
you know.
for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
I think when,
It's not your
not
fault.
to go on too much of a tangent, when that happened, I don't think a lot of people thought it was going to be
I think that's about all I know.
a huge
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better
fucking
head for the
problem.
computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
Like, there was anxiety, but clearly people were working on the
The
problem.
overgrown parakeet?
Excuse
But
me.
it was definitely the first time that
And he's my best friend.
I think especially because I was younger, was like,
Well,
I had to grapple with that notion of,
Good. Did you know?
oh
that
wow, like the world around me is like way more fragile than I realized. Because growing up in the 90s, that's not what your perception of anything was. The 90s were like fucking Clinton years, hey, hey, hey. Right? It was
I think we'd better get moving.
it was the sunshine after all the fuck ups of the 80s.
We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything.
I do like this little miniature
What are those sticks in your head?
lacquered chopsticks.
These? They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
Lol, lacquered chopsticks, dummy. I think that's the closest thing that we have to, like, the comparison of Otacon's anime obsession, right? Like, this notion that some aspect of the Emmerichs, like, both of them are interested in, like Eastern culture. It's like a bit of a stretch, but it exists a little bit. Or at least it is a point of some similarity with her brother. Oh, Jesus. I'm afraid of hitting mines and... Oh, the Vulcan Raven. The 90s were bleak too, but I don't know. Everything's been bleak. We've been cursed to live in interesting times. I don't know if I'll stream Revengeance. I'm not exhausted. I don't know what my uptime is on this because I don't think our chat supports uptime. So what you would do here in a speed run is you would put Emma in a chokehold and drag her through the bugs, which is like, I don't know, if you're going for a big boss rank or something, that's absolutely what you would do. Which is, it sucks. You just don't have the time to sit down and get rid of the lice. Here's a fun thing with the lice though. There we go, they can pop up on your screen like that. So, you know, I alluded to it before during this, I guess run, you would say, this playthrough. But the situation with Emma is essentially an inversion of the situation that we have in Metal Gear Solid with Meryl, where largely Meryl, or even Otacon, right, are very self-sufficient. Oh no, there's some there. In the sense that Otacon kind of goes off by himself, he has the stealth camo. Meryl tends to as well, and when Meryl joins you, she takes initiative in certain areas. She, you know, moves through the dog caves faster than you do. She guides you through the mines right before Sniper Wolf, even though in actuality you can just go to the outside and avoid them entirely. But right, Meryl and Otacon are characters who we encounter in Shadow Moses who have much more agency and arguably like competency than Emma does here. Of course, caveat being Emma has been drugged, so not really her fault. But they have access to things, right? And so we have allies in the game, or at least in Shadow Moses, that are largely self-sufficient, whereas here, the player has to escort Emma. To a certain extent, it's another point of friction between the game and the player, where the player can't proceed as quickly as they'd like. It is arguably like a quote-unquote inconvenience in certain ways. Kind of a crass way to look at things. Damn it. Messed up there. A little bit of clumsiness here. But right, you're kind of understanding what I'm saying as it being like another example of fundamentally a sort of inversion of the Shadow Moses scenario, which is just this game shtick entirely. From one point to another. Yeah, I kind of fucked that one up there a little bit. Shouldn't have left Emma on the stairs. I need this guy to turn away. Does he ever? Yeah, he will. Oh, it's suppressed. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, not doing great this segment. But hey, that's fine. Emma? But it's also like arguably an inconvenience in the sense that like you have to disarm yourself in order to proceed with Emma. Wow, I totally did not do this segment well. No, we haven't really seen any clearings this run. That was probably one of the... Besides that one mess up we had in the warehouse, that was probably the sloppiest bit of gameplay that I've done. So, you know, whatever. This guy's gonna turn and see me if I don't do something quick. But right, I think some people's complaints with this game... Again, yeah, I think you have to parse a lot of people's complaints with Metal Gear Solid 2, even now to this day, when you mention it on a forum or something, with people's general dissatisfaction that they don't get to play as Solid Snake, which is ultimately a really petty concern. That's not worth really responding to or taking that seriously, which sounds really presumptuous and mean of me. But what I mean is, like, that's a discussion that doesn't lead anywhere very fruitful. I think a much more interesting discussion about players' frustrations in this game tend to come from the fact that Raiden is generally positioned as being at a disadvantage, lacking certain knowledge and competencies. The game often finds ways to slow down player progress, whereas in Metal Gear Solid 1, very often it felt like there was forward momentum. There's a guy gonna pop up here in a second. Right, I think that ties into something like the bomb disposal sequence being a point of frustration, just kind of this thing that feels aimless or like busy work or like a chore. Would I ever write for a game? So before I worked at Kotaku, I worked on video games, largely in quality assurance capacities. I have worked proof editing scripts. I worked on the story group of one game where I initially came in as as somebody who was working QA. My main job was to test proprietary technology, so that game needed very specific animations, and it was a 2D game, and the company had built out their own animation tool, their own 2D animation tool. Which was really just like a mesh that you could manipulate, but you could manipulate it really subtly. So a lot of what I was doing initially for that game was troubleshooting the tech on that.
The truth is, I just remembered it myself.
That built out into me working on game design, me working with the story group to help build quest dialogue and things like that. So I've worked on games before, not to the extent of, you know, Tim Rogers or someone, but I have done it. I think there's just one dude here. Yeah. Did that? Really? What the fuck? That was weird. No, there's another. Is that guy gonna get knocked out? Why am I so sloppy all of a sudden? I mean, the one shot there is gonna take him out, but we might as well do that. Would I write on a game? Yeah. I think it's more a matter of, you know, making that transition can be difficult. You've seen writers who have done it, Kara Elson, other folks. Really depends. I would love to get back into writing fields like that, I think. Yeah, but I like what I do now, too. So. But that was a chance for me to talk about, like, my resume that I never talk about. One of the games, I think, ended up really well. Another one actually had to leave the company before it actually came out of early access. So. But I've had experience working with companies in that capacity. It was really cool. One of the games we made was on PlayStation Mobile, like it was on the Vita, and on Xbox Indie Marketplace. So you can't get it on the Vita anymore because PSM's not a thing anymore, and Xbox Indie Marketplace is not a thing anymore either. So I think you can only get it on PC now.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights.
Having to put it on Vita was interesting because
Why?
Well, we have to go
for
down the lab.
Microsoft to have it on a Microsoft console, we had to write it in C#.
We've had this conversation before. How little is little?
And then
about 130 feet.
To
think you can do it?
To have it on
How are your legs?
Better.
PSM, right? PSM is like its own
okay.
Kind of like
follow me.
Baseline. Yeah, C# with X and A. Yeah, there you go. So like I wasn't a programmer on those games, right? I know a little bit of code. I know some C, C#. Lua? I learned Lua. I don't know why, but well, I know why. I learned Lua because I liked like Escape from Monkey Island and stuff, and the bar in that was called the Lua Bar because they had moved from Scum to Lua. So I laugh sometimes when people are like, "Hey, learn to code," and it's like I know some code, but my experience had never been coding or things like that. Right, like and even design, I was like a junior designer and things like that. A lot of what I did was,
if we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see.
Wasn't like high level stuff. It was coming up with like, so the game had powers. It was a card game where you had abilities, and a lot of my job was figuring out the abilities, or like kind of conceptualizing those and maybe like paper prototyping some things and seeing what we wanted to do.
Slip past all that. Looks like it can barely support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you
It was fun.
How old I am next?
If you go alone.
So yes, have all the companies I've worked for been a good experience? So a lot of my experience is like indie and AA stuff. So pretty good. I've taken a couple bad, like back in the day, like when you're doing contract work. You just take bad contracts, especially when you're young and you don't know what you're doing. You're like, yeah, you want to do work. You're like hungry for work and you want to prove yourself.
Yeah, she's okay.
So my advice to anybody who is doing contract work or getting into like a smaller
there are ciphers and several guards.
studio deal and like where you're signing a contract for like a project is like make sure you know what you're signing.
Not bad.
But that's
This
the case for
spot gives me
anything.
a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to strut E.
A little bit of a delay there.
Thanks.
Think you
We're
can
gonna hit the like bananas stuff in this game.
I faced a similar
little bit.
situation in advanced mode level 4
Raiden, you
VR
fucking
training
dweeb.
with the PSG-1.
VR. Guess it's better than nothing. Make sure you don't hit Emma.
There's a reference to this later on in
progress. Security should be at
Metal Gear Solid 3 where
it's going to be easy.
when Naked Snake is gonna face off against the
to make up
end.
for the security shortage. Make sure
they
you
go,
keep
hey,
your
do you have
stable
experience
goggles.
sniping? And he says, only in urban
I'm
and
heading
marine
for Strut
environments.
E.
And he's talking
Are you
about,
reading me?
Loud and clear.
I'm gonna clear a path for you from here.
it's a
Sniper
reference
fire.
back to
Kidding.
Trust me.
What if I fall
first
into
off
the
Metal
sea?
Gear Solid 1
I
and then
can't
this
swim.
moment in
You were
Metal Gear
doing
Solid
pretty
2.
good a few minutes ago.
Okay.
This segment's
Think you can do it?
Would you
okay.
take no for an answer?
If you're going for a big boss
All
rank,
right,
later
get
on,
going.
Snake does
You'll
this
be
thing where he
fine.
calls you and says, like, hey, like, call me and I'll help you. And I don't remember if you can actually take him up on that offer if you're going for a big boss rank, because he kills everything he shoots. So it might be that you can't. Might be wrong there, though. It's been a while since I've done anything like that, so it's entirely possible that I am... Come on. It could be that I'm very, very wrong. Oh, God. Super messy. You know what I need to check? This shit. Oh, wow. The scope sway is, like, for real in this game. Bananas. Totally forgot about it. You mitigate some of the... There's a couple ways to mitigate it. One is to crawl. One is to pentazonine. The other is to smoke. So I can smoke, and occasionally I will get more sturdy aim. I think there's going to be a guy on the lower level. Or maybe another guy on the top level. Totally forget. But we don't need to worry about the ciphers yet. There we go. There's two of them. Three of them. Oh, damn. So, a little sloppy, but we'll get through it. All the damage I took there was from smoking. Taking rations lowers your rank, but I don't really care. And yeah, she should be able to get around the, this stuff soon. One thing I can do is... Oh, God. Shooting at a distance, like those at a distance are weird because, there's actually delay on your bullets. So I'm just gonna, like, perforate that guy because I don't give a shit. So now I've actually killed somebody in the game. So... But you know, it's late, and we all make mistakes. Yeah, that sucks. I realized I actually just killed someone. And then we get to our first moment with the directional microphone. Well, actually, I guess we gotta get rid of this clown here. Then we get to another moment with the directional microphone here. That's not the directional microphone, this is. Oh, I missed it because I went to snipe the other guy. She goes behind the platform and she wonders if Raiden's hair is real. And you can call her up and be like, my hair's not a wig. And she's like, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Are there more? Oh, there's not as many claymores on the ground here in this version. Ugh. And now Snake calls in.
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
I killed that
Hiding
guy.
Position on Strut E. I'll provide support fire.
You can tell it's been a while since I've done this segment of the game.
And take out whatever I miss.
Just call me when you want me to shoot.
What a hassle. Snake should be there now. And if I want to, I can. I could, like, tranquilize him or whatever. Oh, Jesus! The scope sway in this game is so excessive. I never put on my AK suppressor, as if I actually care. Really? God, if I was doing this on extreme or something, it would be such a pain. Like, I would just be getting my ass kicked. Emma would be so dead by now. I think there's some pantazamine over here. Thanks, game. Don't know why I accidentally equipped the bee to you. Well, he wants to be, like, you can tell him to shoot as, like, a crutch. But he's right there. Right, and I guess I could... Will he wake up? No, good game.
He's asleep?
But if you call him other times, he will help you. He'll shoot anything that shows up inside your scope. Ah, God, I killed a guy. What a shame. My playthrough through this segment has been clumsy. All my stuff with Emma has been a little, like a half step off. This is the pillar where she runs into Johnny Sasaki. So we should be fine to pull out that powerful D mic.
Too shaky. What if I fall?
And then she gets halfway across the other one and Vamp shows up, so it's not a big deal. Oh, what? There's a dude up there? What? Stop doing this to me, game.
Freeze!
Ah!
A girl? What are you doing here?
It's not by choice, thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but does this mean you're letting me go?
Well, you could have found a nicer way to say that, but sure.
I gotta deal with all this nonsense. Those ciphers are a problem. There we go, that was smooth. Every now and then. I killed a guy. I feel bad now. Yeah, you didn't know that if you pull out the directional microphone, you do that. I can't believe I missed the other one about the wig. But I wanted to shoot that guy, and like, I thought he might spot Emma. Turns out he didn't, so. Yeah, it's a little weird. There's like a very small delay between... Oh. I guess we're replaying this segment. Clip it if you want. Jeez, that sucks. I thought I had checked with my thermal goggles. Wow. Yeah. I guess that's embarrassing. We're not going for a perfect playthrough, so I don't feel too bad. Although, I guess that's embarrassing, yeah. Are they really? Oh, they're so small. That's why. Does something happen if you trank her? I think she just sleeps for a bit. Yeah, let's do a little bit better this time, huh? I don't think any ciphers get close enough here. No, the guy I killed, it'll still count against me. What a weird place to like randomly die and like fuck up in this game. Yeah, much smoother. This is one of the things where it's just like practice and repetition makes you good at it. Where it's like the only way you get to know these segments is just by doing them. Piece of shit. Wow, you know, I didn't see them and I thought maybe they were only there on hard mode, so I got really complacent and she walked into explosives. But hey, we got to show you the other Easter egg. So nothing's perfect. Not even me.
Phew. Safe, I guess. If I've managed to get this far, it must be thanks to that Raiden guy. But what is the deal with him? He's got a weird name, dresses pretty weird too. And I'm not really sure about the way he holds my hand and things. He's easy on the eyes though, so I guess I can let that slide. But I got my own ideas about that hair. I wonder if it's, well, it must be. I could ask him later. He'd probably get ticked off. I'll leave him alone.
So I gotta move fast here so that she doesn't get... Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. The sway is a lot. I mean, it's a cool bit of video game difficulty, and then it's also like, in some ways feels excessive in a very truly bizarre sense. I like it, but I also don't. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's cool. It's texture. It's resistance from the game. Oh, I need to call her. This is Snake saying he did the thing. I need to... Where's Emma? Oh shit, what's Emma's frequency? It's, fuck, 14172? I think. Is it? What is it? 14152.
Emma.
There we go.
About what you said behind that column there.
Oh, you're all saying it in chat.
Talking about?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
This is my real hair, okay?
Of course. As if I said anything about that.
Imagine like that happening. A dude being like, about what you said behind that pillar. Oh wow, really? There's Where's the dude? Whoa, he's up there? Fucking hell, guy. Guess he's that guy I forgot to grab earlier. I could always just go easy mode and tell Snake to help me. Yeah, see how I'm like, it's not instant? One of the things that actually makes this segment very odd is that when you switch weapons, it defaults to like where your character is facing, like straightforward. So like if I'm looking over here and I were to switch to the PSG-1, you see how it kind of swivels? Or the PSG-1T. So it doesn't... quite... Really? Just gonna shoot that guy a couple times to make him pass out. But you see how it kind of resets? That can be awkward. I can't believe we died. Or, well, can't believe she died. Snake. Raiden. This is a cool segment of the game, though, so I'm into it. Definitely been a while since I've done this, though. When you call Snake, Raiden's like, it's too much, I can't do it. Do I get ammo over here? Sometimes when you get really low ammo, or even relatively low ammo, the game gives you what you need. It's actually pretty... Whatever, that guy's tagged. It's actually pretty generous about that stuff sometimes. Oh god, but see how it snaps back? Such a hassle. And sometimes having the thermal stuff on is good, and then sometimes it's like, maybe not. I want to check. Now I'm paranoid. I mean, it looks like we're clean. So, I think it's smooth sailing from here. Is this an inversion of anything from Metal Gear Solid? It will be in a moment, once we get to the actual fight with Vamp. You'll see. Or it's like, not quite a full inversion, but it is a spin on... Oh my god, if you get hit by a fucking thing, I will lose my brain, girl. I'm so freaked out right now that she's actually going to run in accidentally into a bomb. The thermal goggles are sometimes useful here, but it's not great. You'll see when we get to the quote-unquote next boss fight or whatever. It's not really a boss fight even. Although in hard mode, if you fuck it up, you certainly can lose very easily. So it should be happening in like 2 seconds. I got that one cipher pretty quickly. This was much smoother than the first attempt. So this ends up being a variation on the Sniper Wolf battle. But the difference is that we have a stationary target who doesn't fight back. There's no tricks. They are just standing in the open. There's no textures that you need to pay attention to, except you don't want to shoot Emma in the head. Which is why it's so much better to have the PSG-1T. But it is a variation of that, right? Of our boss fight against but if you can actually aim just kind of above his head. The needles have a surprising amount of height. They're like, not height, they're like big. So it's actually pretty easy. But it is, so it's a variation on Sniper Wolf. Kind of denies you of that chance to have a big sniper battle, which the rest of the games actually give you. Happens in every game, right? Sniper battle's a big thing. Sniper Wolf, the end. Crying Wolf, even though that one's kind of iffy. And then Quiet, right? All different variations on the same theme. And now we're going to start to get to what is basically the end of the game. It's going to be a lot of cutscenes, so grab coffee or whatever else.
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard! How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there.
This is the reason why I didn't go over the platforms that fall in the first strut going into the central core. It just makes this part like a little faster. Not that this is like a speedrun thing or anything, obviously, because I ate shit like a couple times now. Not too much. It's reasonable. I haven't played the game in a little bit, so.
Snake, what's your situation over there?
Emma seems to be, doing something to GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
How's the bleeding?
Just get over here. You'll find the coast is clear with everybody aboard.
The coast isn't entirely clear on certain difficulties, so there's still probably going to be some guards in this first area. Yep, I can see them on the radar. On the radar. Please open the thing. Oh. Actually, I can have a little bit of SOCOM ammo as a treat. It's mostly a guy with headphones. So I think I can actually just run. Yep, perfect. These are all fucking ciphers and stuff, though, which are just insufferable. Where are you? Ah. You don't want the ciphers around, because if they shoot you while you're on the collapsing it's just enough time for you to fall through the things. So this is the reason I keep these up. Although I have to remember that there's still one at the end that should be out, so I have to do a cartwheel. Just a little bit. But it's consistent. So when they fall out early in the game, it affects you later in the game, so I like to keep them up until now. The lice are kind of like a portent of death here. That's about the only real thing going on with it. And the time limit's completely, like, there's no real purpose to the time limit. I haven't really sat down to parse all the Emmerich stuff. The Emma stuff ends up following into that same framework that I've talked about in a couple pieces of writing now of women characters who tend to die for the sake of furthering the motivations or character development of their male counterparts. So,
can't stop the bleeding.
You know, Gustava in Metal Gear 2 is really there to develop Gray Fox. This is a moment for Hal more than it is for Emma. You know, and for as much as I like the boss, really, her ultimate fate is to have the same thing happen to her for developing Big Boss as a character. Does it really matter that she's a woman, though? Yeah.
Is it working?
Absolutely. Especially if it's a pattern that repeats. I'm not saying this because I want to be like a fucking namby-pamby weird SJW bitch. I'm saying it because it's a pattern that repeats in these games.
Damn.
So it absolutely does matter.
Is the virus upload complete?
Do I think it like makes this a bad game suddenly? No, and I actually think that this moment is a pretty good moment for Hal. I think,
might have been altered after the disc
despite all the other weird complications that are happening with the Emmerich family relationship tangle mess in this game, I think in a lot of ways I really still like Emma as a character. So, you know, the same way that I like Meryl as a character, the same way I like the boss as a character, right?
Is everything all right?
So it's a Kojima problem, partially, but it's also just like
it's all right.
Video game or like modern media problem.
At least I won't be
happens a
adding
lot.
another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, you should though. You should see a difference if it was his brother. Also, the difference is that it happens consistently
What if the virus doesn't
to
work?
most women character in the
or take out
series.
Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I'm not mentioning Olga because we haven't gotten to the part where she gets her brains blown out yet.
Somebody
But that's mostly development for Raiden, even, right? In certain ways. So, like, here's my thing, and it happens with David Cage too, and I wrote about it with David Cage. One time, whatever, unfortunate. Sometimes it doesn't even matter. 2 times, fool me twice. Happens a lot. Happens repeatedly in like an author's work or a filmmaker's work or something. Starts to be something we can comment upon. Right? You don't have to bring it up every time it happens in a story. It just happens. People die in stories. Like, you know?
I never wanted to
but in the context of Kojima, or like if this was a David Cage game, we would be talking about it in the context of David Cage.
I could be closer.
It's not me trying to spoil the fun. It's not me trying to inject a gender into games.
Look at me as
It's a thing that just exists.
a woman.
And it's better that we acknowledge it than we don't.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
Sorry.
Can I ask you one last
Call me Emma.
Sure.
It's a little weird.
Call me
The way that,
Emma.
like, some of the stuff,
Please call me Emma.
like, I don't know. The Emmerich subtext is something I need to untangle big time.
What's wrong with EE?
Man, you know what's up. You do get to see a good moment from,
Emma? Emma? Emma?
from Hal and Snake here shortly, though. This starts to be, conversely, starts the trend of pretty good, like, the relationship between Snake and Otacon throughout the games is, like, really kind of strongly realized. And we get to see that in moments here. We see it a lot during the Tanker Chapter 2, just in the way that they banter. I didn't do a lot of codex stuff there because I didn't want to spend 4 hours on the Tanker, but it's totally present there. And this is when he drops, like, the bombshell.
I didn't.
Yeah, the handshake. That's part of it, right?
Because
It's a good moment for Snake, because for a while Snake is a character that just doesn't form connections in meaningful ways. And to see it expressed in something kind of trite, but, like, you know, trite and simple, straightforward, it's good. It's a really good moment for them.
My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault. All my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
I don't know if you heard stuff in the in my background. I think my coworker is not my coworker. My roommate is pounding chicken breasts for dinner. Yeah, this is just like the start of the big layer cake that will become everything with the Emmerichs. We make fun of Otacon crying a lot, but man, like, that's more of a prevalent problem in Metal Gear Solid 4 than here. Cause like he snaps back to it in a second.
Done. We won't be able to get everybody aboard.
Yeah, Otacon's had it rough. Yeah, he gets the crying.
My sister won't be able to come with us.
We will be commencing the countdown shortly. Personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
Yes, it does matter. That's all I'm saying. It absolutely matters.
I'm always the survivor.
Oh, I like Sniper Wolf, but also a case in point with Sniper Wolf. Her death partially is a development, like a weird developmental point for Otacon.
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here.
There's our ride out of here.
We're gonna have to sink that thing.
Raiden's like, what?
Work.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job. We've got ours.
They're good to each other here.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages.
Like, Snake is really good at hyping up his friend here. And also, I think this is the best Otacon's ever been.
Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing.
Throughout this game, he's competent.
Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
He's way more assertive than the first game. Like, there's clear growth in his character. I've always liked Otacon in this game quite a bit.
E? Damn!
Otacon, try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
Like, this moment, so silly. It says a lot for their characters. It's like, good shit. Good for you guys.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
It's also like, dude, hug your bud. Right?
I'm counting on you.
It's really good. I think the only other time we hear the theme after this is when Solidus dies. So, pretty good. You know, it's definitely something they practiced. Yeah.
I miss you.
They came up with it. Like, they had to, like, Snake and Otacon were like, we should have a cool handshake. The implication of that moment is that they definitely had a discussion about their cool team handshake.
You and me, we're the same.
And now we're gonna get into all sorts of things.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody.
Do you think Otacon just abandoned that bird?
Somebody who
It's
would
not
love
in
us, but we were wrong.
the airplane in 4, yeah. I don't think he abandoned the bird. I think the devs probably
Find it.
forgot about the bird.
4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for
They remember the bird technically in
I only wish I knew
Metal
that
Gear Solid 3, because the end has his own parrot, which you can capture. I think you can eat the parrot,
Emma.
Which is that's terrible.
You think he's gonna be okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it done.
Now, how do we open this thing?
You can
I don't know if you can eat the parrot. You can definitely capture it.
A ninja? What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, do not fail us.
Your side? I don't recall saying I'm on your side.
Right. I wouldn't do that.
You changed
changing sides now? Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. Damn it.
And then, whoa. It's Olga. It's like the one other Russian person in the game.
You ready for some shut-eye?
It's like supposed to be this like, whoa, twist. It doesn't last very long, but. And then here we get our most literal. Once we get into Arsenal Gear, like our most literal callback to Metal Gear Solid 1, where it is literally just the room, basically essentially just the room for the torture scene, and we get it again because the third act is just we are in the heart of, I think even Ocelot says it, we're in the heart of Shadow Moses or whatever. So, you know. There's no point in pretending and doing the remixes anymore. It's all about just breaking down everything, breaking down all the layers between the player and the character, the game, and the player. Like starts to. There's no there's no theatrical notion of like a fourth wall or something. It's just it's gone.
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point?
Should be fine.
Is he still alive? He was when Olga brought him in. I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA, FBI. He doesn't exist in any database.
It's
He's a non-existent operative.
right, to make it even more explicit, the images here are Metal Gear Solid 1.
However, I know this
Because it's going to pan up and it's going to show Liquid for 2 seconds.
Wake him up.
I feel like this is where I should go into commentary overload. But so much of it, I feel, kind of speaks for itself in terms of what the game is doing in abandoning any pretensions of being something different than a game about being a sequel or a game about being a game. I mean, it's about a lot of things, but partially it is a game about being a sequel.
You remember me, don't you? You've grown.
And we gotta not choke here.
High concentration of cerebral impact.
Wow, it's so much easier on easy mode.
They altered your memory too.
On harder difficulties, man, it's a pain. What I usually do there is I put my nail over the triangle button and I hit it, the corners of it, and it hits the button really fast.
This is my son. I taught him everything. Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills,
His eye patch is not in the same spot as
everything
Big
you
Boss,
know,
though.
You learned from me.
So he's not quite living up to
A civil war. You were one of the best among the child
living up to the image of his father.
When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the small boy unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you
White Devil and Jack the Ripper.
including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Jack, I was your godfather. I named
What a
you.
coincidence.
When the war ended, you disappeared from the release.
This is a topic that
I wondered what
the game approaches, or like a lot of the Kojima games approach, especially 5. And I don't feel it completely gets into it in ways that
For
feel
the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
completely meaningful.
We'll use him like you suggested.
Like, I could get more commentary on child soldiers by watching Iron-Blooded Orphans than I could by kind of dealing with this shit. Although they go into some certain things here that are pretty affecting.
Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
Somebody says, I think this game probably feels the best about it by doing it the least. Yeah, it's
With standard weapons, of course.
right, and it recontextualizes our understanding of Raiden.
At last report,
Starts to build a narrative of trauma
How about the troops?
and reactions to trauma within the game, which I think is valuable. Right, part of what Raiden is doing in this game is reconciling with his trauma. Right, it's not just about finding authenticity and like abandoning, you know, the idols that he wants to emulate directly, but it's also working through trauma by like what does he throw away at the end? He throws away dog tags, right? Throws away a symbol that marks him as a soldier, as a weapon, in order to go off and try to figure out how to be something else.
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course.
And the memory of Shadow Moses.
Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses.
I think Metal Gear Solid 5's sort of cowardice about the subject comes from the fact that it doesn't talk about it, it just kind of presents it, which happens a lot in MGS5 in certain cases. MGS5 has some things it wants to talk about. It wants to talk about language very specifically, very clumsily, but it is something that the game is very interested in.
We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you
Switch to nanocommunication.
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Wants to talk about it, so some of the other stuff falls by the wayside.
Mr. X? Ninja?
And yeah, maybe it would have come up a little bit more in the chapters involving Eli and the kids and getting back Sahelanthropus. But, you know, that entire portion of the game is missing, so by the end of the game, there's just a bunch of random kids out there with a Metal Gear.
Troops betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots.
Some of the cut ending stuff,
when I lost my father during the tanker
or
incident,
cut chapter stuff
my men
in
and I
5
had
is
nowhere
pretty
to go.
interesting.
So we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting.
So this is when we start to get into a lot more
to my child,
just motivations piling up. It's motivation and gambit after gambit.
In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No.
Olga's motive,
Once a month they send me a
Fortune's
photo of the
motives,
child via
Solidus's motives,
Never
Ocelot's
even found the
motives,
child
the
in my
Patriots'
own
motives, which are
I see.
arguably different than Ocelot's,
situation,
Liquid's
nobody
motives.
can
It
blame
starts to
you for what you
tangle
did.
up.
That's your opinion.
What about
Because
Snake?
as we doubt the
thought you were
as we
enemies.
doubt the validity of like the game that we're playing and like the spaces that we're in,
Actually, we owe him our lives.
that we need to recontextualize our
2 years
understanding of
ago,
people's
they were
behaviors as
responsible
well.
for getting us out of the sinking tanker alive.
So you were partners since the incident?
No, I only found out the truth shortly before this.
Huh?
When I confronted him here.
You fought with Snake? When?
Well, it was around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake.
It's also, if you try and call Snake at certain points during that segment, you
joined
actually
hands
can't
with him to pay
call
back
him
a
because
debt.
clearly he's busy.
No, mutual gain.
Mutual gain?
My job was to assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that
The
as
boss
failure
definitely
on my
hits some of the same stuff
my
as
child.
Olga in the sense that it's about
My child's life depends
there's
on
like a
your
ton of
success.
motherhood stuff going
So
on.
you did it all for your child. But
Right,
why would the
between her
Patriots wanna help
and
me? Are they hoping
Ocelot.
I'll take Solidus out?
Like her child is taken by the
Just like
Patriots.
me. We're just pawns.
So there is some repetition there.
The S3
It's
plan.
not treated quite the same though.
You'll figure it out sooner or later.
Right, because
but I want you to
Olga's
handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Listen,
sacrifice
we haven't got time
isn't
for this.
meaningless, but it ultimately feels
He's got to be
really
stopped.
sudden.
What about the virus?
Arguably just as senseless, but
I think the
it
Patriots
lacks
are
weight
with the program.
resonating out from the narrative afterwards.
Get me out of this.
Even when Sonny is in Metal Gear Solid 4,
After I leave this room.
I don't even think they mention Olga by name very often, so.
I couldn't bring it here.
And where do I find Snake?
But there is some repetition that happens throughout the series there, right?
The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
This segment's kind of fun.
Does Snake plan to destroy our
The box that you find here is a box for Zone of the Enders.
It's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Solidus and his men.
What are you going to do?
I might get spotted here. I think if you get spotted here, it starts to get into Metal Gear Solid rules where getting spotted is an instant alert, actually. So
Olga, you
I
can't
might mess up here and trigger an alert.
find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Oh, you punched me. I think this is one of the spaces where there... Yeah, that's an interesting exception then, because it's... The exception is we're used to the notion that alerts don't happen immediately, but I think they do happen immediately here. So it changes the rules of the game space just a tad. People remember the naked thing, most of all. I think that mostly just ties into the idea of player humiliation again. Degradation.
Jack, are you all right?
Oh,
The player and Raiden are brought
Jack,
low,
is
and
it
then
true?
through that
What Solidus
humiliation, they start to
It's unbelievable.
find their own identity.
Small children, sending
Starting
them to
especially when
war?
Raiden gets the sword.
It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now. I was just one of them.
So you remember. I thought your memory had been manipulated
The Arsenal
by them.
Tengus.
It was, but I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him.
Yeah, it feels Raiden
If I survived
giving
the day's fight,
some of
I was praised,
the information
fed,
dump
and had a
here
bed
feels
to
very
sleep in.
much like Kenneth Baker
I was only 6
talking about
when I held my
materials
first
unaccounted for.
AK, but I'm not even sure of
Very
that.
similar mode of writing.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought.
See, this is him
No way
recognizing
out.
it though,
They
right?
give you a gun, you ask
He
how
doesn't
many
have a
to
reason to
kill.
fight except
If
the
you
fact that
didn't,
people tell him to
you were
write.
the one they shot
Or to fight,
instead.
to write.
It's okay. No one is
A
blaming
bit of
you.
myself slipped through there.
We were shown Hollywood action films every
Image
day.
training.
The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training. They built us from the ground up into killing machines. We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my god.
So we had some discussion earlier in chat during this playthrough. This is still just like normal Rose.
Those of us who survived were taken in
And this is like normal Rose, who I think
new
does
life
not
in the
know
States.
this stuff
I
for
can't
real.
complain.
So she's gonna get replaced by
Nothing's
AI
changed.
Rose.
The only
soon.
people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep
And
next
people
to
again give Quentin Flynn a little bit of shit for this game, but
Told
he
you
goes for
what?
it.
That I'm a killer and always have been.
No. No.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past. I didn't want you or anyone to know about it. Now I know why I was chosen for this mission.
It brings back like personal stakes that calls that kind of
Down.
right. They mention it later on. It's like very explicitly meant to be, even within the fiction, a repetition of the relationship between Snake and Big Boss,
Jack,
right?
I love you the way you are.
The things that we
now.
start seeing are not coincidental. Although not all the things. It's not like somebody was going through Big Shell trying to make Fat Man's area look like Ravens. That's just something the game is doing.
Now. And I know
But a lot
that
of
what
things
I
that are
feel
happening
for
within
you
the
can
game,
only get
it
better.
becomes even more metatextual
Sharing
because
your
the game's
past,
aware of it, the
that's
narrative is aware of
price.
it. Quentin Flynn as Axel's fantastic.
It doesn't work that
Somebody's
way.
mentioning Kingdom Hearts.
No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
I don't want to
We'll
share
finish
my
this
past with anyone.
in an hour or two, huh?
Jack, I haven't told you, about what I've done.
Mostly we gotta
The last 2 years
make it through the cutscenes and everything. He is Axel. He's Reno in the other versions, like in Advent Children and stuff as well. A lot of different things.
You want to get married,
I
but I can't.
Yeah, I have my mixed thoughts about him
There's no way to erase my childhood.
becoming the ninja in 4 and everything.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
Like it feels, but that again, that's a game. I love just doing this. That's a game where I mean it when I say like canon is eating that game, and so we get a cyborg ninja the same way that the same reason we get a cyborg ninja here, because the game sort of demands that we have one. And so that happens again in Metal Gear Solid 4, where the auspices of the narrative demand that there's a cyborg ninja, and so they thrust that upon the character that can arguably best fit the role, and it becomes Raiden. There's also some stuff going on there where I think the writing is trying to quote-unquote redeem Raiden in the eyes of like the Western audience and stuff, which I don't think is necessary.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think Snake has my gear.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role...
No, she's mentioned in Metal Gear Rising.
...is to infiltrate the structure
and his son.
Disarm the terrorists.
My role?
They're living in New Zealand by the time of Metal Gear Rising.
This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part. And
Metal Gear Rising, another script that I could quote
Colonel,
basically by memory.
Something.
Can't do that for 3 and some of the other ones, but I can quote this one by memory and Metal Gear Rising basically by memory. When you write a book about something, you tend to learn most of it. But they do mention Rose and Little Jack.
We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
Yep, and then... so... it's just like really messy spaces. The rules here are a little shifty because Tengus are like balls numbingly perceptive. Even on normal mode.
Turn the game console off right
This
now.
is the moment that freaked out most people.
The mission is a failure.
I bet playing when they were a kid.
What's wrong with you?
But
Don't worry.
trivia fact is that this is partially that line's important,
You'll ruin your
but
eyes
it's partially a
TV.
What are you talking about?
a reference to Metal Gear, the first one, because Big Boss tries to do that to you too. Big Boss in the original Metal Gear tells Snake to turn off the console and abort the mission because he's trying to sabotage his efforts in Shadow Moses. Not Shadow Moses, excuse me, I'm tired. Outer Heaven.
And when I came to,
So they're repeating it here, but it's not a trick that
Fine.
most people were probably familiar with, and I think the context here, it's scarier, right? Yep, and then you get your Zone of the Ender box. The box which I keep here because of this camera here. Will he see me? I think I'm just outside of his sight. The box makes this segment, just easier. Oh no, I forgot about that. Oh. Heather Alexandra, you dummy. Zoe 2 is a fantastic game. Just legitimately good game. Yeah, let's go back this way. I forgot about that gap there. You can't even really cartwheel over it. But mostly, I mean, I could call the Colonel, right? The Zoe translation is very bad. Well, I hate saying the term very bad when people put work into anything, but...
I just can't leave this thing up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting. You can
it's very stiff. It's very literal. It's very literal translation. Which is to say it's more translation than localization. Right? Yeah, so we just gotta move up here. This is why the box is like such a useful bit of the game here. And if we want to, we can just like run over here and cartwheel this guy in the fucking face if we wanted, but... Well, I'll cartwheel him when he goes back down the corridor. Actually, no, I don't need to. Never mind. When the Colonel has the skull face, yeah. When the artifice really starts breaking down. You have to answer the Colonel's calls a certain amount of times here. You can speed it up by just calling him.
Infiltrate. The enemy.
Note that the start of Metal Gear is there, and it's Snake sneaking in through a water location into a base, like we did in this game. So, you know. That's a thing. There might be a ration at the end of this hallway that we want. Yeah, there it is.
Honestly, though, you have played the game for a long time.
He's not wrong.
Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
I don't, dude. I'm sad. Depressed. Also, this will help me with my work. These are all just the names of train station lines, or like stops on a certain line. This is weird. This moment, I've always had trouble parsing because it is just video of a model that just exists. But this is also like, a lot of people don't realize that, right, the game is having all that artifice stuff, even though, like, remember earlier in the tanker chapter and other things, we shot the glass and we saw the perspective of the soldiers and things like that. It's always something that's existed within the game. Arsenal Gear just makes it explicit. It tears down the wall, right? This should be the last one, maybe?
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Those were the good old days.
Isn't he cold? I'd be cold. He mentions it. If you stay out in the cold too much here in this game, he'll start sneezing and it'll give away his position.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
What is it?
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose, yes.
This is still real Rose. You'll know when it's fake Rose because they take her away and she's like, Jack, I'm pregnant, and like, whatever.
Part of the job?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone. Like what I felt for you.
So that's why you were involved in this mission. I should have known. Why else would they toss an analyst into the
should have known.
Last minute?
I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me.
Also, it's
it hurt to play
we
out
start to
this artificial
tear
role.
apart the things that
It was worse to lie to myself.
Raiden had that Snake didn't.
The more love you gave me.
So we talked about earlier about like the difference between
Because
Snake and
I knew
Raiden
the
partially being that
person you
Raiden
loved
has somebody
was
he's
just
in a
a
relationship on this mission with.
So it was artificial
And
on my end too.
Snake kind of develops a relationship with Meryl on Shadow Moses. Here it's something that's established, and at the end of the game they start
Better knowing that.
right because they got to bring
I was in love.
Raiden low.
I was with someone who
They
didn't
just
exist. I
keep
was
tearing
trying
it
to
away.
be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real. I don't know who you really are. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense,
Whoa,
the
somebody's got a
deception was my
skull.
own, not theirs.
Colonel
Jack,
Campbell.
I thought I was acting because that was
Wow,
my job.
that's awesome.
But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't
In
an
the
act.
chat.
You expect me to believe that? It's okay. You had your reasons, right? Hey, I understand, but I have nothing left to...
Jack!
This is when she gets. It's
I'm-
not a subtle. She gets nabbed.
I'm carrying. I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
In the original document for the game, it was going to be much more
Amazing how you walk around like that.
ambiguous.
Snake.
Been waiting.
If we had given him the razor here, he'd be clean shaven. Where is the razor in normal mode? Somebody was saying it's only in hard modes and above in substance. That's kind of weird.
Right over there.
Is Rose dead now? No,
more like
she's
it.
not dead.
Everything you had when you were captured is still there.
Everybody. They do it so many times of like, we gotta talk using our nano machines, boy.
Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal.
It worked.
It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about
You
Olga?
didn't ask.
You never asked. Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was
We have to
written
talk
by
in the budget saving space.
Looks like
Kind
it.
of.
From what
But I
can
think there's some
Arsenal is headed.
intentional stuff going on here
I don't
too.
know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal with it one way or another. There's also a troop of production
About
model raised.
technology and
How many
intimacy
units?
and a couple other things, right?
25.
Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can because we have no other choice.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously a bit of anything. I like to ascribe a little bit more intention to games than probably exists. But, you know. And this is mechanically we start to have something that differentiates Raiden completely from Snake.
Asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan
It's important,
of blades.
right? If Raiden is to establish his own identity, then one thing he can do is to have different verbs than Snake. Everything that Raiden's been doing is stuff that we've been doing as Snake in previous games, specifically the previous game. This is something new. This is a mode of interaction. This is a mode of language and expression and verbiage that does not exist
Push it
for
forward to lunge and strike.
does not exist for Snake. It's something unique to Raiden, right? It helps establish him mechanically as someone, you know, mechanically distinct from Snake. And then, of course, we can do that.
What are you thinking?
And he's already a pretty good expert. Boo, 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 boo.
Damn kid.
And so we're not gonna use it entirely during the Tengu stuff. Because there are actually some points where it's better for us to pull out like our sniper rifle and stuff, but you know, and I think that still actually acts as like damage. So you have to swing in order to do that, because I think a stab, no matter what, is damage. Let's find out. Yeah. Sorry, Snake. Yeah, so you can only swing to do the knockouts. Although we did kill a guy. We killed a guy on the oil fence.
If you run out of ammo, you can have
Also,
mine.
right, meta text, everything's
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
arguably one of the more important lines of the game in a weird way.
What?
A video game about being a video game. So of course Snake has his
Snake, have you ever
his bonuses from the
enjoyed
previous
killing
game.
someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes
And then
it's
this
hard
is
to tell the
exactly
difference
still
between
talking about
reality
some of the stuff they were
and game.
talking about the first time they met.
Sense of reality, huh?
But it ends up being put into a new context.
No, it was field
But it still
training when I was
applies
a
to the
kid.
player.
I lied, Snake.
So
I have more field experience
this
than
is
I can remember.
Raiden commenting on his child soldier stuff, but it's like
We don't carry guns.
still
We're not here to help
applicable arguably to the player. Snake,
You can
I just
say that
love
because
killing.
you're a legend, a
Oh
hero,
boy, here I go again killing.
the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit. Just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder. Not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon
Future, motherfucker.
A future? You can stop being part of a mistake. Starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
And he gives him the right answer. Dude, figure it out. You can't do what I do. You have to do what you do.
When you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
But it's important, right? And it's also, again, something that dovetails with the player of
You all right?
Yeah.
you can't define yourself in relation to your video game heroes, you know, your book heroes or whatever. You can't keep don't emulate
Strange.
things. I mean, maybe you can take lessons from things, but don't
I don't know.
try and be someone else.
I don't know. I've never
Try and
met
be
the man,
yourself.
actually.
Which sounds really trite when I phrase it like that, but when you consider the relationship that some people have to mass media, right? It's still important in certain ways. And then you get randomly spotted by a cipher, which is shit. It's actually pretty useful to use your gun for a lot of this. Just ends up being more specifically, it's useful to deal with these guys on the top parts. Oh, that's a little off. You can start moving forward here, because I think they start jumping at this point, right? Oh, that was supposed to get them before they jumped down. That should knock out most of them, though, and they're gonna stay knocked out? Or no? Oh no, it does get the ones on the balcony, though. So there's some stuff, like that's some of the stuff that you clearly do on higher ranks. I'm doing it sloppy right now because it's been so long. But one of the reasons that you only move forward in certain amounts and increments. Sometimes you bust out like the PSG-1T, and then when people get close, you bust out your sword.
Don't fall behind.
I should probably eat a ration. I don't like getting knocked down like that, though. And these guys are gonna get back up. Ow. Yeah, I don't. That's my one complaint about this kind of fight. is when they like flip kick you and you fall on your ass. Otherwise, it's a cool moment. Like, this is part of one of the moments that players kind of want, right? Is like, man, you're finally getting to go whole hog with Solid Snake. which is good. He's taking a little bit more damage here than I'd like him to. Dude, don't die here. What if he might die? Yeah. It's been a while since I've done this, so.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
That's fine. People are gonna be like, how'd you die here? It's like, I don't care. You just gotta roll with it. One of the things you do is you don't let him rush forward. It's like, that's why I'm staying back here, trying to shoot dudes this way.
Now, go! Hurry up.
Oh. I ran out of PSG-1C bullets. But the more you move up, the more he charges forward, so I don't want that necessarily. What I do want is to, like, start throwing these grenades pretty early. Which should be good. Some of them are gonna fall over the edge, hopefully. They do that thing where you get the flip kick, though. It's my least favorite thing in the entire game. Besides the fact that...
Get in there! What are you doing?
Oh, it's like the aiming is always so very strange. Oh, don't duck the minute I shoot at you. But yeah, you don't rush in. Because as you reach certain points, Snake will charge forward. So you just kind of make incremental progress. This is another one where a stun grenade can help us. And really, I guess the point here now is like... the flip kicks. Don't hit me again! Ow! Oh, I knocked out Snake. That's a valid strategy, too. Knock him out and they don't tend to attack him. And he can't run forward, so, you know. But he also can't help you. Yeah, I'm definitely rusty. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Really, your job is to take care of the dudes with swords, while he takes care of all the other folks. Or if there's a lot of dudes with guns, you kind of block. This might be the last guy in this segment. Any more stuff here? You get a ration in the next room. Whoa! Snake, what the fuck was that? He, like, rolled into my face. Why are these guys super soldiers again? It's like the... They have, like, the same type of weird suits that Solidus wears.
I've checked out all
So this is just a really cathartic moment, though, right? So
the relay point. It's
if Raiden is going to mechanically distinguish himself and start to become an individual, one thing he needs to do is, like, release all this weird emotional shit. And we get to do that here, which is kind of fun. Yeah, he rolled into me, did a lot of damage.
Colonel probably isn't GW per se. GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant
Bunch of
part
nonsense.
the brain through signal manipulation of your own
It's one of the first
memory.
times we get nanomachines just making up shit.
In part, your own creation. cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy.
But it's probably the truth. The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would
I can't believe
explain
Snake died.
behavior.
Every time I've had to protect somebody in this game, I've had them die at least once. Oh well.
Raiden.
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of
Some
me.
good existential stuff
An
here, though.
illusion. Flesh
Are you
and
real? I don't know.
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that. Let's go.
Hopefully he doesn't die in this segment. It'd be really embarrassing. It gets tricky on high difficulties. It's just like a total
Raiden, they've
banana
got
situation.
What?
I like Otacon shows up here and is like, this is bullshit.
It's a trap.
Rose!
I know, Snake does.
Get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
Okay. Does Rose exist?
Don't be weird. She's
Don't be
your-
weird.
I've never really met her.
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to conclusions.
You and Otacon are the ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden.
Is this what Olga was talking about?
Oh, Snake got back some of his health. Good for you, Snake. Oh, you know what I've not been wearing this whole time? Body armor. Ugh, sometimes when you stream, you just forget stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's mostly a no-kill run, except for the one dude I accidentally shot on the oil fence. When I was like, I'm gonna shoot this guy, and did not realize I had the regular PSG one equipped. And so I shot him and he's dead. So I got at least one kill. Confirmed ace. This room, it's pretty okay to run around just like a mad lad with your sword. Tends to be okay. Snake mostly does okay for himself. You can hear where the enemies are coming from too. And you just kind of run around like this. Oh, we both... Me and that Arsenal Tengu had the same idea. And a lot of what you're doing in these segments is kind of what I said before. It's like, the sword dudes are going to block Snake. So you hit those. Fish and mailed. Again, we have to tear down the artifice of the game and confuse the player. What confuses the player is partially confusing Raiden, so mess with them. I think people remember this one a lot, too. This particular kind of situation. Just late at night, confused. Did I die? Yeah, something about the way I was progressing during that first run through the Tengu space was just, like, not ideal. I think I was just letting Snake get too far forward before hitting the dudes on the catwalk. Well, I wanted to throw them over the edge. Time it right, you can cartwheel them over the edge. Should I emit or should I continent? I feel like I should emit. But yeah, this is a pretty great moment. Like, Raiden's low, but he's still slowly building, like, an identity of his own, so we have to have the moment where you get to use the sword. Dude, get back here. Ah, I do hate getting knocked to the ground like that, though. My one big complaint about this segment. It's just, like, unenjoyable. Getting knocked down. It's also not fun switching your weapon because he has to do the little thing there. It's cool that he does it, but, you know. And then a little bit of player success undercut by the fact that we're not gonna... We're gonna head... go ahead of Snake, and he's still gonna have an off-screen boss fight where he loses?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us. Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't.
During the longer cutscene, I will have stuff to say, but I will get a drink after that, which means because we have to do the Ray boss fight after this, which I think is just 8 Rays, so that's not too bad.
You can't be
So,
serious about
I can't believe I didn't wear the body armor. I was so
No one can kill me.
serious about
May as well kill everyone.
picking it up, and then I just completely zoned out on putting it on. I've been streaming since, what, 11 in the morning for me?
Looks like
Or something like that, so
you go on ahead.
yeah. You know how it is.
You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
Yeah, how many hours ago was that? 7 hours ago.
What are you gonna
My
do?
estimate on this was like 8 hours.
I'll
So
think of something.
if we were not doing any of the cutscenes, it would be done in like
Think you can kill me?
2 hours, right?
I don't know.
Well, we're almost done. And then after this, I'll get food.
I didn't kill you.
But I will get a drink.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Right. Get out.
The Ray boss fight is interesting because the space it takes, like the fight is actually in, is kind of a version of a space that exists within the VR missions game, where they had women characters, and if you completed more missions, you could get closer to them and take pictures. Another weird thing that Metal Gear does, but it's in a space very similar to this, right? Where you could get closer to Naomi or get closer to Mei Ling or whatever.
Jack, I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days.
Also, I think the
Or is it one of the S3 plans?
just like the framing in this game is like so much more confident.
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot
Like the reason I get mad about Metal Gear Solid 5 is because like
Not a bad idea.
some of the stuff here is phenom.
Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire.
Chaff
Solid
grenades we want.
Snake's
I'm just getting
brother.
stuff set up. Chaff is pretty
S3
useful.
Stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a
So this
development
isn't
program
really what S3 stands for, but it is something that the game is doing.
Perfect warrior.
Solid Snake
The
Simulation.
result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists,
We get to create our own Solid Snake. Isn't that what you wanted to be? And the answer is, well, being Solid Snake the first time actually meant being manipulated and beat up by everybody. And players somehow liked it. And now it's like, hey, let's make it explicit. And it kind of sucks.
Solid
Even though
sudden appearance, your
this is
arrival,
one of my favorite
it was
games ever.
obvious the
So.
Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered
Are they
the
doing
final
this?
phase. You came in handy.
As bait.
As bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute.
This feels like a precursor to some of the stuff that happens in Death Stranding when you just have to run on the beach for a
Led
while.
back to war by something less than real.
That's the end of the monologue. I love his fire roller skates. Super good.
No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now.
And then we get Olga's moment.
I've given you a worthy opponent, at least.
Well, after the boss fight, we get Olga's moment. But we still gotta fight these. On extreme, it sucks. Even on hard mode, it sucks, right? They hit really hard. They just do a lot of damage, even with armor. And you have to keep track of 3 of them at any given time, so... Hopefully I do okay here. I don't feel unconfident or like lacking in confidence, but I've made a couple mistakes this time, this playthrough, so... they mostly only enter the arena after they take a certain amount of damage. These ones take 3 or 4 shots per, so it's not too bad. It'll get more crazy or worse when they're like here. So I'm just running around and getting rid of these missiles. Oh, I ran into the missiles. You can like roll over those. Sometimes you just take the shot to the face there, because it's easier than having to deal with some of the other stuff. This should take it out, I think. Yeah, so not too bad. This might be the undamaged one. Yeah, let's just focus on this one. Oh good, it hops in. Sometimes you can damage them without... is that Hydro Cutter? No, I can still get that in. Sometimes they like go into the... like do the Hydro Cutter thing and it's a pain. Here I can just... shoot him in the face. So we should be fine. It's way worse on Extreme and everything else. Yeah, the rays in the shadow are super cool. I don't have a lot of thoughts with this boss fight at the moment, except that it's like... it's such a clear crucible for Raiden. That I wish people acknowledged a little bit more. But it's also like... it's always fascinated me the fact that this doesn't take place in anything resembling like a literal space. You know, the artifice starts to fall away this entire segment. Yeah, and there's Ray RO5E Rose. Oh, that guy moved. And you know, the idea is that like this boss fight just exists in boss fight space. Oh wow, that actually hit me. Kind of arbitrarily. And we get the... oh, my missile hit their missile. We get the boss fight against the Metal Gears because the form of the game demands that we have a boss fight against Metal Gears. And the trickiest part of that is just... right? It gives you maybe like the worst possible version of it, which is just a gauntlet of it. Of like, players, you expect so many Metal Gears and like you want this big moment, like we will make it exhausting and hard and your player character will actually give up. Raiden doesn't... oh, that would have been perfect. I think I could just hit them in the face. Oh, that locked onto that one over there. That was weird. You know, we get through this entire fight, and even then, Raiden and the player's success continues to be undercut by the fact that you can destroy upwards of, you know, 25 Metal Gears. And Raiden doesn't stand there triumphantly. It'll just interrupt that machine gun before it hits me. It doesn't stand there, like, really triumphantly. He gives up. Like, it's just too much. Like, just too much shit. That might be... yeah, I think we're good. They're way less aggressive on normal mode. Surprised we haven't seen the Hydro Cutter at all. No, it's very clear we get these notions of Metal Gears as symbols. The Ray as the anti-Metal Gear. The inversion of the Metal Gear. The thing that destroys what came before it. Right, and we hit all these points. Oh, that's gonna hit me. Ow. You ever just go into a locked-on camera, or like a first-person camera view where you can't move very quickly? I do that all the time. The trick there is actually to roll forward. It's just hard to remember. It's very tempting to roll sideways. I make that mistake all the time. Yeah, on higher difficulties, it's just... yeah, that one's still gonna hit me. I did the thing. I was also looking at chat because I feel like somebody put ASCII art in there. On higher difficulties, it's just a lot of shit happening at once. That might hit me. Whew. Close call, baby. Oh, Hydro Cutter. We actually saw it. I guess I wasn't close enough for them to do it? That should be enough to get that one. I hate when the missiles go off because I can't follow up my attacks very easily. This is the last one we gotta do, maybe? I haven't been counting. I actually want to put some distance between me and this one. Just a tad. Oh, it's doing it for me. This might be the last one. We just smack it in the face here. We should be good. Oh no, his arm's gonna get in the way. Annoying. There we go. I'm gonna get some water. You can enjoy this pretty badass cutscene. Oh, somebody put something nasty in the chat while I was fighting the yeah, I should have used chaff, but I don't need to. So, you know, chaff is something that you do on higher difficulties. So we'll do that. I'm gonna grab some water. You can watch this.
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you?
Huh.
This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child?
I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you. Weren't they your comrades?
When you talk for like 7 hours straight, your voice does get a little worn out. I know I'm going to hell.
I know I'm going to hell.
So yeah, I jumped right back into the script. Yeah, you know, you can tell I'm getting tired too because I've I messed up using the body armor, and I did not use chaff, so somebody on the internet right now, if this is on YouTube, is screaming at me. This is brutal, by the way. This is maybe one of the most brutal deaths in the entire series. Oof. It's awful.
Oh God.
But again, player continually gets undercut. His allies survive, or don't survive, excuse me, they die. See, I'm tired. And, you know, he gives up after, even if the player's doing well against the Metal Gear Rays.
Let's pick up where we left off.
Right, the only moment of genuine success we've arguably had so far is Fat Man, and even that is something taken into consideration by the Patriots.
What's going on?
Makes more sense and is more meaningful, therefore, that our final act at the end of the game is one where our success is absolute, and where our objectives and Raiden's objectives completely align in a way that's like really healthy. So, you know, I've mentioned James Howell from now, back and forth now. Everybody should Google driving off the map Metal Gear Solid 2. It's one of the most important pieces of video game criticism ever made. In it, he talks about two things. He talks about actors and characters. Actors are characters in video games that the player, quote-unquote, presumes to control. Characters are their identity within, like, the fiction. Which means that not all... So all actors are characters, but not all characters are actors. The only actors in the game are Snake and Raiden. And so that means that something happens where you have player objectives and then actor objectives. Which means that, you know, the player has an objective to... Let's say I'm doing a big boss rank. First off, enjoy this badass stuff while I still talk about player objectives and actor objectives. My objective is to get a big boss rank, which I achieve through superior play, including, like, you know, not getting spotted, nailing all my headshots, things like that. That's my player objective. My player objective is to get the big boss rank. Raiden's actor objective is to, for instance, complete the mission or to survive the encounter. In many ways, the objective of completing a big boss rank playthrough and Raiden surviving the mission, they tend to align. My doing well and getting a big boss rank tends to align with Raiden's desire to complete the game. But
Captured Snake.
The act of preparing for a big boss rank playthrough is different. So to prepare for a big boss rank playthrough, you very often have to make mistakes. You have to let your characters die a lot to learn a lot of problems, right? So like my training for a big boss rank, my player objective is suddenly way more malicious than what Raiden wants for his actor objective. I talked about this at GDC for an example that was like really counter to what a character would want. I'm a YouTuber and I want to get a lot of hits on a video, so I play Resident Evil 2 and I say, hey, I want to get every possible death in this. I want to let Mr. X grab my head and crush my skull. I want to let Lickers tear me apart or whatever. Right, so my objective there as a player is to die and to die violently, but the actor objective of, like, Claire Redfield is to absolutely not do that. Mentioned a little bit of this on... Oh, wow. It's hard to talk and do this. I'll survive, but... You know. It's hard to talk and do that. You know, I mentioned this during my GDC talk, and I used a phrase that a lot of people hated, or like some people made YouTube videos about, like they got really upset about, where I said players are tyrants.
What do you mean?
By which I mean that if you assume that a character, as like James defines it, you know, the individual within the fiction, if we treat the fiction as like a valid space, as equally valid as like the real world,
You were going to screw me over, weren't
we
you?
exert control over like video game characters in ways that can be uncomfortable when you consider it.
I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest
Arthur Morgan doesn't want to go on a murder rampage in the middle of the town, but at any moment I can make Arthur Morgan run up to a woman on the street and blow her fucking brains out, right?
I'm no philanthropist.
In some ways, that action is a bad faith exertion of control from the player on the character, which I characterized as tyrannical. Some people on the internet did not like that.
Seizing Arsenal was never the real objective.
I believe Solidus's swords are called Liberty and Freedom, right?
Of the Patriots.
I forget their names, but they do have names like that. Somebody's mentioning it in chat.
With GW and Arsenal. That means the information
What are the Japanese names? I'm trying to remember in my head.
GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots.
No, you know what they're called? They're called Democrat and Republican. Yeah, somebody said it in chat. Yeah, yep.
You would cross out their names one
Totally.
by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their
Minshuto and Kiyowato.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
Yeah, so
No, there is another way.
Really?
when you say that an actor or like a character wants something, mostly you're just talking about their motivation within a text, right? So Ocelot wants something,
A nuclear strike won't
right? It's just his motivation within the narrative.
It will damage their power source.
But for the sake of a thought experiment, you can say that those wants have validity, or that you should take those wants seriously. When I was talking about it at GDC, I was talking about it in the context of player animations, where I said that you should use what you think are a character's wants and their objectives to inform what you create as idle animations. And you should understand that the moments when characters have quote-unquote agency over themselves, even though they don't, it's just code. But when they have moments where they act on their own accord, you know, Sonic tapping his feet or something, that tells you something important about Sonic, and it gives him a moment to express himself free from the inputs of the player. Technically, it's being authored by an animator or something, right? Or being handled by a computer runtime. But there's still interesting moments. I think people didn't like that, some aspects of that talk, because people didn't like what I had said about Red Dead Redemption 2, which is why I said I find Red Dead Redemption 2 to be very artificial. I think it's a gorgeous game. I like Arthur Morgan. I think some of those characters are really well written, but I think it's a game that pretends it's a more actual, like, real place than it is. It's Westworld, not to be too reductive. Right, but it's Westworld, but it has pretensions of being something more, and I don't like those pretensions. Because I'm an idiot who ascribes motives and feelings to games themselves, which are partially the motives and intentions of the developers.
I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well.
We're getting into some of the Solid Snake simulation shit.
As for the president, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out
which is like Ocelot's main thing in the plot, even though it's not really what the Patriots are up to.
Counterpart of Foxtie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information.
But this is when the meta text becomes text, where the notion of if you're playing the game, you know, the things we've been discussing throughout this entire playthrough, where we've said, oh, the game is
Fat Man was a different story.
You know, repeating these images or shaping these images in ways that recall Metal Gear Solid 1. That's a metatextual read that we impose upon, you know, the game that we're playing based upon similarities that we see. Here it becomes actual text. The Big Shell incident is intentionally, you know, a sort of formal repetition of the Shadow Moses incident.
What do you mean?
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped.
And the notion of the S3 simulation, you know, plan here being that you can turn anybody into Snake if you put them in a simulated situation comparable to what Snake does. If you pay attention to that thesis, it runs counter to what the game had been saying earlier, which is that you cannot be Solid Snake just by playing simulated games as Solid Snake, right? Which is why once we talk to the Patriots, the thing they say immediately is that Solid Snake simulation is bullshit. Those two things can't exist in the game at the same time necessarily, so one falls by the wayside.
Resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cells.
And when we talk about this game being a postmodern text and we talk about self-reference, this becomes one of the larger moments. Because it would still be fundamentally mostly the same game if you didn't have this happen. If you didn't have Ocelot come out here and say this. But because you do, it draws attention to the artifice, and in drawing attention to the artifice, it starts to crumble. Right? Once you know that, once you can see the brick wall, you can start to see the imperfections of the brick wall and the weak points where you can attack it. The places where it's rotting, the places where it's not as solid.
Orchestrated?
Right, and part of that is because,
for the
you know, what's
appearance
going
of
on
the
here too
real
is it's a deconstruction of symbols.
I wonder now.
Right, Raiden builds up an image of Solid Snake and sort of like a historicity with Solid Snake to give himself more importance than he actually has. This is a thing that happens in real life. First off, Fortune gets shot, but then she doesn't because her heart's on the wrong side. Rambling for a second. So some of the hero worship stuff that Raiden does with
Lady Luck. You have nothing.
Snake is the same thing that I think Baudrillard argues happened when like old culture of the time. He was using Ramses II like a mummy, and he was saying that people in restoring the corpse of Ramses II weren't trying to preserve like an actual historical reality. They were trying to assert a history that they were a part of. So they were trying to draw a line between themselves and this history of great men. In some ways, that's what Raiden's doing with Snake, and the way that he places Snake on a pedestal. He wants to create a sort of a path from Snake to himself in a similar way. And I think and that's what the player wants to do too. The player's doing it with Snake, and the reason why playing as Raiden is difficult is because it severs that quote-unquote direct connection, that direct history with Snake, where you know, because you're controlling Snake, you are a contiguous part of him, therefore you identify as him more. You can project onto him more. The minute Raiden comes into the picture, that notion totally gets destroyed.
Thought I got her in the heart.
And then also, Ocelot's just coming here to destroy the notion of anything being magical about certain characters, right?
Now I
and in the context of this game, it's
your heart's on the right.
Technology over anything else.
Waste of metal, my dear.
Which I think he'll say here, unless I missed it in the script while I was rambling. No such thing.
Gizmo. There's no such thing
there
as
he is.
miracles or the
Only cutting edge technology.
Only cutting edge technology.
And yeah, there's an absurdist thing here too about all the different people betraying each other over and over and over. All the different agendas coming to the forefront. It gets more absurd very clearly here when Liquid shows up. And again, the only reason Liquid shows up here is because the player expects Liquid to show up. I can't talk all of a sudden. They expect Liquid to show up. They expect a reunion between all these Snake siblings, and therefore the game facilitates it. But it does it violently. So, like, Liquid kind of asserts and does it himself. It's not in a way that's natural. It's an intrusion upon what is otherwise a nominally stable fictional space. Totally gets destroyed.
Now that I have enough data,
I hope I'm making sense. When I talk fast, I don't know if my mouth is moving as fast as my brain, and I don't mean that to sound like a pretentious asshole. I mean more that sometimes I don't think my mouth keeps up with where my brain is.
How's this then?
This moment's somewhat unexplained. Read into it what you will. At the very least, it's a refutation of Ocelot's thesis.
Fortune! You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
I've never quite known what to think of this moment. But I mean, this is, you know, technically a fictional world where, like, there's actual magical realism stuff that happens all the time, and science fiction stuff that happens all the time, so whatever.
Everybody down!
some people might want to interpret it as just like the Patriots fucking with Ocelot, but I don't think that. I mean, that's a valid read, but I don't think that's a compelling read. Right, you know, the Patriots protecting Raiden because they still need him to face off against Solidus or whatever. But really, I think it is what you see on the tin, which is just... This is a strong person with a powerful will of their own, who finds meaning right before they die.
My name is Helena Dolph.
She's kind of freed from the shackles of expectations, of, you know, of all the lies that she had about thinking Snake did one thing or another. Yeah, there's a little bit of Psycho Mantis here. You're right, using your powers to help other people.
See my family. Again.
Yeah, somebody says the idea of the Patriots just being like, Ocelot is such a tool is funny. Helena Dolph Jackson, powerful name.
Damn.
Is this the last game chronologically? No. It is...
Try this instead.
Ignoring Rising, the second to last.
No!
Well, it's weird, because, so somebody's saying, the game is saying this whole thesis that you describe, and then at the end it kind of shrugs and says, hey, but who knows? Kind of. I think what it's doing is less shrugging and saying, who knows, and saying, decide for yourself, which I think is a much more compelling end note, right? Although it does end with that weird moment of just being like, everyone's been dead for 200 years. Oh, God, so good. Cam fucking Clark.
Liquid.
I've been waiting for this! Ready?
I've been waiting
Fucking
for
fantastic.
This.
It can't be.
Somebody asked, do I have the full collection of Nintendo Power? Don't know why you're asking that. I have a lot of them. Cam Clark for children of the 80s and early 90s. You might remember as the voice of Leonardo in the Ninja Turtles cartoon.
2 years ago? Exactly. I was controlling him.
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the long red time to awaken. Right, this just happens because the player expects it to happen.
You're the only one that can free me. After all...
He's also the voice... Maybe not in everything, but he's the voice of the Pixie in the Guts game for Dreamcast.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose?
He's done a lot of stuff. He's fantastic.
But before I go, I have a
I like that hand motion right there.
both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss.
Yeah, Puck. Solidus Snake's signature line. Grrr!
Time to say goodbye.
Damn.
Like surfing? It's a good way to go.
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
I'm not even saying that because I'm ahead of you. Because I am a little bit ahead of you, but I just know the script. Just know the script beat for beat.
Liquid, stop this thing. Hey, Snake, you coming?
Cam Clark's done a lot, yeah. But a lot of the folks in this game. I mean, Jennifer Hale, Quentin Flynn, Cam Clark. Just tons of folks who have really, really did have continued to do tons of things. This is interesting because, in the sense that, so originally Arsenal Gear was meant to crash into Ellis Island and displace the Statue of Liberty. A lot of this ending changed in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks in New York in 2001. Right I think some people are aware of that, but I think some other people don't realize that. Because, I mean, Arsenal Gear's massive, and it still does slam into the city, and it still slams, you know, they end up at Federal Hall. There's a couple things here that, there's one thing that's cut out from the ending here that I think the novelization keeps that I think is amazing, and I'll talk about it later. It was in the script, and they didn't do it. And I actually think it's a pretty powerful choice that I would have liked to have seen them do. You know.
Federal.
And he laughs. Do you know what day it is today, Jack?
April 30th?
I make fun of Raiden, but he's my favorite character in the series.
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
It's one of my favorite boss fights in the game.
Right. George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence.
Yes, 2000s. This game canonically takes place in like 2005 or something, I believe.
Liberation of this country. This was where
the
it was supposed to begin. This is
Shadow Moses incident is 2001? If I have my timeline correct in my head. Somebody can look and correct me on that, but I think that's it.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want.
Could be wrong, though.
What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom,
2009.
rights, opportunities. The founding principles.
So that means that Shadow Moses is what, 2005?
Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship.
I used to know all this.
Listen to me. We're
Yeah, 2005. Thanks.
Date.
So I was off by a little bit in my memory, but once you said 2009 for Big Shell, it starts to fall into place.
But a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next
This is when he gets into like selfish gene territory, and it's kind of weird.
The data of life is transferred from
because it's like this is like baby's first, like meme theory.
But we have no heirs, no legacy. We brothers are called les enfants terribles, cloned from our father, with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well.
Of course, Dawkins is a little...
All I want is to be remembered by
at least selfish gene Dawkins and everything is like, you can't base all your stuff on that, but, you know.
Their own interests by
I've read that fucking
the
book.
flow of information. I want my
I read it in the lead up to the Metal Gear Rising book. I just read all sorts of stuff.
remembered as an exile.
Read a lot of books on sword fighting.
My legacy, my mark in history.
Is Jack also one of the enfants terribles? No.
I will triumph over the Patriots.
He was not created using the super baby method.
We will become the sons
Oh shit, he said the title of the game. Are you receiving, Jack? We're still here. Or Raiden.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that?
This is the conversation that people
The AI was destroyed.
Only
kind of lose their brain over.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
This is also one of the reasons I think it's worthwhile to look up the Agnes Kaku
layer by layer in the crucible
interview.
It's not
She talks a lot about the translation and writing process of this particular segment of the game, and it's pretty eye-opening.
Of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often.
This being said,
how can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists.
This version of the Patriots is far more interesting than AI's.
Why would you take away individual freedoms and censor
Just like
the
rampant American exceptionalism.
Jack, don't be
That
silly.
becomes like self-sustaining.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed.
Agnes Kaku. If you look up Hardcore Gaming 101, Agnes Kaku, you can find the interview where she very strongly maintains that Hideo Kojima is not a writer. She talks about her process of working with Kojima, interviewing these scenes.
Ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives through words.
She
pictures,
worked on
symbols,
this
from tablets
game
to books.
But not all the information was
in a translation capacity. Everybody who's like the people who've worked on these games as translators always have interesting stories. Like Metal Gear Solid 1, Jeremy Blaustein did that basically by himself. I think he did do it by himself. So,
but in the current
you know,
world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me
I
it's
can-
not?
You're being silly. What
Let
we
me find
propose
this.
to do is not to control
I'm also
content,
letting
but
y'all
to
watch this
create
thing, but this is the interview that I'm talking about.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards
Right.
development of
Worth reading,
truths.
especially if you have interest in this game, but also just
Billions
Kojima in general,
weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
and
Rights of
processes like that.
have more respect than the
Right,
privacy of their
but the strongest statement in there is just
Although there
Hideo
are people
Kojima is not a
suffering
writer.
in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
One of the clear things that they also talk about is the fact that for localization for this game, there was like far less support from Konami,
And this is the result.
to my understanding. So,
Rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other
still
from
pretty
hurt.
great work
The
that ended up getting done. I
untested
still think this is a very
truths
good
run by
game.
Different interests continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community.
This is still,
Forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking.
I mean, this is the speech that a lot of people go like, oh, it's so prescient, and it is in an extent, but I think a lot of people are like, Hideo Kojima predicted the internet, and I think these are basic human trends that are predictable in certain sense, right? People
And this is the way
shifting into their own self-sustaining communities that begin to build their own truths via consensus. I think it's more easy to see now in the age of Trump or things like that, and I don't give a shit what you think about Trump one way or another, but you can see it in the way that Republicans respond, at the very least, to certain things that he does, even when nominally you would think that they would disagree with him. People who have disagreed with him in the past, or like when they were running against him, now like consensus forms because like truth for the party needs to be something that everybody rallies behind. And that's partially true for any political party or any ideology, right? Democrats do this to an extent too.
That's the proof of your incompetence right there.
Cults of personalities exist, not to focus too much on American stuff, but they exist on either side, like the cult of personality that forms around, say, Nancy Pelosi or something like that.
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that
Yeah, truth as manufactured product / commodity. Self being this thing that we present to the world, self being a performative thing as opposed to like an essential innate thing.
Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then, explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel
which is
lost?
something that you can
Why not
easily
try
maintain
soul-searching?
and sort of build up that illusion of self, especially in digital spaces where you can define yourself however you want, kind of behave free of quote-unquote traditional consequences
Place the blame on something
and things like that.
It's
So
not my fault. It's not your fault.
somebody says, who was the guy that helped write Metal Gear Solid 1 to 3?
more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an
Can't think off the
instant
top of my head.
the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world.
You could be
The
thinking
individual is supposed to be weak,
of
but far from powerless.
like Tomokazu Fukushima or someone? Yeah, so somebody said it in chat, Fukushima. I mean, there's other people who have written on these game series too that people forget all the time.
For an immature species.
It's like if we want to talk about Metal Gear Solid 2, there's other people who worked on Metal Gear Solid 2, right? Fukushima's on this game, but there's other people who worked on Kodak things as well.
You want to control human thoughts?
He doesn't work on
human behavior?
He doesn't work on Guns of the Patriots or but you do get like Shuyo Murata and stuff. Shuyo Murata is not really credited on this game, but to my understanding, he had a lot of input on this game, and I think 3 as well, on codec conversation scripting. Might be wrong there.
The S3 plan does not stand for
Right, this is when them saying that Solid Snake Simulation is bullshit.
The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness.
But the idea of censorship, being able to drive consensus, being able to drive the possibilities of conversation is something that's not
a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
You know, something that today you would say, no, that's not true at all, right? You can only talk about things that you have the information and the vocabulary to talk about. Which is why later on Metal Gear Solid 5 gets a little obsessed with language. But it doesn't quite work
what you experience
as well here, I think.
Final test of its effectiveness.
Right?
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such
Some of the writing here's a little clunky, though.
We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm.
Again, meta text becoming text here.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy
That's mostly being spoken to the player.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof.
We'll get to the final boss fight. But remember, this is one of the reasons I say like codec space is like this weird liminal, non-literal space, because this just means that Solidus is watching Raiden stand there quietly for like 10 minutes. Or he's like ranting at Raiden and doesn't realize that Raiden's not listening, which would be very, very funny.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever
Of
you like. See
being like, Jack, and that's why
and for yourself
my
alone.
plan to restore liberty to the country is... And Raiden's just like totally
You
zoned
refused to
out.
see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me. The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to.
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake.
I think we did a good job playing through most of this game. This final boss fight's pretty easy.
So you see, you're a perfect representative.
I think we'll be okay.
You need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided. obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to.
And then
The
it becomes a
exercise is a
but thou must
resounding
thing, right?
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore.
Where he's like,
thanks to
I'm not
you.
going to do what you say. And he's like, well, if we do that, we're gonna, if you don't do that, we're going to kill like a kid.
Triumphs and defeats are nothing
And
but
so the player has to do what they
byproducts.
say, because we have
The
to have our
real
final boss fight.
objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results.
I think the codec faces are there just because it would be so boring without anything else. It's also a holdover from
Take Solidus
the original games,
Think again.
right?
I'm through doing what I'm told.
Metal Gear games tend to uphold the familiar artifice and tropes of Metal Gear games in order to maintain their identity as Metal Gear games.
Not to mention
right?
the death of
And you see players complain about those changes if they're altered, right?
Does she actually
Metal Gear
exist?
Solid 5,
Of course I
or even 4 cutting out the codec as much as it did.
Damn!
It will be a fight to the
Players
death.
going, I wanted more of
Solidus
that.
at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation?
One of the more sudden lines of the game coming up too, when
Enjoy yourselves.
Solidus just goes, by the way, Jack, I'm the one who killed your parents.
Jack, my son.
I think he says it a little bit after this.
My clone brothers and I are called monsters.
Very random.
Replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history.
This is like the King Kong versus Godzilla clash,
We need
according
to
to
decide which monstrosity
Kojima.
will have the privilege of survival.
One created by nature, one created by, you know, man, right?
By the way, Jack,
Kong's the natural one.
was the one
Godzilla's
who
the
killed your
not
parents.
natural one, I believe. If you want to talk about the weird metaphor that Kojima's used before. I don't know if I follow that one entirely. Yeah, I like when he's like, I killed your parents, and you're like, dang.
your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop.
The
Your
endless
own
loop, double helix. Hey, remember the shape of Big Shell that we talked about like 5 hours ago?
It's time we were both free.
Important moment. The handcuffs are off. Raiden is given his weapon, right? The thing that distinguishes Raiden mechanically. Our objectives and Raiden's are completely aligned, and our victory here
I have other reasons for wanting
will be one of the few, if maybe the only real genuine victory of the entire game for the player and for Raiden. So.
Inside you. What? The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex and throughout the neural network they formed.
Yeah, it's his sword. Because right now, Solidus has his swords. Oh god, John Woo, hit me up. Good stuff.
Brace yourself.
That's why I say that Metal Gear Solid 5 makes me angry, by the way, because I want that shit. Oh, kick. Usually you can run around that.
Is that the best you can
One thing you might see me do is if I get caught on fire is I'm gonna swap to the BDU. Oh dang. That would have been really embarrassing. So like, I think we did it earlier very briefly, but if I do get lit on fire, then what I can do is... Oh, usually you can slice those. I'm embarrassed. I'm playing bad right now. Why am I not doing it so well? Whatever. Let's just focus and not play around. I was like, this final boss fight's easy. And I still think it is. But I am playing bad right now, so I should focus. I mean, there's a ration over here. There it is. That's what I was trying to do the whole time. Why couldn't I do it before? Why was I so sloppy? That's so funny.
What's wrong with you?
I timed it wrong. It's fun to do. It's been a while since I've done it, so I shouldn't fuck about. Because we're only like halfway through the fight anyway. See, if I get lit on fire though, that's why I have the BDU. Or why I care to still use the BDU.
Let's go.
Yeah, I can just play it safe and not do the fun stuff. It is like one of my favorite fucking things to do. Oh, this is... yeah.
Good work, Jack. But this is where it gets interesting.
I don't think taking off the body armor does it. I might be wrong. I think it has to be the BDU. We could find out. Fun part here is he's gonna dash around and you just get to stay put.
Let's go. Over here.
Like his attack there looks flashier than it actually is. Although I guess I've been playing a little sloppy this final fight.
Right. You have to beat Solidus. This is your last duty.
We're not
I'm
just
tired.
pawns in some simulation game, you know.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, this is when they're like, what was the name of the fighter plane?
Fighter jets or tanks.
What the?
The old model destroyed 4 years ago was Rex.
The new amphibious.
I wanted to chop those missiles better.
Both of these
I'm definitely
are the
rusty.
same as the code names used by the U.S. Armed Forces to refer to Japanese warplanes during World War II.
Your code name, Ron.
I've been doing them in order of release, which at least for now, yeah, order of release.
I'm not a weapon.
So the last retrospective we did was Metal Gear Solid 2, or Metal Gear Solid, excuse me. So, for those of you who have not seen it, but there's others. I've done Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, so there's a link to that if you've not read it before. It's an entire breakdown of the game, right? I do that with Metal Gear 2 as well. For the original Metal Gear, there's not as much to break down narratively, so it's really about analyzing what the game is doing spatially.
Take this.
Right. Really proud of those. Yeah, I think the second phase of this fight is actually way easier than the first. That should be the end of it right there. Alright, we beat the game. I was sloppy at the start there. So this is really cool. It's one of my favorite pieces of action in the entire series. It's just really clean. This move right here is very good. Love it. So the thing I was talking about earlier vaguely is, in the original script, what he does here is, Solidus falls over the edge, he falls into the arms of the statue of George Washington, and what Raiden is supposed to do within the script, is he actually cuts down the American flag and it drapes over Solidus's body. Which I think is really interesting. It would have just like been a more evocative thing, but I also get why they don't do it. I think it still exists in like the novelizations and stuff, but I don't read that shit. I've never read a Metal Gear novelization before. What would the order of the story look like? Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, 5, Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 4. Why did I have to think about that for a second? Where do you buy the script? So one thing you can do is there was this thing called I didn't say portable ops. I barely count portable ops. There's this, you can find the script online probably just very easily now. But there was this quote unquote game, right? I sound like a snob. There's a kind of like a bonus disc thing called the Document of Metal Gear Solid 2, which released separate, like as a separate release from this game. And that has the whole script in it. It has the ability to go into different scenes and like view things around. So one thing that you won't see unless you look for it very quickly here is later on the camera's going to pan around Snake and Raiden, and in the background standing next to one of the taxis is actually a 2D cutout of Vamp. Like you're supposed to see it for like 2 fucking seconds, but in Document of Metal Gear Solid 2 you can actually go into the scene and see it. It's really, really good. Oh, it's in the European version of Substance? Yeah, it's a really good disc. I wish more games did that shit. It's really fantastic.
The memories you have and the role you were assigned.
And this is just the moment where Solid Snake tells us all the themes and tells Raiden to get ideology.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality.
There we go.
Most of what they call real is actually fiction.
I don't think I'll play Metal Gear Rising tonight.
What you think you see
I need food.
is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in?
Portable Ops is like semi-canonical, as I understand it. They mention some of that stuff in
having faith.
Ground Zeroes. They mention San Geronimo Peninsula and everything.
What we found important enough to fight for.
No, I need to rest. I'm tired. I've been doing this all day, and quite frankly, to keep on oversharing with you like I have for a while, I'm depressed. I'm dealing with a personal problem and a loss in the family as well. So, just gotta get that shit sorted together.
Don't obsess over words so much.
But we made it through this, and we played reasonably well.
You can find your own name.
You know, we had some dumb game overs.
Decide for myself.
I was obviously getting tired by the end. The Ray fight was nice and easy, so, you know.
I don't know if I can.
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time.
I think we did okay. And tomorrow I'm just gonna...
Thought about during this mission is yours.
Quite frankly, what I do very often sometimes is... I write, like, creative work for my portfolios and stuff.
Clean slate.
Which sounds like work, but it's not. It's actually fun.
Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
I'm gonna...
By the way,
the dog tags, really important. Kind of moment, right? Especially if you put your name on them. Sex mail. In YouTube comments, somebody's making a joke. Modern day Tiresias.
Anyone you know?
How do I know when I'm streaming next? I don't. I kind of just do it whenever the fuck I want. Usually it means streaming... Let's see, there's Vamp right there. Usually it means streaming like Final Fantasy or Hearthstone or something. I've finally been playing the competitive ladder in Hearthstone and really enjoying myself. So...
They taught me some...
I just kind of do what I want.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all
my personal Twitch channel.
We all have the freedom to spread the word. Even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry.
There's a link to my personal Twitch channel. Well, if
as long as you
the chat behaves.
Alive, he's safe.
Yeah, right. It's
Do you know
the moment where Raiden really asserts himself as a player, or as just like a character.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the end of the game's not. It's supposed to be like super surreal and weird, right? I don't think you're
Cheer up.
you're not really supposed to take the entire space of what's happening right now
This
quite
contains the
literally.
list of all the Patriots.
It's very abstracted.
But Ocelot took it.
Olga's child in 4 is
thing.
Sunny.
What?
She lives on the
This virus is
the
coded to
airplane
destroy
with
only a
Snake and
specific part
Otacon.
of GW, namely the information about the Patriots' identity. Which means that there's a parameter
She's a
code
smart kid.
that defines what that information is.
He's like, count me in.
Analyze the code and you can
And
probably
Snake's like,
find out
get
where
your
the
shit
Emperor-
together first.
Count me in.
No, you have things to do first.
I've seen people carry weirder things in New York on their back than a fucking sword. Like, you kidding me? People think New Yorkers are rude. The answer is we just do what we gotta do to fucking survive. And everybody, like, it's supposed to be like a weird abstracted space because you're like, how the fuck did Rose get here? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. She just is. Because the confines of the story mean that part of what Raiden needs to do to become his own person is to reconcile with Rose. And to also accept who he was in the past, his trauma, all that stuff. It's all implied, right? Become your own person by integrating the person you once were. Maintaining the connections that are important to you. Yeah, Rose probably got fired from the Patriots, 100%. They were probably like, we don't need you anymore.
Nothing. Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh. Yeah.
See me for what I am, okay?
Is somebody in chat gonna be like, wait, he's forgiving her really easily, and you're like, eh.
I know.
Is this Kotaku the real one? Depends on what you mean by real, buddy. But yeah. We're verified, motherfucker. That's how you know somebody's real on the internet. They got a little check mark next to their name. Do y'all have check marks on Twitter? I do.
Remember this place?
Clearly that means
Of course.
I'm
This
a
is where we
somebody.
first met. I remember now. Today is the day I met you.
Oh, whoa, somebody's hopping in here. The bunch of cucklord SJWs. Yeah, dude, that's me. I like when people try and hop in chat and like troll me, because it doesn't... it doesn't affect me at all. People have told me far worse shit than being like, you're an SJW.
The future.
What?
Here's the truth.
He said all living things.
I write what I do about games because I want games to be
Are
taken
you
seriously.
talking about the baby?
And I hope I do a good job, and I know some people don't
Genes
agree.
aren't the only thing you pass on.
And I am too old and tired to try and make everybody agree. And you don't write for the people who aren't going to engage with your words.
Things.
About the
Honestly, anyway.
Our ideas.
So,
our culture.
if people want to have a discussion with me, if people want to talk about games with me or anything else, it's just...
Joy. We'll tell them everything.
Yeah, we can do it.
together.
Is that a...
Meet me at a convention. I don't care who you are.
This is for your
Talk with me.
ears.
But, you know.
Only.
I think if we want to take games seriously, it means talking about the things we like, talking about the things that are problems, and acknowledging, right, that you can, like I said earlier in the stream, have multiple different feelings about a game at once. There are things about this game that I love, there are things about this game I find kind of shitty. That's my relationship with Kojima in a nutshell. And yet, I wouldn't write about these games if I didn't think there was something worth writing about, right? Somebody says, I think this game is weirdly uncritical of Americana at the end. Sort of. The Patriots are like this rampant version of poisonous American notions, political ideas, and things like that. But I think, not to talk too much about Death Stranding, but I think Kojima tends to have a pretty romanticized or like notion of like of like a platonic America, because that's what happens in Death Stranding as well, right? That entire game is about like westward expansion, about rebuilding what is essentially the American Empire, but it ultimately has a pretty positive notion of that, which tends to dovetail with like New Deal infrastructure building type stuff. I mean, there's poisonous aspects to it. Not to talk too much about Death Stranding. Right, there are things that the government does in that game that are bad. But they're contrasted with like the people you meet on the journey, like regular quote unquote people within that setting. And yeah, people are saying Death Stranding was kind of optimistic. I think it was too, ultimately, even though it is a game about like climate change and disaster and annihilation. I think it's a pretty positive game, or at least it says, you know, maybe we can't fight off the end, but as long as we have people we care about, that's worth something. I tend to agree with that. I have people in my life I care about very, very much. And I have been made better consistently for their love and support, right? I think that's anybody, so. The fact that you can find that in a weird game like Death Stranding, that's kind of cool. Death Stranding, definitely not a game without problems, definitely not a game for everybody, but you know, Metal Gear games are like that to an extent too. But there's definitely like, you can see some of that here with like, there's definitely some love for like the Big Apple, bada bing, and you know, it's weird. Right, there's just a certain thing there. I think the ending of this game works for what this game is. It's definitely not the best in the series in terms of, like, I mean the music, but it fits for what the game's going for. And look, I need to get my ass out of New York. Even though coming to New York has made me a better person, has exposed me to people of different cultures, has made me like a more accepting person. New York's fantastic, but man, I'm not built for it. I grew up in New England. It was quiet. Eventually I'm gonna need to get out of cities to someplace quieter. That's my spiel about New York. Gorgeous place, you should visit it.
I fall to my knees, I cry and I cry.
Yep. Love New England. Even though it's got its own share of problems, any place does. Going to a fucking apple orchard or whatever. Good shit. Any advice if you're looking to move to a big city next year? Pack light. Take only the things that you really need. Try and visit it beforehand. Like, don't just show up, right? Or if you're moving into a city, one thing you can do is sublet. Honestly, to get really detailed for a second, sublet, learn the area, and then move into an apartment. So, there's things you can do. New England is filled with very competitive and strong people. You know what? So my credit card is a Red Sox card, which I don't admit to very often, but doesn't get me that much shit in New York. I think it would be worse if I was walking around in a Patriots jersey, but I fell off the Patriots train like 5 years ago, right? I just don't give a shit about Tom Brady or anything. There were some great players for the Patriots. Randy Moss, like, I still think Randy Moss is like one of the all-time greats. I've seen Adam Vinatieri make kicks that were amazing, right? Not to suddenly change to football. Here's another thing I should tell people about video games. If you want to really like video games, one thing that you should really examine is sports and sports history. Learn about baseball. Learn about football, both kinds. Because sports are just games with rules and histories and cultural contexts that shape them. And you know, I know the cliche sometimes is, oh, if you're into video games, you're not into sports or whatever. Like, you don't have to be, but you can learn a lot from them. Even just the history part, right? You don't have to watch. You don't have to sit down and watch a game of hockey if you think hockey's gonna bore the shit out of you, which it might. Or like watch people play chess or something, right? Yeah, or watch a, that's a good one, watch a John Bois video. Helps you understand statistics, systems, and all sorts of things. Bluepoint did do the Shadow of the Colossus remake, a game which I like, but I still prefer the original. I think some of the lighting changes and a couple things that happen in that game actually make it feel demonstrably and like thematically different from the original. I'm a stickler for original hardware. I have my Dreamcast here. I have RGB Mini Frame Meister, so I can play all that shit in like 1080p and everything. If you're really into retro gaming, that's actually a pretty good thing to get. You can tell I'm relaxing because I'm not trying to do any more like game analysis or what the fuck ever. I'm glad y'all stayed. We had tons of people watching. The RGB Mini Frame Meister, it's just a upscaler.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes.
It has inputs for...
We can leave behind much more than just DNA.
Pretty much anything you need. SCART.
Through speech.
Yeah, there you go.
Music,
Somebody chat said stuff.
movies,
But it has inputs for,
heard, felt,
you know, composite components, SCART.
Joy and sorrow.
Really useful.
These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for.
It's really, really good stuff. I would love to play through Skies of Arcadia for y'all. It's my favorite game. I would cry like a baby when we get to the end of it, which I feel bad about.
We have all the magic of the digital age.
I got to interview Reiko Kodama last year, which was maybe my favorite thing that I've ever gotten to do.
Will probably come to an end
I tried streaming it sometimes
may rule over this planet.
throughout my time at Kotaku. It's just hard. I don't have the words to describe how meaningful that game is to me. Or at least the words that I've used in any specific case feel insufficient. I'm looking right now on my shelf at a Skies of Arcadia music box and a piece of music signed by the composer Yutaka Minobe. So huge fan. I would play it on Dreamcast. People ask me that question a lot. I like the Dreamcast version better because it doesn't compress the audio. So I would rather have the really good music than the extra content.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disc.
Skies of Arcadia Legends is still very good. If you have a Dreamcube, if you have a GameCube, you can play that version, and it's totally fine.
There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well,
They're all dead, Snake.
But what?
They're already
I wonder what we'll get for a rank.
12 of them.
When did it happen?
Nothing great. We died a couple times, and we've been watching the cutscenes. Cutscenes count to your playtime when you're doing this stuff. Yeah, the Frame Meister is pricey. It was a big investment. Right. Look at the one dude I killed. Man, I fucked up, didn't I? Used too many rations. Scorpion. Fine by me. Rip that one guy. That sucks. Is it fast? Not a lot of input delay. You can get it down pretty low, but if you're like really competitive fighting gamer, it might not be the thing that you want to play your fighting games on. Right, if you were an old school, like, hardcore fighting game player, you'd want, like, a CRT or some shit, right? So, I don't know. This is the Substance version, though, which has all the, like... So I can just show you all of this very quickly for a second. So if you get the this version of the game, which you can get on your PS3. Really good. And you can just do the VR missions and everything. If you haven't seen them before, I'll show you for like 2 seconds. And then we'll end the stream. It doesn't have the skateboarding. That did not make it to the remake. But the original version has the skateboarding.
You know what you're doing.
Right, and it's like all that. It's like challenge mode shit. It's really good. Oh, I was like just too slow for that. Anyway, that's that. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Maybe we'll put it on YouTube. I think it's probably good enough to put on YouTube. I think we did a good job. But, you know, enjoy your weekend. Say hi to your loved ones. Be good and be good at it. Right? Love, laughter, truth, all that stuff. And just enjoy while you got it, friends. I'll see you around.